Global Symbiotes, My Symbiote is a Slime. Chapter 51, Evolution, Sequence 7. Looking at the navigation, Yefeng walked for about 10 minutes and arrived in front of a building. Student Dormitory 11, this is it. Yefeng looked at the road sign in front of the door and spoke in a low voice. The school is really big. The student area is so big, and each dormitory has dozens of floors. I really don't know how many students this school can accommodate. Looking at this towering student dormitory building that reached into the clouds, Yefeng was also somewhat surprised. Because they were prospective freshmen, and there was still some time before the freshman examination, each of them had already been arranged to have a dormitory. Even if it was a temporary dormitory, it was still extremely luxurious. Glazed tiles were laid all the way from the dormitory building. The entire building was golden and resplendent, as if he had entered a five-star hotel. It was as if every single one of them displayed the awesomeness of Cloud Mist Academy. When Yefeng walked in, he thought that he had entered the wrong building. Only when he took out his phone to confirm once more did he finally relax. After finding the dormitory, Yefeng took out the identity card that he had given out earlier and swiped it in. And Yefeng's dormitory was also a room for 2 people. What entered his eyes were 2 beds. One of them was filled with things while the other side was completely empty. Someone has already checked in here. Yefeng looked around and roughly understood the environment. As expected of a higher education institution. Even the accommodations were so good. The size of a dormitory was already the size of a hall in his house. This was also the first time that he was able to check into such a luxurious dormitory. And it seemed that this roommate of his did not seem to be a prospective freshman. He seemed more like a student who had been staying there for a long time. Looking at so many daily necessities and the many instant noodles that he had stockpiled, Yefeng was even more determined in his own thoughts. I actually live with an older student. Looking at the bed that was full of mess, the bed sheets, and the pillows, there were even traces of yellowing. This couldn't be something that a freshman could do, right? Moreover, they had just arrived here. They had all just checked in. Yefeng sat on his own bed and did not care too much. He would naturally know when his roommate returned. Almost everything had been prepared by the school. Therefore, it would be fine for a prospective freshman like them to just move in. Yefeng sat cross-legged. It was already nighttime. When it was time to rest, there was naturally nothing to prepare. This period of time was also the most suitable for cultivation. Yefeng closed his eyes and quickly entered cultivation mode. His perception was continuously released and gradually entered the storage space of his phone. Ever since he came out of the competition, Yefeng's materials were increasing. Many of them were the strengthening and stabilizing mixture. In addition, he had just bought 10 bottles of the strengthening and stabilizing mixture. Yefeng also sold all the other better quality items. To Yefeng, other than items that could provide spirit energy, the other items were really useless. However, at Yefeng's current stage, the strengthening and stabilizing mixture still had some effect. Otherwise, Yefeng wouldn't have spent 200,000 to buy 10 bottles of medicine. I wonder when the new student assessment will start. I'm already looking forward to the rewards of the assessment. This is the assessment of a higher education institution. The rewards obtained are also not something that normal cultivation can compare to. Yefeng sighed. His thoughts gradually returned. The current him already contained enough spirit energy. In other words, he could still undergo an evolution. Previously, just in case, Yefeng did not choose to cultivate for a long time. Instead, he had always contained this huge amount of spiritual energy. But now, it seemed that it was useless to keep this spiritual energy. He might as well use it all to improve himself. System, analyze. With the spiritual energy I currently contain, what sequence can I improve? Yefeng thought to himself. He was also very interested in the system's effects. Everything was ready. He only needed to wait for the system's analysis. Ding! Based on the host's current situation, a major breakthrough is about to occur. Therefore, the system does not recommend the host to proceed with a certain sequence advancement. The system also responded very quickly. Hearing this, Yefeng also had a plan in mind. After all, his body had always contained such a powerful amount of spiritual energy. The amount was extremely shocking. If he refined all of it, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be very eye-catching. Thinking up to this point, Yefeng directly took out the 10 bottles of the strengthening and stabilizing mixture and downed 2 bottles in one go. A warm feeling assaulted him, and immediately, Yefeng's body became extremely relaxed. He sensed the slow changes that were occurring within his body. Yefeng also calmed his heart and began to train. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually gathered with Yefeng as the center. Cloud Mist Academy itself contained an extremely dense spiritual energy. Hence, it was extremely easy to gather spiritual energy here. Moreover, with the huge amount of spiritual energy that Yefeng already possessed, in practically an instant, Yefeng's body underwent an extremely great change. If one were to treat Yefeng's main body as a water bottle, and this water bottle was filled with water, just a little bit more and the water would have escaped. And this water was spiritual energy. Yefeng immediately welcomed a huge evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the 7th sequence analysis. You have obtained 2 special attributes of in-depth analysis and deconstruction analysis. As the system's voice stopped, this wave of evolution also came to an end. Because of the 2 bottles of strengthening and stabilizing mixture, Yefeng's reaction this time wasn't that big. The effect of the medicine itself was already useless to someone at his level. But because of the medicine's effect, it was stable. So using it was at most icing on the cake for Yefeng, but it also gave Yefeng a very abnormal stability. Looking at the remaining strengthening and stabilizing mixtures, Yefeng directly put them back into his storage space. This time's upgrade also made Yefeng smile. After all, this was a brand new sequence. Analysis. What's the use? Yefeng asked the system. This was the first time he had encountered this ability, so he did not know much about it. Analysis is the epiphany of all things in the universe. Anything can be deeply understood and analyzed. For example, if the host understands a martial technique, he can use analysis to comprehend even more mysteries. As the sequence ability increases, it can even comprehend all things in the universe. But currently, the host can only analyze text-type books. Hearing the system's explanation, Yefeng also revealed a shocked expression. It was actually so terrifying. He did not expect that this sequence could actually unlock such an awesome thing. In other words, if this ability was developed well in the future, it would not be able to easily obtain a cultivation technique book and understand the profoundness that most people did not know. Moreover, if he obtained a high-quality cultivation technique book, wouldn't that be even more amazing? Thinking of this, Yefeng was extremely happy. He let out a breath of turbid air, and his body and mind instantly relaxed. Since that's the case, I'll try taking the notes given by the principal first. Just as Yefeng was about to take out the notes, the door suddenly creaked, and a figure walked in. Chapter 52, 10-year-old senior, freshman exchange party. Aya. It's actually a new student. You've finally come. A voice came from the door. Yefeng quickly turned around and saw a fatty's figure. He saw that fatty holding a chicken leg in his left hand and a big watermelon in his right hand, laughing happily. You are the student who is going to participate in the new student assessment, right? Hello, I am the dorm leader of this dorm. Welcome to dorm 520. Dorm leader? There were only 2 people in this dorm. Yefeng smiled awkwardly and replied. Come, eat the watermelon. No need to be so formal. Our dorm is a big family. I welcome you very much. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Soodbai. I'm your senior. Saying that, Suibai directly opened the watermelon with his bare hands and handed half to Ye Feng. Seeing this, Ye Feng took a small piece in embarrassment. He didn't expect that this roommate of his was really a senior. And it seemed to be a chatterbox. I heard that the students who entered the school to take the exam this year are much more outstanding than the previous years. Oh, what's your name? Suibai said and looked at Ye Feng curiously. Ye Feng scratched his hair and said with a smile, "My name is Ye Feng." "Oh. That's a good name. From now on, we'll be in the same dormitory. We don't have to be strangers. If you have any questions later, you can ask me. After all, I've been in this school for 10 years. I can be considered an old senior in this school, haha. There are no questions that I don't know." Hearing Suibai's words, Ye Feng had many doubts in his heart and wanted to get answers. However, Ye Feng seemed to have reacted to something and suddenly revealed a surprised expression. "What the f***ck? 10 years. Ye Feng was also surprised when he heard Suibai say this. According to Ye Feng's understanding, this school was a 4-year program. In other words, after 4 years of study and successfully passing the graduation exam, one would be considered to have graduated. And this guy actually stayed for a full 10 years. What was going on? Ye Feng looked at Suibai and was also very surprised. His intuition told him that this fatty in front of him was either very awesome, the school was suppressing him, or he had some kind of mission, or he was very useless, and couldn't pass the graduation exam, so he kept repeating. Looking at the fatty in front of him, with a chicken leg and a watermelon in his mouth, although he was very cheerful, he didn't emit any spiritual power. It was hard for Ye Feng to think of any connection with the former. He couldn't be useless, right? Ye Feng was confused and asked curiously, "Brother Bai, what's going on? It's been 10 years. Why did you stay in this school for so long? Hey! Don't mention it. You have no idea how crazy this school is." Suibai wiped his mouth, put down the watermelon, and said angrily, "Let's not talk about how hard the subject exams are every year. Even the normal exams are crazy. Can you imagine letting a symbiote of the auxiliary department fight in the void battlefield? And if you don't kill 100 undead, you'll fail. Is that something a human can do?" Hearing Suibai's anger, Ye Feng understood. The reason why Suibai had failed for so many years was because the school was too abnormal. All subjects were very strict. The symbiote of the auxiliary department had to use the auxiliary ability to the extreme first, and it was required to fight on the void battlefield. They were required to kill the enemy like a warrior. They were not even allowed to take any auxiliary drugs. That was why Suibai kept failing his courses. That was why he couldn't graduate in this strict school for 10 years. During the chat, Suibai also said a lot of things about the school. He let Ye Feng know some basic school rules. "By the way, old Ye, there's one more important thing." After bragging for a long time, Suibai suddenly spoke with a serious face. "What is it?" Ye Feng couldn't get used to Suibai being so serious all of a sudden. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they were friendly, so they got along very quickly. "That's the freshman trading party tonight. You didn't just find out, did you? The first few days when you prospective freshmen come in, there will be a freshman trading party. But the most valuable thing is the first party. First, it's because the freshmen get to know each other, and second, it's because the students in the school are exchanging items. You know, sometimes you can really get good things. Hehe, I've been scavenging for the past few years." Saying that, Suibai took out a small piece of jewelry from his pocket. This was picked up from the party 2 years ago. It's called Jade Protection. It doesn't look good, but the power contained in it is beyond your imagination. Ye Feng took a look and was immediately shocked. But in terms of quality, it was already very top-notch. Ye Feng's initial estimation was that this thing was definitely A grade. even though Ye Feng did not know what use this jade had. But if its quality was A and grade, it was enough to show that this thing was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, it was hard to imagine that this was actually bought from the freshman trading party. It seemed that this party was very easy to strike gold. After hearing what Suibai said, Ye Feng also knew that there would be such a party tonight. The party would normally be held after dark, and it was only dusk now. There was still some time before dark. Therefore, there was no rush. But there was one thing that Ye Feng was quite curious about. "Brother Bai, didn't you say that the freshman trading party is going to be held? How come you can still attend after being an old senior for 10 years? You don't know that to be able to stay in this school for 10 years, you must have at least accumulated some connections. To your brother Bai, getting a certificate to enter the school is still a very simple matter." Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded his head. This fatty really had a lot of resources. And just as he said, to be able to stay in this school for 10 years without being expelled already showed his background. As for getting proof or something, it should be a very simple thing. If that's the case, then I really have to attend this party. Ye Feng began to look forward to tonight's party. Things like spirit fruit, Ye Feng naturally needed them very much. Moreover, in case he obtained some kind of ancient book, he could also verify his newly unlocked sequence. Why not? And this was also the first gathering of the freshmen. All the prospective freshmen would attend. Ye Feng could also get a general idea of how many geniuses there were this year. From the conversation just now, Ye Feng also knew that Suibai's intelligence ability was super strong. What he said just now was that this year's strength was far greater than the previous ones. That meant that other than Ye Feng, all kinds of geniuses were gathered here. There was still some time before the freshman assessment, but Ye Feng also had to prepare for the second hand. First, he had to roughly understand the opponent's strength. Second, during this period of time, he would mainly improve his origin ability. Previously, Ye Feng had always treated the symbiosis body ability as the first target to improve. But the lack of cultivation in the academy had already made his foundation somewhat unstable. This was also why every time he upgraded, there would be slight fluctuations of spiritual energy. And this was also one of the reasons why Ye Feng bought so many strengthening and stabilizing mixtures. Moreover, the mismatch between origin ability and symbiotic body ability was also a very dangerous behavior. When Ye Feng was still in Wuzhou No. 2 high school, the dormitory security uncle had already reminded him once. After this, Ye Feng had always had this main aspect. Since there was still some time before the freshman assessment, Ye Feng might as well use this period of time to continuously cultivate and allow his origin ability to rise to another realm. Thinking of this, Ye Feng said excitedly, "I'll have to trouble Brother Bai to lead the way then." Ye Feng smiled. If it weren't for Suibai, he would have really missed this party. "Haha, then you must attend." "But I won't be coming tonight. I have a date with a girl tonight." Chapter 53, Picking Up Scraps, Incomplete Volume of Water Element Symbiosis. Hehe, let me tell you in secret, I worked hard for months to date that girl. She's not simple. She's our department flower, that long-legged girl, hiss. Looking at Suibai's infatuated face, Ye Feng shook his head and chuckled. What a good fellow. He didn't expect that the honest fatty Su would have so many romantic affairs behind his back. As expected of an old senior who had been held back for 10 years. This resource was truly amazing. Looking out the window, night had already fallen. This chat had actually lasted for such a long time. Ye Feng was startled, but he was immediately attracted by the scenery outside the window. It had to be said that the scenery of Cloud Mist Academy was one of a kind. As expected of a school in a painting. Ye Feng's dormitory was located on the 5th floor of the 11th building of the dormitory buildings. With a glance, one could basically take in all the scenery in the vicinity. There were 2 or 3 pedestrians downstairs. It seemed to be very deserted, but under the rays of the warm-colored street lights, it seemed to have an extra trace of warmth. In the distance, a small square came into view. As night fell, many students picked up their skateboards and began to play there. Ye Feng even found a few people sitting cross-legged in the forest, breathing in a very strange way. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered around one person in a short while. Between breaths, that spiritual energy seemed to have gained intelligence. It actually continued to revolve around them. Sometimes it gathered, and sometimes it scattered, as it was dancing. And that person's extreme control ability also stunned Ye Feng. But on second thought, the density of the spiritual energy outside of Cloud Mist Academy itself far exceeded that of indoors. Hence, most people would choose to train outdoors. Ye Feng had actually wandered around the school and had actually found quite a lot. After all, the unique geographical location and environment determined that this place was an excellent training place. I didn't expect to see a B-grade boss training at a glance. Sensing the spiritual power of that man in the woods, Ye Feng knew his level at once. It was definitely B-grade. No wonder it's Cloud Mist Academy. There are so many big shots everywhere. It seems I have to ask Suibai for more advice. But... Glancing at Suibai who was playing on his phone on the bed, Ye Feng chuckled. Could he really ask an old senior who had failed his course for 10 years for advice? He collected his thoughts. According to Suibai, there was no exact time for the freshman trading party. It would only start when night fell. Therefore, Ye Feng took his student card and was ready to go out. Brother Bai, it's dark now. The party should be starting. I'm leaving now. Ye Feng glanced at Suibai who was lying on the bed. All right, pay attention. Remember to tell me if you see anything good. Oh right, add me as a friend first. Suibai got up from his clothes, picked up his phone, and started scanning. After adding him as a friend, Ye Feng left. According to the navigation route sent by Suibai, Ye Feng soon found the place of the party. It was a super large track and field. There were 4 entrances, and each entrance had a special staff to check their identity. Only when they were confirmed to be quasi-freshmen or freshmen could they enter. Of course, some senior students who were given special permission to enter were also qualified to enter. Or the staff inside were also qualified to trade. Ye Feng was also quite surprised when he saw the group of people entering one by one. Not only did they have to verify the identity of the students, but they also had to check all kinds of information and confirm the items they traded. This also ensured that every student had at least one item that could be exchanged. As for why there was such a requirement, Ye Feng naturally did not know. So strict. There's actually multiple verifications. That fatty can enter the freshman party to trade for 10 consecutive years. Looks like he has some skill. Ye Feng muttered to himself. Originally, he thought that this party was not as strict as he imagined. At least, he thought it would be very relaxed. But after coming here, he realized that the management system of this party was comparable to entering an auction house. At the very least, people could freely enter the auction house if they had money. After a long time, it was Ye Feng's turn. After swiping his student card and confirming Ye Feng's identity, one of the staff members opened his mouth to ask. Hello, classmate. I am a staff member of the student union. Your identity has been confirmed. Next, you only need to provide at least one item to enter. As he spoke, that person stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Ye Feng nodded. With a thought, he flipped his hand and took out a bottle of strengthening and stabilizing mixture. In his storage space, he only had 8 bottles of strengthening and stabilizing mixture. The other items had long been put up for sale by him in the trading mall. But fortunately, if he could provide at least one item, he could enter. The staff took a look and gave Ye Feng a release slip. Then, he said, you have to keep this release slip well. What you need to pay attention to is that after entering the venue, all transactions must be bartered and no money exchange is allowed. After saying that, the staff let him in. Ye Feng acknowledged and then walked in. I see. No wonder you need at least one item. Thinking of this, Ye Feng was glad that he went to buy these few bottles of the strengthening and stabilizing mixture during the day. Otherwise, he really did not have the qualifications to enter the venue. As he went deeper, the entire venue appeared before Ye Feng's eyes. As expected of Cloud Mist Academy, a freshman's party was actually held in such a grand manner. There were stalls on the left and right, as well as quite a number of students holding various items in their hands to promote and explain. It was as if they were in a market. How lively! Origin Caterpillar Fungus, Amplification Medicine, Foundation Stabilizing Pill, Resurrection Lily, Guiding Spirit Herb. Although there were quite a few items in the freshman trading party, most of them were common items. However, there were also quite a few high-quality and high-grade items. Just like the Guiding Spirit Herb that Ye Feng had seen earlier. Not only did it contain special spiritual energy, but it also had a huge tonic effect on the human body. Its quality directly reached B grade. One had to know that to have such high quality, if one were to look for it in the market, it would basically be priceless. After all, these high-quality herbs were extremely rare. In addition to the special nature of a spirit herb, it was already destined that this herb would not be of low quality. There are so many things. I wonder if there are any good things in there. As he said this, Ye Feng was also very excited and immediately released his perception. This was a track and field sports field. If he were to walk from the beginning, it would take a lot of time. Thus, Ye Feng directly released his perception. His perception ability had now been upgraded to a brand new realm. It could almost replace his vision from a certain angle. Moreover, his perceptive sense was much faster. Once he discovered something good, Ye Feng was not afraid that others would strike first. Then I'll look at it from the secret manual category. While thinking, Ye Feng increased his perceptive sense to the maximum, completely covering the entire track and field. And his gaze was also completely focused on the secret manual category. After all, the new sequence he awakened was analysis, and it could be of great use to text-type items. Good heavens, an A-grade water-type symbiotic secret manual. Ye Feng's gaze focused on a stall. One of the secret manuals also attracted Ye Feng's attention. His footsteps also followed. This is a good thing. Although my slime is of the magic slime type, it is also inextricably linked to the water type. Walking to the front of the stall, Ye Feng picked up the secret manual. The stall owner saw Ye Feng walking over and immediately stood up. Hey, classmate, you have good taste coming here. Look at this secret manual of mine. It's really good stuff. The stall owner revealed a happy expression and kept on introducing it. It's not bad, but this secret manual of yours is only an incomplete volume. Ye Feng flipped through a few pages. The codex recorded in it fascinated him. Not only did it record some introductions of water-type symbiotic creatures, there were also many that talked about cultivation and methods of advancement. Each person's symbiotic creature was different, resulting in different methods of advancement. This water-type codex was also born for water-type symbiotic creatures. He flipped through a few more pages. Ye Feng's thoughts became absent-minded, as if there was a force that wanted to pull him into it first. This force was very strange. Ye Feng was secretly surprised. It seems to be inextricably linked to the slime. Why does it even resonate with my origin? This is a good thing. Ye Feng thought to himself. He had to think of a way to obtain this secret manual. However, Ye Feng soon understood the reason why no one wanted this A-grade secret manual. It wasn't because they couldn't tell that this was a good thing. On the contrary, they knew that this was a good thing. That was why no one was willing to be a sucker and buy this incomplete volume. The incomplete volume was the same as nothing. After all, no matter what kind of document or ancient manual it was, what was important was coherence. As long as one started to study it, they would have to follow the theory and continue to go deeper. Who would buy only half of a manual? Moreover, this was a secret manual. An A-grade secret manual. This required even more consistent reading and continuous comprehension. If there was only a part of it, it would be no different from waste paper. Hey brother, after reading for so long, you also know that I don't need to say much about this quality, right? If it was a complete volume, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to come and read it. We're just looking for a fate. Since you like this secret manual so much, we'll barter. I'm not looking for a lot of money. The stall owner simply waved his hand and spoke with a bitter smile. There were indeed a lot of good things at the party. But at the party, they were all bartering. Although there was no talk about how much it was worth, because they were all bartering for the things they needed. But then again, who would use an A-grade item to exchange for something of a lower grade? Ye Feng thought about it and decided to give it a try. He said, I have the strengthening and stabilizing mixture here. Do you want to trade it? Chapter 54, Analysis of the Incomplete Volume, Birth of the Water Element Slime. Strengthening and stabilizing mixture? The stall owner was stunned for a moment and then asked, is it that elementary strengthening and stabilizing mixture? Ye Feng nodded. With a thought, he took out a bottle of strengthening and stabilizing mixture and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner took it and frowned for a long time. Brother, I'm not saying that this strengthening and stabilizing mixture is only suitable for the early stages. Although we are all new students, there's no need for us to take such a low-level medicine, right? The stall owner laughed awkwardly. Although this was a freshman trading party, and most of them were new students, they were not ordinary freshmen. They were freshmen from Cloud Mist Academy. Every year, the prospective new students who were selected to enter Cloud Mist Academy to participate in the freshman assessment were basically the most outstanding people in this batch of China. Moreover, Cloud Mist Academy was one of the 5 great academies in all of China. This level of influence, as well as this threshold, was already not something that an ordinary person could enter. Although he was a quasi-freshman, his level would not be in the low-level realm. Naturally, he did not need this kind of medicine that was only used in the early stages to stabilize. Ye Feng naturally knew the other party's concerns, and then he opened his mouth to explain. I can feel that your spiritual energy is empty. You must have entered a major realm, right? Or perhaps, you are looking for a new opportunity to advance recently. Under the detection of perception, Ye Feng could clearly sense that the other party's body was surrounded by an indistinct aura. It was very empty. It seemed like it was ready to condense, but in reality, it was constantly dissipating. Therefore, Ye Feng boldly speculated that the other party had either just advanced or was stuck at a bottleneck. The next reaction of the stall owner also directly confirmed this matter. D*MN, brother, what do? You even know that my spiritual energy is empty. I've been cultivating excessively recently, causing my spiritual energy to be empty. I've also been stuck at the bottleneck of advancing. But I've been unable to find any opportunities, so I wanted to come to the party to try my luck. Ye Feng smiled and said, so that's the case. Then this strengthening and stabilizing mixture suits you the best. Ah? What do you mean? Isn't this an ordinary strengthening and stabilizing mixture? To me, it shouldn't have much effect, right? The stall owner was also confused. He was only empty of spiritual energy. Why did he need such a low-level strengthening and stabilizing mixture? Hearing this, Ye Feng patiently began to explain. Whether you successfully advanced or in your current state, your foundation is unstable. And this potion, besides stabilizing the symbiotic body, also has a calming effect. This is the core function of this strengthening and stabilizing mixture. If you take it now, your aura will rise again. Breaking through the bottleneck is just around the corner, isn't it? Hearing Ye Feng's words, the stall owner immediately beamed with joy. Is that so? Hearing you say that, my spiritual energy has been impetuous recently. I also suspect that this is caused by my unstable foundation. Since that's the case, then let's exchange. How do you feel about using one bottle of strengthening and stabilizing mixture to exchange for this incomplete volume of the secret manual? Ye Feng smiled. I'd be happy to. Hearing the stall owner's words, Ye Feng immediately laughed out loud. Using only one bottle of strengthening and stabilizing mixture to exchange for it, of course he would be more than happy to do so. This was a huge loophole. Even if it was just an incomplete secret manual, it was still several times higher than the value of the items Ye Feng obtained previously. Because he had the analysis sequence. In the eyes of others, it might only be a remnant secret manual that was waste paper, but in Ye Feng's eyes, this was a rare and complete secret manual. Looks like Brother Bai didn't lie to me. Sure enough, there are surprises everywhere at the party. Ye Feng secretly said in his heart. Although, I still have to say that the strengthening and stabilizing mixture can't help you break through. Don't blame me if you don't succeed. Ye Feng said jokingly and handed the potion to the stall owner. Haha, it's fine. I naturally know this. It's just a support. Thank you, brother. When I successfully advance, I'll be the first to thank you. The stall owner took the medicine and laughed. Ye Feng nodded and put away the remnant secret manual. After thinking for a while, he took out 2 more bottles of strengthening and stabilizing mixture. Since we're so fated, I'll give you 2 more bottles. I see that your foundation isn't stable. If you take more, the effect might be better. Seeing that Ye Feng took out 2 more bottles of strengthening and stabilizing mixture, the stall owner was stunned. Damn brother, this medicine of yours is free, right? Why do I feel like I'm trading at a loss? As for why he gave a few more bottles later, Ye Feng naturally had the thought of taking advantage of it. He felt a little guilty, so he gave a few more bottles. Looking at the stall owner, Ye Feng only smiled and did not say anything. Goodbye. I look forward to your smooth advancement. Then, he threw down a few words and ran away. D*MN. Brother, why are you running away? In the distance, Ye Feng took out the incomplete water-type symbiotic secret manual, his eyes shining. This was an A-grade secret manual. Although it was a remnant, and others might not be able to use it, he was different. He had just awakened the analysis sequence. Even if he could only analyze the text now, it was enough. He could completely start from the parts and deduce all the way to the whole. Moreover, his spending was also very cost-effective. He had only used 3 bottles of strengthening and stabilizing mixture to buy this secret manual. There was nothing more cost-effective than this deal. Ye Feng put it away and looked around the venue again. Most of the good things here needed to be of equal quality in order for others to be willing to exchange. Ye Feng only had 5 bottles left. This was the lowest level of medicine, others wouldn't even be interested in it. Ye Feng decided to quit while he was ahead and directly left the venue. He walked for about 10 minutes. Only then did Ye Feng arrive at the dormitory building. When Ye Feng returned to the dormitory, he saw that Suibai had already disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, he must have gone to pick up that girl. Since there was no one to disturb him, Ye Feng sat down cross-legged on the bed and took out the incomplete secret manual. I can use my analytical ability to take a look. After saying that, Ye Feng willed and a strong feeling entered into the incomplete secret manual. Immerse myself in the analysis. At the same time when the ability was activated, the incomplete secret manual was originally only 2 or 3 pages and was in tatters. But at the moment when the spiritual power was injected, the incomplete secret manual seemed to come to life. Those words kept appearing in front of his eyes, and a very gentle and calm stream of water gushed out. For a moment, Ye Feng's entire body was enveloped within it. The light blue ripples that were reflected from the surroundings made the entire room seem as if it was in a real ocean. Those words appeared and flickered at times. But in the next moment, countless words appeared instantly. In Yefeng's mind, it was as if an old man was continuously reciting. As the speed of reciting increased, those words also continuously flickered and appeared, surrounding Yefeng. The consciousness within them was also continuously absorbed by Yefeng. Is this the ability of the analysis sequence? It's actually so terrifying. Just by relying on a few pages of content, it was able to completely analyze this secret manual. Looking at the number of words, Yefeng continued to absorb them while sighing in his heart. This level of completeness was already close to completing the secret manual. He even managed to analyze a theory that was even more perfect than completing the secret manual. Such gentleness! This incomplete book actually has such a perfect compatibility with me. Yefeng was extremely surprised, but then he thought about it. Didn't his slime perfectly match the water attribute? As he continued to absorb the secret manual, Yefeng also started to cultivate naturally. Around his body, from light blue waves, with the gathering of spiritual energy, it instantly turned into an extremely clear azure blue. As the spiritual energy gathered, that azure blue gradually formed a small whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, unlimited spiritual energy continuously poured in. The moment the spiritual energy reached its peak, Yefeng's consciousness suddenly went into a trance, and he was instantly pulled into nothingness. You, who are you? You, why did you enter this place? Within the nothingness, a huge figure appeared. Yefeng was forced to be unable to stand by the powerful pressure. The slime's main body actually became stronger. Yefeng sighed, the body before his eyes completely appeared. This nothingness was the spiritual world within his body. And that huge figure was the slime's main body. The difference was that this time, after entering the nothingness, the slime could actually speak. He had entered once before, but at that time, the slime wasn't big and it couldn't speak either. As for before, he felt that it had completely changed. It had become a few times stronger. Hearing the slime's question, Yefeng opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Yefeng's vision went black. His consciousness was shattered by the huge impact. While it was collapsing, with the support of Yefeng's extremely strong physical attributes, his mental power quickly condensed again. Boom! This surge of spiritual power wasn't huge, but the impact on Yefeng's mind and body were extremely huge. Ding! Congratulations, host! The water-type symbiotic body secret manual has resonated with the slime and obtained the water-type inheritance. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new form, water-type slime. Your water-type ability has received a huge increase. Your ability, in-depth analysis, has evolved into epiphany. Your ability, deconstruction analysis, has evolved into immersive reading. The system finished speaking. Yefeng immediately felt an incomparably powerful force. It was directly injected into his body. A feeling of his mind rippling continuously swept through his entire body. Chapter 55, Hall number 88, began its layout. In the darkness, Yefeng slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the new features that had just been unlocked, a wave of comfort swept up continuously. This was a brand new feeling that had never been felt before. A smile appeared on the corner of Yefeng's mouth as he muttered, "How magical! It actually obtained the inheritance of the water element. This incomplete secret manual is really something. Fortunately, I've awakened the analysis sequence. Otherwise, even if there's an incomplete secret manual, it would be useless to me," Yefeng said with satisfaction. At least now, it could be proven that the analysis sequence could at least be used as an extremely powerful auxiliary ability. After all, compared to the 6 sequences that he had awakened previously, basically, they were all more or less related to the slime, and they were all slime characteristics. After analyzing this sequence and unlocking it, Yefeng knew that the sequence that the slime could unlock was far more than that. The effect is really not bad. Moreover, I actually saw the slime's main body again. What made Yefeng even more pleasantly surprised was that when he entered that void world again, he also saw the symbiotic body that was gradually becoming stronger in his body through this method. But there was another question that puzzled him. Why did he ask me those questions? Yefeng recalled that when he entered the void world just now, the slime's main body actually asked him 2 questions. And these questions, he clearly knew the answers. But no matter what, he could not answer them. Perhaps it was the problem of the inheritance in his body, or perhaps there was a problem in every link. Yefeng could think of many problems. But these problems were not something he could solve. Retracting his thoughts, Yefeng felt the water element power in his body. Let's try out a new ability, Yefeng muttered. As he circulated his spiritual energy, a drop of water appeared in front of his eyes. It was something that popped up. The drop of water continued to grow and gradually condensed. Then, a slime that was neither big nor small appeared. Its entire body was dark blue. It was different from Yefeng's impression. The slime body of the water element was blue all over, and in the middle was an opaque, turbid object wrapped in it. That was the condensation of spiritual power. It was as if the condensation in the middle was the power source of the slime body of the water element. You can even materialize spiritual power! Exclamations, Yefeng could not help reaching over to touch. The moment he touched it, a bone-piercing coldness instantly entered his heart. Almost in an instant, he felt an ice cold that came from the deepest part of the sea. It seems that this water element slime is quite powerful. Not only can it absorb spiritual power for its own use, but it also has a numbing effect from the spirit. In the future battles, the water element slime will definitely bring me greater combat power. Yefeng revealed a smile. It was also at this moment that Yefeng suddenly felt an energy fluctuation. This fluctuation seemed to be very similar to the feeling of a wave. However, there were also some indescribable feelings within it. In short, it was very strange. This wave surged out and slapped onto Yefeng's body, instantly turning into a breeze that slowly blew past. It was extremely comfortable. What is this situation? Yefeng looked at the source of the energy fluctuation. That water element slime had a dumbfounded expression. Not only can it condense spiritual energy on its own, but it can also release spiritual energy fluctuations. It was indeed a bit godly. Rather than calling it a symbiotic body, the water element slime body was more like a complete individual. Because this spiritual energy fluctuation, only an individual could release it. And Yefeng had such an individual. In other words, it was also a very awesome body. Ding! This is a unique aura emitted by the slime subsidiary body. It is also a way of self-learning. This kind of self-learning is more supportive. It can be self-healing or recovery. And the target of learning is the host. Because of the water element, the slime has also obtained a unique inheritance ability. It is very malleable. The host's main body can also learn the water element from the slime subsidiary body. At this moment, the system was also the first to come out to explain. Hearing this, Yefeng nodded and suddenly came to a realization. The raw material is like this. This is actually a learning state of the slime. Too amazing! That's right. This could already be considered a huge improvement. Moreover, with the support of this learning, it meant that Yefeng could take the initiative to guide all the good skills into the slime. For example, his regeneration ability. This way, he could avoid the degree of casualties of the subsidiary bodies. The number of subsidiary bodies that Yefeng could control now was only 40. Although the number of subsidiary bodies would not decrease after the subsidiary bodies died, it would enter a long-term recovery state until the main body split again. Only then could the total number of subsidiary bodies be replenished. Generally speaking, the stronger the subsidiary body, the slower the recovery speed after death. Even the simplest slime subsidiary body without any bonus attributes, after death, the recovery speed would still take a few days. not to mention subsidiary bodies with bonus attributes. And the appearance of the water element slime made Yefeng's eyes light up. Since he could not obtain an increase in recovery speed and breakthrough, why didn't he just get to the root of the problem? Just don't die. If it had regeneration, even if the subsidiary body was seriously injured, it would only take time to recover instead of starting over again. It also shortened the time considerably for Yefeng to provide an inexhaustible supply of subsidiary bodies. In this way, even if there was a battle, Yefeng could also urge the subsidiary bodies to resist. Of course, Yefeng needed to have sufficient spiritual energy reserves to do so. After roughly understanding the strength of the water element slime, Yefeng also directly withdrew it. The stronger the symbiotic body was, the more it could not be exposed. Otherwise, when trouble arose, it would not be fun. The spiritual energy surge just now was not too strong. In addition, the spacing between the dormitory buildings was very firm. Normal spiritual energy couldn't even break through. Only after Yefeng's attempt did he feel at ease. If I don't want to reveal my strength, then I must have something to replace the symbiotic body's ability. The best choice now is definitely the slime along the magic conductor path. Now, I just need to focus on cultivating and focus on the magic conductor path. As for advancing to the other sequences, I still need to wait for a suitable opportunity. At least before the entrance examination, I won't consider advancing to the next sequence. Yefeng made a plan and wanted to continue reading the principal's notes, but his phone vibrated. Yefeng took it out and saw that it was a message from a buyer in online mall. He clicked on it. What greeted his eyes was the big white rabbit's head. Furthermore, it appeared very *catching on the first row. How is it? Roughly when can the first batch of goods be delivered? Yefeng looked at the message and the word F***ck slipped out of his mouth. He immediately fell into deep thought. He had just entered Cloud Mist Academy these few days and had encountered wave after wave of things. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Fortunately, the first batch of goods that they had discussed previously did not have many requirements. It was only 10 spirit fruits. And the 88th training hall that Yefeng was at previously lacked these fruits the least. But how to get there was still a problem. Even though he had a teleportation device, he still had to find the exact location before he could use it. Moreover, there was also a group of tribes that he had not seen for a long time. I wonder how their development is going after I've been away for so long. Yefeng thought as he flipped through his contact list and found Li Ruyan. Now, only his teacher could help him. As for the location of the training hall, his teacher should have some understanding. Thinking of this, Yefeng made a call. Beep, beep. The other side picked up the call. Yefeng? You called me so late. What's the matter? Hearing Li Ruyan's words, Yefeng looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. He had summoned the water element slime and played with it for a long time. He even forgot the time. Facing such a sudden interruption, Yefeng was also very embarrassed. I'm sorry, teacher, I forgot to look at the time. The other side was completely confused. What the H*LL was forgetting to look at the time? It's okay, I wasn't asleep either. If you have something to say, just say it. It's like this. Previously, the number 88 training hall that we rookies cultivated in, teacher, do you know where the coordinates are? Seeing his teacher say this, Yefeng went straight to the point. Hey? Why do you want to know this? The training hall usually only opens once a year. The rest of the time, it's not open, just like a scenic spot. Not open? Then what to do? I dropped something inside. It's been passed down in my family for generations. I've been looking for it all along. After thinking about it, I'm sure that I dropped it in the training hall. Teacher, can you help me think of a way? Seeing that Yefeng had already said so, Li Ruyan couldn't guess what Yefeng wanted to do even if she racked her brains. But since he had already said so, he must have his reasons. Li Ruyan pondered for a moment and then said, "All right. During the meeting before, my work notes recorded it. If you really want the location of the training hall, I can give it to you. But let me make it clear that I won't provide the conditions of the past. In other words, you have to think of a way to get it yourself. With your current situation, don't think about it for the time being. Think about the entrance examination first." All right, I understand, teacher. As for how to get there, I will think of a way. I'll just wait for teacher to work hard and send me the coordinates." Ye Feng scratched his head and laughed in his heart. As for how to get there, he did not need teacher Li to worry about it. What Li Ruyan could not have imagined was that Ye Feng actually had a teleportation device. Moreover, a girl had given him a blue teleportation crystal earlier. These were all treasures that he had kept all this time. These teleportation devices could bring him considerable profits for at least a period of time. "I really can't do anything to you." After saying that, Ye Feng received a message on his phone. Ye Feng opened it and saw a bunch of numbers densely displayed on it. It was the specific location of the 88th Training Hall. Chapter 56, The Marshland Commander started the planting plan. Li Ruyan gave a few more instructions before hanging up. It went quite smoothly. Now it's time to see how the layout is. I've been walking for quite a few days too. I don't know how the situation over there is. Ye Feng thought. After all, there was the ant colony tribe that he had personally established over there. It was also him who had personally created a steel-like kingdom. In the past few days, he did not know how the tribe had developed. However, the tenacious vitality of the ant colony did not make Ye Feng worry. Moreover, after teleporting over, he could also borrow the power of the ant colony to build a plantation. In this way, Ye Feng's business would be endless. Lack of money did not exist. Thinking of this, Ye Feng opened Zushan Mall and found the chat box of the White Rabbit Lady. Estimated delivery within a day. After sending the message, Ye Feng took out the teleportation device. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, but the excited Ye Feng could not fall asleep at all. Now that I know the location, I can use the teleportation device to teleport myself over. But, how do I use this thing? Looking at the palm-sized teleportation device, Ye Feng was also confused. Ye Feng did not know which button he pressed, but 2 windows suddenly appeared in front of him. Please enter the starting position. Please enter the target position. D*MN, is it so convenient? Ye Feng was also dumbfounded. As expected of the teleportation device of a large corporation, it could be awakened so easily. The starting position, let's choose this place. Ye Feng said and chose the spot. After confirming, the device directly changed from red light to flashing orange light. Moreover, the device was directly embedded into the ground. The device in Ye Feng's hand was basically the lowest level. It could only fix a position and was not allowed to be changed after that. Even if he could only choose one position, Ye Feng did not care anymore. After all, he would have to live in this dormitory for the next few years. Moreover, establishing a teleportation channel was the most important thing. Next, it's time to establish the target's position. Ye Feng opened his phone and copied the long string of numbers into it. Alright, next, I'll try to see what the situation is like. Activate. Ye Feng pressed the button and it flashed. By the time Ye Feng opened his eyes again, he was already surrounded by lush shrubs and bushes. D*MN, it really succeeded. Rubbing his eyes, Ye Feng looked around. He did not expect that he would really be teleported here. It really did not consume a single bit of spiritual energy. Is this the teleportation device? So powerful! Ye Feng sighed and released his perception at the same time. In the training hall, in the primitive forest. It was actually daytime here. Looking at the bright sun in the sky, Ye Feng already roughly knew which corner of the earth this place was located in. But knowing it didn't have any effect. After all, he could directly teleport through the teleportation device. Since the last time he appeared in the training hall, Ye Feng's strength was still stuck at E grade. And it hadn't been long since then. When Ye Feng came here again, his level had already entered D and grade, and he could step into the C grade at any time. Very quickly, his perception was released to the maximum. All the areas in the entire forest were completely covered. Ye Feng also did not choose to stay for a long time. After all, this was an existence that was used as a training ground. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. If it wasn't for his teacher's blessing, Ye Feng might not have been able to find this place in his entire life. Ye Feng walked in this direction. That was the ant colony that he had established previously. This forest was so big. If he were to completely rely on his perception to search for the spirit fruits, then his actions would be too slow. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but with such good resources like the ant colony, why not use it? Moreover, there wasn't any official surveillance in the forest. It was still uncertain. The ant colony that didn't arrive first can still be so prosperous after I leave. Beside a swamp, Ye Feng lay on top of a giant tree and looked at an ant colony stronghold not far away. It was originally just a small stronghold. Now, it had been upgraded to a huge stronghold castle that was heavily guarded. Although it didn't look too big on the surface, as Ye Feng's perception seeped in, he was very clear about the situation underground. This scale could be said to be a new ant colony. Before he left, he divided the entire huge ant colony into 3 parts. Marshland Stronghold, Miasma Stronghold, and Forest Stronghold. These 3 strongholds each had a commander-in-chief. They restricted each other and supported each other. It was equivalent to having 3 big forces inside. Ye Feng was able to carry out such a detailed division of the forces. Naturally, he had his own intentions. This way, he could better perform his duties and also avoid the situation of civil war to the greatest extent. I'll go down and take a look at the situation. Thinking of this, Ye Feng directly activated his ability mimicry. After turning into an ant, Ye Feng appeared in the stronghold. When he was seen by a worker ant, it hurriedly reported to a soldier ant that was standing guard nearby and immediately reported to the inside. Not long after, a soldier ant that was much larger than the other ants walked out. Looking at the imposing manner, it was obvious that it was the commander of the stronghold. Not bad, its level has actually evolved to E grade. Ye Feng sighed. One had to know that the average army ant's grade was usually at F+. In the entire forest, it could be considered as the dominant species. After all, such a large ant colony was basically all at F+. Although their level was not too high, one had to consider this order of magnitude. Tens of thousands of them. This power could not be underestimated. After a simple exchange, Ye Feng gave a rough idea of his intentions. In a short while, a clear blueprint appeared before Ye Feng's eyes. It was probably the distribution of the spirit fruits. There are still quite a number of them. Ye Feng beamed with joy. Looking at the densely packed dots on the map, he estimated that there were at least 100 fruits distributed. Although there are not many fruits, considering the quality of the spirit fruits and the unique geographical environment here, Ye Feng said, even if they are picked, they can be planted later. Of course, it's better to leave the planting to the ant colony. The purpose of my visit this time is to pick 10 spirit fruits back. Thinking of this, Ye Feng ordered the marshland commander because the ant colony in this stronghold was too large. Soon, 10 red fruits appeared in front of Ye Feng. Flame fruits, not bad. Such rich spiritual energy content, that White Rabbit Lady will definitely like it very much. Ye Feng put away the flame fruits and instructed the commander to plant some seeds. Although no one had experience, they had to try it first. The spirit fruit was also extremely difficult to plant, but Ye Feng did not plan to open another land to plant. At least, the conditions did not allow it. Ye Feng planned to continue planting on the original flame fruit vine. As for the situation, he would wait for the next time he came. Moreover, he had the system, so Ye Feng basically did not have to worry about planting and cultivating. Ye Feng gave a few simple instructions and prepared to leave. After all, the time here was the same as the outside world, so he could not stay here too long. The longer he stayed, the more likely it was that something would go wrong. Chapter 57, The Class of the Prospective Freshman, The Legend of the Transcendent. After teleporting back to the dormitory, Ye Feng took out the flame fruits and was extremely happy. These were all good things. Then, he opened the Zushan Mall and uploaded all 10 flame fruits to a warehouse designated by the White Rabbit Lady. This way, his mission was considered complete. As for how to cooperate in the future, he still needed to wait for the White Rabbit Lady to decide. At least for this sum, Ye Feng earned 500,000 yuan. Looking out of the window, a bright light pierced through the sky. The sky was already dawn. Brother Bai hasn't returned yet. Ye Feng returned to his bed. Looking at the empty bed, he was a little lost in thought. He can't graduate even after 10 years. That's a little too awesome. But I keep feeling that his strength isn't weak. The aura that he sensed from Subai earlier was indeed very weak. But now that he thought about it, if his aura was so weak, how could he have been chosen to enter Cloud Mist Academy? None of this has anything to do with me. Ye Feng withdrew his thoughts. What he needed to do now was to train. After all, he was still a prospective freshman. During this period of time, he was only living here as an adaptation period for prospective freshmen. If he did not truly pass the freshman assessment, then everything would be meaningless. With a thought, Ye Feng summoned his attribute panel. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 20%. Sub-bodies, 40. Attributes, Strength 100, Agility 170, Vitality 180, Spirit 200. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness. Sequences, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Goddess Scattering Flowers, Ultimate Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Web Transformation, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation. Evolution Progress, 2%. Current level, D+. Looking at his ability that had been constantly improving during this period of time, Ye Feng felt very gratified. Not to mention how strong he was, at least for self-protection, it was enough. Moreover, not only did Ye Feng cultivate, but he also paid great attention to the training of his physique. The booming fist in the training hall earlier had already explained everything. But this was still not enough. I still have the principal's notebook and the water element secret manual in my hands. If I completely cultivate and digest them, I think my strength will definitely soar. But when the time comes, forget about the freshman assessment, even if you let me enter the void battleground, I won't be afraid. Thinking of this, Ye Feng let out a breath. He began to think about the plan after this. Ye Feng browsed through the information. There was another class this morning. It was probably some simple basic theory classes. After all, they hadn't really entered the school yet, so it was naturally impossible to teach them specialized classes. After tidying up some dormitories, Ye Feng lay on his bed. It was the 3rd day since he entered the school. This was the first time he lay on his bed. The bed in a university is really different. It's soft. Ye Feng stretched his body comfortably and entered a meditative state. This was also a method to help him recover his spiritual power. He did not know about it before, but after entering the new training hall, he did not have the conditions to cultivate. Hence, he discovered this method. In addition to cultivating starfire meditation later on, it further promoted the beneficial effects of this meditation. He felt the warm feeling that gradually rose in his body. Ye Feng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His pores slowly opened, and his cells and organs all received a kind of warm nourishment. Very quickly, the tiredness that Ye Feng had from not sleeping the entire night was washed away. After recovering some strength, Ye Feng flopped up. He flipped out the incomplete volume of the secret manual. The incomplete volume that he had already deduced was no longer of any use to him now. After Ye Feng released his analytical ability, all the information recorded in the entire water-type symbiotic body's secret manual was like a branding iron, imprinted in his mind. However, it was convenient for him to duplicate the book. Ye Feng also took out a new book and prepared to copy it down. After a while, Ye Feng looked at the densely written book and revealed a satisfied smile. This should be considered a copy. In this way, it will be easier for me to study on my own. It won't be easy to get confused during the cultivation process. After putting away the notebook, Ye Feng looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The time for class was 8:30. It's almost time for class. Let's go to the classroom first. Ye Feng washed up and then went out. Turning on the navigation, Ye Feng saw the distance above and was immediately shocked. D*MN, 50 kilometers. This isn't going to class. It's going to the market. Looking at such a frightening distance, Ye Feng only chuckled. What did this distance mean to him? Activating the spiritual energy in his body, Ye Feng casually took a step forward and was already tens of meters away. With this speed and distance, it would only take a few minutes. Soon, Ye Feng arrived at the classroom. At this time, there were only a few people in the classroom. Are they all so diligent? Seeing that a few people arrived at the classroom about half an hour earlier, Ye Feng was also somewhat surprised. Ye Feng swept a glance and found the big white rabbit beauty he met on the train. Su Fei seemed to have also seen Ye Feng and waved at him. What a coincidence! We were actually assigned to the same class. Why are you so early? Su Fei said with a smile. The white rabbits on her body seemed to be very active as she breathed. The teaching building is so far away. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to make it in time, so I set off early, Ye Feng explained with a smile. This *T teaching building was indeed far away. Who would have thought that inside the school, the dormitory area was actually 50 kilometers away from the teaching area? Fortunately, Ye Feng's speed was not slow. Otherwise, he would not have been able to attend today's class. That's right, that's right. A whole 50 kilometers. But, I heard that this is also a small test from the school, Su Fei pouted and said. Her red oval face looked so cute. If you don't mind, why don't you sit next to me? Facing Su Fei's invitation, Ye Feng smiled and said, of course. After a while, the students also walked into the classroom one after another. Some people were sweating profusely, while others did not change their expressions. Such a gap was immediately seen. Ye Feng also firmly believed that this was the school's test for them. Because 50 kilometers, if you walked over slowly, you would have to take at least 4 hours. The class at 8:30 meant that you had to set off at 4 or 5 in the morning. Therefore, some high-level people usually came on time. After all, they would not be bothered by the distance. On the contrary, in their eyes, these things might be as common as drinking plain water. For Ye Feng, it was indeed so. As the class bell rang, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair also stepped in. He walked up to the podium and put his books away. He pushed his eyes and scanned the classroom. When he saw the crowded classroom, he revealed a pretty good smile. Hello, everyone. I'm your temporary teacher for this class. My main course is ancient Chinese books. In the future, you can see me often when you have cultivation techniques and secret manuals classes. You can call me Professor Lei. I am very satisfied with today's full attendance rate. Everyone is already a prospective freshman. There is less than a month left until the freshman assessment. The freshman assessment was set for the second month after entering the academy. This also allowed more preparation time for these prospective freshmen. After all, Cloud Mist Academy was one of the 5 great academies of higher learning. In terms of the assessment, it would be quite strict. However, it wasn't the first month after entering the academy, so there wasn't any need to do anything. For prospective freshmen like Yefeng, who had been recommended by Bronze Tier alumni, there was no written examination, so they didn't need to do anything. They just needed to focus on their training and face the freshman assessment. However, most of the prospective freshmen weren't that lucky. They still had to prepare for the troublesome written examination this month. Before that, we will arrange some basic theory courses to familiarize everyone with some of the history of our Cloud Mist Academy, as well as the knowledge of certain theories. In that case, this class will talk about the legends of transcendence. Chapter 58, The Beginning of the Legend, the First Generation Human Sealing Translation. Transcendent? Yefeng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the 5 great human sealings of combat power? If this was the case, then Yefeng would be in high spirits. Yefeng had always regarded Teacher Endi as his idol. And being able to come to Cloud Mist Academy to participate in the freshman assessment, he was truly happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, Teacher Endi was the principal of this academy. That man who coexisted with the air. Hey, do transcendents really exist? I mean, other than Teacher Endi, there are other transcendents. Su Fei, who was sitting at the side, saw Yefeng, who was suddenly excited, and asked curiously. But unexpectedly, Yefeng shook his head and said in a low voice, "Even Teacher Endi doesn't often appear in front of us, let alone others. That's not a big deal. I've heard that every one of the 5 great human sealings has great power and boundless spiritual power. It seems like they're guarding something. Or they have some kind of mission." Su Fei continued. Guarding something? Although Yefeng was Endi's fan, he really didn't know about these things. But thinking about it, it was very easy to prove. Because right now was the early phase of the spiritual energy recovery, countless creatures and demons were gradually awakening. Even the ancient fierce beasts were gradually awakening. Just based on what Yefeng knew, those fierce beasts were all A grade, and the lowest was only B grade. If these fierce beasts caused a disaster, that would be the scariest thing. An A-grade fierce beast, the damage caused was quite shocking. There had been reports overseas that a B-grade fierce beast had massacred a small city. At that time, this news caused a sensation. The destructive power of an A-grade fierce beast would be even more terrifying. Listen, the teacher is starting to speak. The teacher cleared his throat and continued speaking. You should have heard of it before. The dean of our academy, Teacher Endi, is an existence on the level of the 5 great human sealings. Wow! When the teacher mentioned Teacher Endi's reputation, there were still a small number of students who did not know about it, so they clicked their tongues in admiration. Professor Lei's gaze moved, and he continued, of course, other than Teacher Endi, our school has produced a very powerful transcendent in the past. The most outstanding graduate was even praised as Teacher Endi's successor. However, unfortunately, that outstanding graduate no longer had any trace during a mission last year. Until now, there has been no trace of him. Hearing this, Yefeng's expression changed. He actually disappeared? This attracted Yefeng's curiosity. An existence that was comparable to Teacher Endi's was also far stronger than an ordinary person. In Yefeng's view of the world, a transcendent like Teacher Endi could easily destroy the world. His strength was also not something that ordinary people could guess. And that outstanding graduate, the successor of Teacher Endi, actually disappeared just like that. What exactly happened to cause such a powerful transcendent to disappear without a trace until now? Yefeng thought this way. Could it be that he met an existence even stronger than him? Stronger than him, and seems to be a legendary transcendent. There are only 4 legends other than Teacher Endi from the 5 great human sealings. Although they are scattered all over the world, they shouldn't be fighting each other, right? Ye Feng had more guesses, leaning towards higher-level creatures. But what exactly was the situation, and who knew? Ye Feng was also more curious about Teacher Andy's successor. After hearing Professor Lei's concept, he did not think that legends could be passed down. While thinking, Professor Lei also continued to explain. That's right, everyone knows that the 4 great legends correspond to 4 elements, right? Wind, fire, water, and earth. And the 4 great legends are the symbiotes that control these 4 elements. Elemental symbiotes, everyone probably doesn't have much of a concept. According to the conventional division, the common symbiote's ceiling is the divine level symbiote, and the elemental symbiotes are existences that are above the divine level symbiotes. Ye Feng naturally knew about the divine level symbiotes, such as giant spirits, divine dragons, angels, and so on. These were the highest level of origin symbiotic entities that humans could fuse with. However, this was the first time Ye Feng heard of the term elemental symbiotic entity, and Professor Lei continued to explain. Ye Feng also knew that elemental symbiotic entities did not have a physical body. For example, Teacher Andy wasn't an air symbiote entity. Air could be seen everywhere, and it was even the most indispensable element of nature. In other words, spiritual energy was equivalent to condensing on the basis of air. However, Teacher Andy was not that powerful and could not control the world's spiritual energy. Otherwise, in the world where spiritual energy was restored, Teacher Andy would be a god-like existence. After a legend falls, the elements will be redistributed and a new heir will be chosen. In other words, the elements can be passed down through the ages. For example, the current water-type human ceiling has been passed down to the 5th generation. Ye Feng listened very seriously and took out his notes, the water-type secret manual. Water-type element. There should be some explanation on it. Also, when I cultivated yesterday, I don't know which lineage the inheritance I received came from. Of course it can't be the original inheritance of water-type elements. Otherwise, with my level, how can I be a human ceiling? I think rather than a human ceiling, the floor is more like it. Ye Feng mocked himself and flipped through it seriously. Originally, the records on the incomplete secret manual were those ancient characters mixed with some foreign language notes. If it was an ordinary person, it would take most of the time to translate them into words that they could read. But with the help of analysis, Ye Feng was not worried about this problem at all. And what he was reading now was the text that had been processed by him. They were all very simple and easy to understand in vernacular. The ancient scripture that was very obscure before was also very easy to understand. On the top, Professor Lei spoke while Ye Feng was reading the notes very seriously and repeatedly, memorizing the main points, afraid that he would miss any point. D*MN. The author of this secret manual is actually the 1st generation water-type ceiling. Ye Feng was reading and suddenly shouted excitedly. His voice was not loud, but it reached Professor Lei's ears accurately. Professor Lei frowned and looked at Ye Feng sharply. It's over. Professor Lei's eyes are so scary. Why did you suddenly shout? He's coming over. Su Fei, who was beside him, was frightened by Professor Lei's imposing manner and kept reminding Ye Feng. Ye Feng smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. Su Fei waved her hand. Don't tell me you're sorry. Professor Lei is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, Professor Lei was already standing in front of Ye Feng. The moment his eyes swept down, Ye Feng felt a pressure falling from the sky, and his head hurt. Hey! Reading extracurricular books in class. Chapter 59, The Strange Secret Manual was an incredible copy. Why aren't you listening to my lecture? In Cloud Mist Academy, those who are complacent will not have a good ending. A deep voice reverberated in the classroom, immediately attracting the gazes of all the students. What a fellow! He was noticed by the teacher in the 1st class. This fellow was really awesome. Some of the male students were already secretly delighted. Most of them had an indifferent attitude. They were all dumbfounded by what had happened. Do you know why the academy arranged for you to come to this teaching building for class? Do you think that in this building, of all the teaching buildings in the teaching district, why did you come to such a remote place for class? To tell you the truth, this building has a special meaning. The teacher that you look up to, Teacher Andy, is my teacher. He graduated from this building. This building has a barrier set up by Teacher Andy. All the past presidents of the academy graduated from this building, which is what you call the written test. This building has nurtured the brilliance of an era. As he spoke, Professor Lay sighed. The significance of this building is far greater than you can imagine. It is not as simple as just testing you to walk 50 kilometers to attend classes. You have to know that becoming a member of the Symbiote organization, let alone a mere 50 kilometers, even 1,000 kilometers is just a joke. These are all basic abilities. At the end of the day, I still have to remind you not to be too complacent. Especially in the first class. You are already absent-minded and looking outside the class. What is this? Professor Lay said as his gaze became dull for a moment and nailed onto the notebook in Yefeng's hand. What is this? How did you get the secret manual of the water element inheritance? Yefeng lowered his head and looked at the notebook. Sure enough, there was a light blue ripple line. This was something he had drawn when he thought it might be useful when he was copying. He didn't expect this to prove it was a secret manual. But Yefeng naturally didn't know the specific purpose. You said just now that this was written by the first-generation water elemental sealing. What's the basis? Yefeng was shocked. He didn't expect that Professor Lay, who was on the podium, would hear him just now. Looking at the neighboring seat, Suifei's eyes widened in confusion. Obviously, she didn't know what had happened. Yefeng looked at her eyes. She definitely didn't hear what he was muttering just now, but the teacher in the distance heard it. Yefeng suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Are all the teachers here so terrifying? It's written here, Yefeng pointed to a place and said. Professor Lay was skeptical. He picked up the notebook and carefully studied it. Roman Anthony. Although this is the first generation's name, but this is obviously written by your hand, right? Although Professor Lay said so, his eyes were fixed on the content on it. To say that it was copied, the quality of the content was too good. Not only was it rich, but every cause and effect could be explained very clearly. Most importantly, some special secret texts and graphics had been copied perfectly. Professor Lay felt a little puzzled. If it was completely fake, how could a prospective freshman have so much confidential information? One had to know that the information contained in a secret manual was very huge, and after countless years of baptism, it had accumulated a cultural heritage. Professor Lay himself taught this subject. He must be very familiar with the records. Most of the secret manuals were classified as secrets, and were sealed in some things. But most of them were incomplete scrolls. Professor Lay was lucky enough to go to the underground storage room of the China Museum, and he had seen some authentic works, as well as the incomplete scrolls of the Water Series secret manuals. However, those were only part of the incomplete volumes. There had never been a complete volume published. Professor Lay rubbed his eyes in disbelief and continued to flip through the pages. At this time, the class was only halfway through, but it had already come to an abrupt end. In the dead silence of the classroom, only the rustling sound of the teacher flipping through the notes could be heard as well as the sound of his heavy breathing. Everyone saw that his face was flushed red, and his eyes changed from a normal expression to one of shock. However, that shock only lasted for a moment. He hid it extremely well, but it was still captured by Yefeng. Humph, what kind of monsters and ghosts are written in this notebook? What's your name? Suifei, who was at the side, saw Professor Lay's questioning and a sense of fear rose in her heart. She thought to herself, Yefeng is dead for sure. A teacher from an institution of higher learning is too scary. He only read notes in class, not extracurricular books. But he was still scolded. Moreover, he had to write down his name. He would definitely have a hard time in the future. Some of the students who were watching the show, especially Lei Jie, who was sitting in the corner, was already extremely happy after half a class. Although Ye Feng did not know what was going on, he did not dare to neglect Professor Lei's urgent question. He immediately said, "Teacher, my name is Ye Feng." "Very good. Very good. I will remember you, kid. Do you mind lending me this notebook for a few days?" "Of course." Ye Feng nodded. "Very good." Professor Lei's eyes lit up. "Students, this class ends here. There are some academic problems that I have to figure out immediately. You can leave on your own." Before he could finish his last word, Professor Lei had already walked out of the classroom. Seeing that the teacher had disappeared, many students in the classroom also left. They walked past Ye Feng's seat. They all looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. Offending the professor at the start of the school year, this kid already had very little chance of successfully passing the freshman assessment. Because everyone knew that in the freshman assessment, the teacher's evaluation also accounted for a considerable portion of the results. 70% depended on the individual's performance in the assessment, and the remaining 30% was set in the hands of the examiner. And this 30% was also very important. It was almost equivalent to a grade. If one's performance could reach the A grade tier, then in the future, they would receive a considerable amount of reward resources in the school. In other words, even if 70% of the individual assessments were full marks, the examiners could still use that 30% to reject you. That 30% ratio was very important. Some people sympathized, but there were also many people who watched the show. "Who is he? I didn't expect to see such a melon in the first class. Oh no, let's see how he can survive in the future. Let's go, let's go. It's quite a pity. I didn't expect to know that he was going to fail in advance. I don't want to feel this kind of feeling again." Although they were already far away, Ye Feng could still hear the sarcastic voices. "Don't take it to heart. Maybe the professor just misunderstood." Su Fei also heard what they said and comforted him. "You're not in the wrong. Don't be afraid. In fact, the professor's power might not be that great. And he doesn't have the ability to veto the rumors." Before she could finish her words, another ear-piercing voice sounded. Yo, I was wondering who it was." "That's great. To be able to make the teacher cancel the remaining half of the class just because of your stupid matter. What a pity. I'm afraid you won't be able to enroll in the academy in the future. If it were me, I would go back and prepare to leave now." Ha ha ha. Lei Jia's spoiled appearance appeared in front of Ye Feng. "You. Looks like that punch last time didn't hurt you. Yo? Girl? Why don't I remember knowing you? Were you there that day? You don't need me to be there. Your embarrassed look has long spread all over the Academy's website." Su Fei said disdainfully. Ye Feng had never noticed that her aura was so strong. He thought back to when she was in the train carriage, where she was able to hold the fort by herself. What the F***ck? Who the F***ck put me up there? It was just a punch. If it wasn't for your sneak attack, would I have been so weak? If you have the ability to fight one-on-one, do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's go. We don't need to pay attention to him." As she spoke, Su Fei grabbed Ye Feng's hand and left the place. "Tisk tisk, it feels pretty good to be protected by a woman, right? I'm really envious. But you remember this, Ye Feng. I'll return your punch to you sooner or later." In the high-level conference room of Cloud Mist Academy. "Professor Lei, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? This is a copy of the great first-generation water elemental legend, the Water Element Secret Manual written by Roman Anthony. Chapter 60, the Dean himself came to inspect the secret manual. That's indeed the case. Don't doubt it, Professor Simon. This secret manual is genuine. Professor Lay held a cigarette in his mouth and scratched his head. Professor Lay had already requested permission from the higher UPS on this matter. As expected, the entire Board of Education was quite shocked. Thus, they urgently held a research discussion in the high-level meeting room. Among them, the most excited one was Professor Simon, who had arrived earlier than anyone else. Thus, this scene happened. But, hasn't the water-type secret manual already been publicly acknowledged to only have incomplete volumes? Moreover, even if it's an incomplete volume, it has been lost for many years. How is this possible? A complete secret manual suddenly appeared. Professor Simon's face was full of disbelief, but the expression on his face had already proved everything. The things recorded in this secret manual were indeed valuable. Even the secret texts were so real. It was as if this secret manual existed in this world and had never disappeared. I can't answer your question. Just tell me intuitively whether the secret texts are accurate or not. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Professor Lay pointed to a place. Hearing this, Professor Simon picked up the magnifying glass and carefully looked at the mysterious symbol. Therefore, the two of them squeezed in the smoke and struggled to look at it. Oh my God, this is actually real! After a few minutes, Simon shouted happily. That's right. This is the only water-type secret text that can be deciphered from the incomplete secret manual. The verification method is also very simple. As long as spiritual power is injected into it, the secret text will resonate. Of course, this depends on the symbiotic body factor. Generally speaking, when the resonance reaches a certain frequency, it will produce an illusion. What did you see just now? Professor Lay put out the cigarette and asked expectantly. A small stream. Just a small stream? What I saw was different. It was a river that had already dried up. No one knows what it means, Professor Lay said seriously. Professor Lay, I don't have to refute you. Just a secret text that has been deciphered doesn't seem to explain anything, right? Although there are a total of 13 secret texts recorded on it, we can't examine the other secret texts. We can't judge them at all, Professor Simon said. He, who had always been very meticulous, would not judge that this was a complete water element secret manual just because of a coincidence. For now, besides describing some things, the water element secret manual also had a very important composition. That was 13 secret texts. The information in the secret texts was the core of the secret manual. It could also be said to be the core of power. Because from the only water element secret manual that had been deciphered, that secret text contained endless water resources. It could also be seen as a stream of water. This stream of water was an eternal existence. This stream of water could also nourish all things. After comprehending this secret text, one would obtain the inheritance contained within it. Ordinary people could also enjoy the nourishment of this inheritance. That was, every time they injected spiritual power, they would activate the secret text. It was also known as inspection. However, there was a clear gap between inspection and obtaining the inheritance. This gap could be called a chasm. The ability to inspect the secret text could only obtain 10% of the ability. Moreover, it needed to be inspected every time before it could be activated. Obtaining an inheritance meant that the ability belonged to you. Not only could it be 100% activated, but it also didn't need to be inspected. The activation speed would be greatly increased. However, the difficulty of comprehending the secret text was extremely high. According to the current statistics, there were less than 10 people in China who had completely comprehended the secret text. Gentlemen, why are you looking for me? A magnetic and penetrating voice came from the door of the meeting room. The two professors who were still arguing immediately stopped and looked back in surprise. Dean, you're finally here. I want to show you something very precious and rare. You'll definitely be shocked. Professor Lay's eyes were shining as he picked up the notebook and handed it to Andy. "Dean, I have examined this notebook. It is definitely authentic. However, I can only examine the secret text that has already been deciphered. I don't know whether the remaining 12 secret texts are real or fake. Please judge it, Dean." Andy nodded and an aura surged out of his body. It was the wind. A gentle and soft wind surged out from God knows where. The notebook took off from Andy's hand and floated in the air. Then, the notebook automatically flipped to the next page. For a moment, there was a rustling sound, and the entire conference hall was filled with this sound. At this moment, a few professors and teachers had also arrived. These were all high-level figures of the education committee and also leaders. When they heard that the dean was going to inspect the secret manual here, they rushed over. They rushed over in a hurry. Seeing this scene, everyone tactfully walked over to their seats and sat down. They looked at Andy's examination. When the notebook flipped to a certain page, it suddenly flashed with a golden light. "This is the 09 sequence secret text of the Water Element Secret Manual." An elder with a head full of white hair suddenly opened his mouth. This kind of extraordinary academic research was so deep that even the spiritual energy emitted could accurately determine the source of this spiritual energy. It was the 9th secret text in the Water Element Secret Manual. That is the never-deciphered 09 secret text, the legendary ability that can instantly vaporize the vast ocean. This secret text has a terrifying offensive ability. I wonder how the dean is doing with his inspection. If it's true, then this discovery is too important. It will definitely shake the entire China, and even, the entire world. Discussions continued in the conference room. The golden light was also stunned by Professor Lay and Professor Simon. One had to know that this level of inspection was not something they could achieve. Even an A-grade transcendent would not be able to inspect the secret text to such an extent. The appearance of the golden light was the resonance between the elements, and only the human sealings could do so. This level of inspection and activation could reach as much as 80% of the complete inheritance. The golden light continued to emanate. Reaching a certain level, the notes actually emitted light blue ripples. The ripples rippled as they passed through the bodies of the professors in the meeting hall, continuously creating ripples. Wherever the ripples went, an incomparably clear stream of water flowed over. The dreamlike feeling of a fairyland continuously assaulted their field of vision. Where was this place? What was this place? It was completely impossible for them to know. They only knew now that an incomparably comfortable feeling spread throughout their bodies. The expressions of these few elders changed, and they immediately felt that their bodies had undergone some changes. It was like a dry field suddenly experiencing heavy rain, constantly nourishing and changing. For people of their level, it was basically impossible for them to have the space and opportunity to advance. But now, it was like water in a water bottle that was about to overflow or even spurt out. The impulse to break through the shackles at any time shocked them. What kind of power was it that could resonate with their bodies? After an unknown amount of time, the golden light faded. The meeting room returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. If not for the physical changes, they would really think that it was just an illusion. Chapter 61, Identification of the Notebook, the Terrifying Department. Where did this notebook come from? Andy's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he turned to ask everyone. It's one of my students. More accurately, it should be a prospective freshman. His name is Ye Feng. Professor Lei stood out with an expectant expression on his face. Ye Feng? That's right. This notebook is real, but the strange thing is that the last secret text, the sequence 13 secret text, has disappeared. But what we can be sure of is that the contents of the other notebook are indeed authentic. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't even believe that this long-lost secret manual could actually return to the world. As Andy spoke, he waved his right hand, and 6 copies of the secret manual were instantly duplicated. This secret manual belongs to the common property of humanity. Other than the 13 core sequence secret texts, there are also many notes. As core members of the Board of Education, you should each take one. As for the deciphering and verification of the 13 sequences, it's up to you. This is a major change for the symbiotes. The more the members of the Board of Education heard this, the more they nodded. How could they not agree to such a good thing? The water element secret manual was hard to come by in this world. Now that Andy had distributed it and gathered the strength of the Board of Education to decipher the secret manual together, it was supposed to be a long and arduous task. But because it was such a rare secret manual, there was no embarrassment on everyone's faces that the secret manual was hard to decipher. Instead, they were all beaming with joy. Such a good thing was simply something they could only dream of. There are a large number of notes contained within. I'll have to trouble everyone to verify them. The secret text is too obscure and cannot be deciphered in a few days. Therefore, it cannot be used as the scope of verification for now. Once it is verified by the Board of Education, select a day to popularize and promote the notes within the school. I believe that the changes this secret manual will bring to the children will definitely progress by leaps and bounds. After Andy finished speaking, he finished all the notes and handed the original to Professor Lay. "All right, Dean, aren't you going to keep one?" Professor Lay said. Although Andy's strength was similar to that of the water element ceiling, it was still an extremely good thing to be able to obtain such cultivation. The problem was that Andy did not intend to keep a notebook for himself. "I don't need it. I have already copied the relevant secret texts into my office. I need to study these secret texts carefully. If you're interested, you can come with me," Andy said with a smile. Everyone nodded. It was almost impossible for them to run away from such a research topic because there were only 7 people in the Board of Education including Andy. These 7 people were all the most important people in the school. They also had to participate in such a highly confidential matter. Moreover, with their qualifications and strength, they were the most suitable. "It's my honor to be able to study this water element secret manual." Professor Simon seemed to have changed into a different person. He was already very interested in the secret manual, but he could not tell whether this secret manual was real or fake, so he had always held a skeptical attitude. If it was real, then he was more excited than anyone else. Andy nodded. "Very good. Regarding this notebook, I've decided to reward the discoverer of this notebook. What do you gentlemen think?" Everyone nodded when they heard this. Professor Lay was the first to speak. "That's a very good suggestion. The notebook belongs to him. No matter how he discovered it, he can be considered as our main focus. This notebook is simply too important to us." The others nodded in agreement with Professor Lay. "I'll leave the details to you, Mr. Lay Gyulong. You can use my name." After Andy finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and looked out of the window. A low hum was heard, and then the sky darkened, as if it was the precursor to a violent storm. However, this change was too sudden, and it scared everyone present. In the next moment, an extremely pure spiritual power was released in an instant. It was so fast that no one could catch it. Their expressions changed and they looked out of the window with a serious expression. It was indeed impossible for ordinary people to catch such a subtle spiritual power attack. However, they had lived for too long and had experienced too many things. Moreover, their cultivation level was above the people in the world. Even this trace of fluctuation was extremely surging in their perception. Is it the fluctuation of that fellow's spiritual power? It should be. Recently, its energy veins have been very active. According to the speculation of those lunatics in the enforcement department, its activity will reach its peak in the next few days. But I didn't expect it to be brought forward. It seems that our schedule has to be brought forward. Everyone spoke one after another with a worried look on their faces. If others saw it, they would think that their entire family had died. Let's proceed according to the plan. You guys don't need to interfere in this matter for now. I'll go and see what's going on first. There are officials watching over there. You're saying that the Symbiote organization's executive department, that bunch of complete lunatics? Professor Simon cried out in surprise. Andy nodded. A gentle breeze blew past and disappeared from the spot. Those people from the Chinese Symbiote organization's enforcement department could be said to be a bunch of lunatics. There was a reason why the enforcement department of Cloud Mist Academy was labeled as a lunatics by the school. However, this kind of lunacy was only for high-tech equipment that sought destructive power. The enforcement department was formerly known as the Science and Technology Department. It only sought precise guidance and eliminated targets quickly and accurately. The destructive power it produced could be ignored. However, the enforcement department of the Chinese Symbiotic Organization. That department had always been shrouded in a layer of incomparable terror. At the mention of this department, the first word that popped up in their minds was devil. What they pursued was the most extreme violence. In order to achieve their goal, they could ignore all destruction. A mission not too long ago was called the most terrifying blow. In the South China Sea, an A-grade flood dragon suddenly woke up and rose into the air. Its overwhelming aura suppressed the transcendents who had rushed over to help. When the people from the enforcement department arrived, at that time, the people along the coast could enjoy the fireworks that lasted for several hours. During that battle, only 2 people from the enforcement department were sent out. However, the destructive power produced by the 2 of them was enough to squeeze the entire South China Sea dry. After that, people were surprised to discover that the entire coastline of the South China Sea had dropped by a full centimeter. Such terrifying fighting strength, anyone would feel their scalps go numb. With those lunatics spying on us, what are we afraid of? But, that's a big bug. The South China Sea plan is just a small bug. It's not like you don't know how many civilian symbiotes died in that battle. You said it yourself. Those are civilian symbiotes. Their levels are uneven. Maybe they're B-grade and C-grade people who are seeking death. Maybe they're even lower. Professor Simon and Professor Lay started arguing one after another. The people at the side shook their heads and sighed before leaving. All along, these 2 old fellows had looked down on each other. They wanted to be first in everything. Ever since they entered the school, they had been like this. This kind of thing was not strange anymore. Chapter 62, Received a Commendation, a Mysterious Prize. Professor Lay, did you call me? In the office, Ye Feng looked at Professor Lei Yulong, who was flipping through the information on a wall of bookshelves. Needless to say, the layout of this office was quite exquisite. Although the office was very large, it was covered by 3 walls of bookshelves. Only a wooden door was left, and the rest of it was books. There was something else. It was a small potted plant on the table. On top of the potted plant was a small, drooling pink flower. Although it felt very strange, Ye Feng could not say what was strange about it. Yes, I specially called you here because I have something very important to tell you. Professor Lei jumped down and landed steadily. Ye Feng was stunned by his skills. He could not tell that this was something that an old man over 70 could do. Something important? Ye Feng muttered. Could it be about the notebook? The notebook was confiscated, but Ye Feng did not say anything. After he went back, he used the remnant of the secret manual to copy a new one. This time, he carefully described all kinds of secret texts and drawings again. The level of detail was far better than the previous one. But this time, he would not take it out so brazenly. Yes, and it's a very important matter. This time, Ye Feng only had the muttering coming from his heart, which was accurately captured by Professor Lei. This old professor was really terrifying. Ye Feng felt a chill down his spine. Your notebook has been examined by Dean Andy. It is indeed authentic. Professor Lei paused and adjusted his glasses. You don't mind if we use this notebook for internal research, right? Ye Feng was stunned for a moment and said, I don't mind. It is my honor to be able to share such a good notebook. Moreover, most of the contents are extremely obscure. I can't decipher it alone. I still need everyone's help. Even though Ye Feng said this, he was just hiding his strength. Although this secret manual did have many obscure parts to him, especially the secret texts and pictures, don't forget, he had awakened the analysis sequence. He could translate the text. And he had a powerful system. In other words, he was just being modest. If these old monsters found out that he had such an ability, they would definitely dissect him and use him as a research subject. Ye Feng did not want to spend the rest of his life in formalin. Professor Lei nodded in satisfaction. Your notes will not be in vain. Dean Andy has already instructed me to reward you. As he spoke, Professor Lei took out a badge and a black card from somewhere. The badge was just an ordinary badge, but the faint aura it emitted let everyone know that this badge was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, the Academy's logo was outlined on it, surrounded by a ring of golden threads. At first glance, everyone would feel that it was very noble. It was even very valuable. Ye Feng's attention was more focused on that card. Unexpectedly, it was a pure black card, but there was a string of English words that Ye Feng could not understand written on it. The signature was also in a crooked font. However, the edge of the card had a very bright golden border. As it swayed, it would occasionally emit a faint luster, making it impossible for people not to notice it. That pure radiance made it difficult for people to leave their sight. It was as if there was a kind of magic that was constantly attracting people's attention. It was the same. It formed a very clear contrast with the pure black background. It was said to be a visual impact, but it was more because of the charm of what this card could do. Ye Feng felt that it was very strange. He was actually rewarded with such a valuable thing, he even felt a little overwhelmed by the favor. This badge is a consumable item, and it is also equivalent to your one-time immunity. It is used when you make a mistake, and the school will not record it. Do you know the ancient Chinese death exemption gold medal? This is similar. After Professor Lei finished speaking, he waved the black card again. And this card is known as Cloud Mist Academy's Black Gold card. You can use this card to enter and exit all the Academy's venues. Such a generous reward. As a prospective freshman, this is the first time I've seen the Dean being so generous. Also, as a reward, your initial credits have been increased to 20 points. Initial credits? This was the first time Ye Feng had heard of this term, but he had talked about it with senior brother Subai before. Probably every student would have their credits recorded after they entered the academy. Credits were used as various types of assessments and were an extremely important evaluation standard. This type of assessment included various types of assessments such as examinations, tests, actual combat, attendance, and so on. It was the core evaluation standard for the students of Cloud Mist Academy. The annual evaluation of scholarships and the like were all closely related to credits. As for initial credits, Ye Feng roughly understood that they were used as temporary credits for prospective freshmen. During the entrance examination, they would also use various methods to accumulate credits. It could also be understood as the points from the training hall. Although Ye Feng did not know what the maximum amount of credits was, the credits that were awarded also meant that his starting point was 20 points more than those students. It was better than nothing. Moreover, credits were so important, and the way to obtain them was also very difficult. Ordinary people would not be able to obtain them even if they wanted to. Ye Feng took the badge and card. Holding it in his hand, Ye Feng looked at it carefully. These are all good things. Just the weight alone tells me that they are definitely not bad. Especially this card. With it, I won't be limited by the number of times I can go to the training hall. I can go whenever I want. It's much more convenient. Ye Feng muttered in his heart and thanked Professor Lei. Although he had taken so many good things, there was one problem that Ye Feng still wanted to know. That was, what exactly was that secret manual, what was recorded in it, and what it was about. If he could get a rough idea of the content, it would also be convenient for him to analyze it in the future. Moreover, the 13 sequence secret texts on it, was impossible to decipher them in a short while. "Professor, what's the situation with that notebook? Can you give me a rough description?" Ye Feng asked. Since he was already here, he might as well ask. "The notebook is authentic, but the contents are still to be verified. However, it's not too far off. However, it's impossible to decipher the secret text in a short while. After all, only one secret text has been deciphered since ancient times. It took about 100 years. So, although I don't know where your notes came from, they are indeed good stuff. If you study the contents thoroughly, you will definitely achieve unexpected results. Because of this, you have become the favorite of our Board of Education. Believe me, you will soon become the favorite of your classmates." Professor Lei revealed a meaningful smile, and then buried his head into the pile of books. Needless to say, Ye Feng was now listed as one of the most important people to watch in the future freshman exam. Of course, Ye Feng naturally did not know about this list. Ye Feng nodded. After understanding the general situation, he left this place. On the academy forum that Ye Feng did not know about, there was already an uproar. On a notice regarding the reward for the prospective freshman Ye Feng, the comments below were like a bullet screen, constantly refreshing. "Hey, did you guys know that the prospective freshman, Ye Feng, was actually rewarded by the dean? What's going on? Why was he rewarded the moment he arrived, and it was even the dean? I heard that he owns a notebook, the Water Element Secret Manual. He provided it to the Board of Education for free, so he was credited with a great merit and was rewarded with an exemption badge and a black gold card." F***CK. Chapter 63, The Freshman Exam Begins. Become the target of the public. Back in the dormitory, Suibai's voice was like a tenor, constantly ringing in Ye Feng's ears. "My God, Ye Feng, you've really opened my eyes," Suibai said excitedly and kept clicking his tongue. "I never thought that my roommate was actually a hidden master." Ye Feng smiled bitterly. This was not his intention. He just wanted to be more serious in class and take notes. How did he get discovered by the teacher? He couldn't explain it clearly. "I don't know what happened either. I was suddenly rewarded," Ye Feng said and scratched his head, indicating that he didn't know anything. Suibai chuckled and rolled his eyes at Ye Feng. "I don't believe you. You are now the most popular person in the entire academy. If anything happens in the future, you have to keep an eye on me." Hearing such words from a super invincible senior who had been held back for 10 years, and to a prospective freshman who hadn't even enrolled yet, it was a little confusing. It was indeed confusing. Just like that, Ye Feng received the dean's commendation in a daze. "Don't joke with me anymore. I really don't know what happened," Ye Feng said with a serious expression. He then turned around and started packing up his things. Although he had only moved into the dormitory 2 days ago, he had been studying that incomplete secret manual all this while. This had also caused him to not spend any time tidying up. The student dormitory of Cloud Mist Academy was quite luxurious. The standard single-room dormitory only had 2 people. And it was a single bed and a single table. If they didn't make use of it, it would be a waste of such a good dormitory environment. Suibai looked at Ye Feng and asked curiously, "Hey, do you have a black gold card?" "Yeah, didn't you say there was a press release?" "There is. But I don't know what use it is. The professor said this card can enter any building, but in my current situation, I'd better think about how to prepare for the entrance examination." After Ye Feng said that, he went back to his bed. "Prepare for the entrance examination? Then you can go to the training hall. There is a lot of professional equipment there. It's more than enough for you to train at this level. Look at the school calendar. Your freshman exam is coming soon. Let me give you a little suggestion." Hearing this, Ye Feng turned to look at Subai and smiled. Tell me. I can treat you to a meal. Okay. It's no use talking too much. You just need to remember one thing. Stay put. Normally, the freshman exam is not too difficult, but it's hard to trust each other. Of course, if you don't have any teammates, you don't need to trust each other. You just need to find a way to hide. If you can stay put, don't try to be brave. You'll come back and thank me. Ye Feng was deep in thought. Since the map for the assessment would be changed every year, exploring the map became a very important matter. Moreover, surviving was indeed a very good method for him. After all, what he had to face was still unclear. Everything had to wait for the assessment in a week's time. With his current strength, he could still barely cope with it. Therefore, in less than a week's time, he had to make good use of the time to cultivate. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to advance that much. But now that he had the water element secret manual, the slime that he had was also inextricably linked. With the help of the water element secret manual, he could at least improve rapidly, not to mention that he also had the help of the system. Ye Feng thought for a moment, nodded, and said, Okay, I'll treat you to a meal next time. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. I'll remember your words. Thank you, brother. Bye. With that, Ye Feng left the place. He headed straight for the training hall. At least for this week, he would be inside. It was equivalent to closed-door cultivation, and he would cultivate step by step. Very soon, Ye Feng arrived at the nearest training hall. With the black gold card, he would be able to enter without any obstruction. In addition, it was already close to evening. Most of the people had already gone for dinner, so the entire training hall appeared very deserted. But Ye Feng liked this deserted place. If someone were here, they might see him and something would happen to the stock market. He opened a private room. He set the visitors to be denied access. In other words, unless Ye Feng voluntarily agreed, no one would be able to enter this room. Moreover, Ye Feng had a black gold card, so he could practically stay inside for an unlimited amount of time. There wouldn't be any problems. After all, one of the great uses of the black gold card was that it had an extremely large amount of credit. As long as he was in Cloud Mist Academy, the status of this card was already equivalent to that of a professor. Ye Feng sat cross-legged and circulated his spiritual energy. The surroundings were shrouded in clouds and mist, and a large amount of aura covered the entire area. The temperature of the entire room had risen by a few degrees. Ye Feng casually opened the water element secret manual and began to cultivate. 5 days, as expected, the improvement is still not too obvious. In the training hall, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. But Ye Feng did not do nothing. Other than stabilizing his origin, he had also strengthened his sequence abilities. But further in, he would need a large amount of spiritual energy to support him. Otherwise, even if he could break through at any time, he wouldn't be able to succeed without the continuous supply of spiritual energy. After all, this was a world of spiritual energy recovery. The entire world's laws were basically based on spiritual energy. In general, my strength has increased, especially as a magister on the road of a magic conductor. My starfire meditation has obviously improved a lot. If I can use my magic conducting power during the rookie assessment, that would be great. At least give me a chance to use it. Ye Feng analyzed. He looked at the time and prepared to start the freshman assessment. There were still about 2 hours left. Soon, Ye Feng left. Ye Feng came to the field. According to the notice, they were going to conduct the freshman assessment today. And the gathering place was this square track and field. The professors and instructors were already in position. The students below were bustling with activity. To be more precise, they should be the prospective freshmen. Ye Feng was slightly shocked when he saw this magnificent scene. I didn't expect that there would be so many people participating in the freshman assessment. With a quick glance, he estimated that there were at least 300 people present. This number was 3 times the number of people who had participated in the Symbiote organization cultivation competition for the first time. Moreover, these were all outstanding people from all over China. Ye Feng did not dare to underestimate their strength. Not long after, the voice of the broadcast sounded. "Students, the freshman assessment is about to begin. Next, let's introduce the rules of the assessment." The moment the broadcast sounded, the entire track and field instantly quieted down. They did not dare to speak anymore, afraid that they would miss out on every single detail. It had already been a week since they arrived at the academy, and they had also enjoyed a week of life and study time at Cloud Mist Academy. Compared to the outside world, Cloud Mist Academy was one of the best choices. This was because there were 5 great academies, and each of them had their own comparisons. Actually, at the beginning, there were about 500 people who had entered the academy. However, most of them had already been eliminated after the written examination. So there were only about 300 people left. But this number was still a little strenuous. While Ye Feng was thinking, the broadcast came again. The venue of this exam is the water training hall. The entire training hall has been set up with Teacher Andy's air detection eyes. Thus, the Board of Education, as well as the evaluation expert committees, can see the students' performance more directly. This assessment will be broadcasted live throughout the entire process and will be made public on the internet. Killing creatures will increase credits. Eliminating the other contestants will directly rob the other party of half of their credits. Those who are killed will need to rest for a day before they can return to the battlefield. After the end of the competition, the person with the highest credits will directly receive Teacher Andy's one-on-one magic inheritance. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone was in an uproar. "Oh my god, the rewards for this year's competition are so tempting. I must get first place. Awesome, Teacher Andy is my idol. If I can get his inheritance, I will die without regrets. Teacher Andy, I will definitely strive for first place. D*MN. Wind type inheritance. That is a great ability that can travel thousands of miles in an instant. This reward is too extravagant." There was a reason why everyone was so excited. Teacher Andy was the ceiling of the wind element in the human race. A one-on-one inheritance at such a level was really something. Just as everyone was in a state of excitement, another announcement came from the broadcast, making them even more excited. "Attention everyone, it is now announced that the person with the highest initial credits, Ye Feng, has 20 initial credits." As soon as the announcement was made, Ye Feng's face turned black. Wasn't this F***ing pushing him into the furnace? Just as they finished saying that they could clear out the other contestants and steal half of their credits, they immediately gave away his high initial credits. Wasn't this deliberately making him the target of everyone? They were letting those behind his back attack him so that they could get better points. This is the end. I've become the target of everyone's envy. Chapter 64, Forming a team with a beauty was Lei Jia's plan. Ye Feng did not expect there to be such a way of playing. The voice behind the broadcast suddenly piqued Ye Feng's interest. Was it Teacher Andy or Professor Lei? He only knew of these 2 professors at the moment. Teacher Andy had only met him once and had only seen him before. He might not even recognize his name. It should be impossible for him. Excluding Teacher Andy, the only person Ye Feng could think of was Professor Lei. But why him? Deliberately elevating Ye Feng's status so that he could become a public figure and then take the opportunity to test his strength? This was completely unnecessary. At their level, if they wanted to know his strength, they only needed to use spiritual energy to inspect him. It was impossible for him not to be exposed. Why did they go through so much trouble to make the assessment more difficult? Ye Feng did not understand, but since things had already come to this, he could only bite the bullet. Who is it that is targeting me like this? Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Ye Feng, you heard the broadcast just now, right? Hee. Su Fei came to Ye Feng's side with a devilish smile. Her every move revealed a very noble and elegant aura. One look and one could tell that she was the eldest daughter of a large family. Ye Feng was speechless and said angrily, "From your tone, I have to stay away from you when the test begins. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I got eliminated." Seeing Ye Feng's reaction, Su Fei covered her mouth and smiled, revealing a brilliant smile. "I'm just kidding. You saved me in the carriage before, so I still owe you a favor. The test this time is basically confirmed. We need to survive in the water training hall for a month. There are many high-level creatures inside, and many treasure chests with rewards. Also, I need to pass all kinds of challenges to get more credits. When the test begins, why don't we work together?" Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Ye Feng also had some understanding of Su Fei's strength. After all, she didn't even change her expression when facing AD and Great Orc in the previous battle in the carriage. This was enough to show how strong her mental strength was. And she must be from a big family. She must have a lot of resources in her hands. If she could get some, wouldn't she soar all the way? In addition, with her strength, even if they walked together, she could hide Ye Feng's strength greatly. Okay, when the time comes, the treasures will be divided equally. As for the credits, we'll see how capable we are. Is that okay?" After saying that, Su Fei revealed a sweet smile. Acting cute is against the law. Ye Feng smiled bitterly and finally nodded in agreement. On the other side of the track and field, Lei Jie was currently in a pergola, holding a stalk of dogtail grass in his mouth as he waited for the start of the assessment. As a rich and powerful second-generation heir, right now, he did not take the freshman assessment seriously at all. After all, from the very beginning, he was destined to not be able to fight alone. He had a group of underlings, and he was rich and powerful. He could totally buy more people to be his lackeys and work for him during the assessment. He had made all kinds of plans long ago. From the moment he entered the school until now, he had been waiting for this moment. "Big brother, I heard that Ye Feng, that kid, has an initial academic credit of 20 points. How did that kid do it? He must have bribed some professor." The man in the shirt pricked up his ears. After confirming that the broadcast had stopped, he turned around to report to Lei Jie. "I'm not deaf." Lei Jie roared and kicked the man in the shirt away. "That kid looks poor. How could he have the money to bribe a professor? Didn't you see the award news that was published on the Academy's news website? That kid is just lucky. I don't know where he got a notebook from." After handing it in, those old guys from the Board of Education decided to reward him. One of them was to add extra starting credits. Lei Jie said angrily. He spat out the dogtail grass and glanced at his little brother with bloodshot eyes. "I still haven't avenged the last punch. I can't suppress my anger. The freshman assessment this time just gave me a good opportunity," Lei Jie said, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. In the rules of the freshman assessment, it was allowed to attack the contestants, and they could also plunder their credits. This rule completely provided Lei Jie with convenience. Not only could he kill Ye Feng, but he could also obtain 20 credits from him. This was a very good deal. Or to put it another way, this was not a deal, this was fate. Ye Feng was bound to die in Lei Jie's hands, and his credits had to be plundered by Lei Jie. Don't underestimate these 20 credits. He was ahead of everyone from the start. Even if some people had additional initial credits, it was only after they entered the school that their performance was outstanding. Or, it was those who were exceptionally outstanding in the previous assessment points rankings and were given exceptional credits. However, there were only 7 people who had initial credits. Among them, the one with the most was Ye Feng. The one with the second most added 10 additional initial credits. Everyone was drooling over the credits on Ye Feng's body. Basically, it could be said that Ye Feng had already taken the lead in the beginning. Of course, it could be said that when someone defeated Ye Feng, that person would be the person with the highest credits in the beginning. Wasn't this method of obtaining credits faster than killing fierce beasts, creatures, and searching for treasures? Therefore, most of the people placed their first target upon Ye Feng. Although they heard that Ye Feng was powerful, they were all humans after all, and they were all quasi-freshmen. The difference in strength was not bad, but it was worth the risk. It was safer than facing the creatures face to face. This time, he will definitely die. After entering the water training hall, we don't need to hide our strength anymore. The first thing to do when we get there is to find Ye Feng for me. Lei Jie looked around fiercely. Did you bring the signal flares that I gave you? As long as we find Ye Feng, we will immediately fire the signal flares. Even if we can't start together, as long as we see the signal flares, we will gather at once. This time, I want to see how he can run. He has to kneel at my feet no matter what. Big brother, I passed the assessment map of the last few years and found a place in the water training hall that is very suitable for an ambush. The man in the shirt stood out and spoke with a lewd smile. D***it, the assessment is about to start and you're only saying it now. Hurry up and tell me. Big brother, don't be angry. I just remembered. The man in the shirt didn't dare to look at Lei Jie. He kept his head down and spoke resentfully. He originally thought that Lei Jie would be happy because of his information and reward him. In the end, it was the opposite. At the Academy's freshman assessment every year, the choice of the training grounds is different. This year is the water training hall. It is also one of the most difficult training halls for the Academy to choose in all these years. The water training hall is actually not too big. It's just that there are too many water areas. There are simply too many. But there is one spot among them. It is the temple within the training hall. The exact location is not known, but there is definitely a great treasure within. For someone as powerful as Ye Feng, he will definitely choose to make a trip to the temple. When the time comes, we will ambush here and capture them all in one go. Wouldn't that be enough? Lei Jie listened to the shirt man's plan. Then, he pondered for a moment and said, "You mean to snipe Ye Feng and make him fall into a box?" Chapter 65, officially began, landing on the island. Beep, students, please pay attention. There are 60 seconds left before the freshman assessment officially begins. 59 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. After the countdown ended, the freshman assessment officially began. During this period, Ye Feng also roughly knew the specific rules of the competition. Students were allowed to compete for credits. Regardless of life or death, this also became Ye Feng's biggest headache. If some people took a fancy to his high initial credits, then he couldn't be so relaxed. At the very least, when he met his classmates, he couldn't be careless. At the very least, he had to be careful. Another thing worth noting was that in the assessment, although one could form a team, each person's position in the training hall was random. This made many people's expressions change again and again when they entered the training hall. Not only Ye Feng, but the others were the same. When they came into contact with strangers, they would at least be careful. However, Ye Feng's mood was very calm. To him, it was advantageous to be able to attack the participants or even kill them. After all, in the water training hall, not only were there many creatures, there were also many corresponding treasure chests. If he could casually snatch the treasure chests from others, wouldn't that be a casual thing? Of course, Ye Feng would not really do that. After all, in this assessment, Ye Feng firmly believed that unity was definitely one of the core concepts. The Academy had hinted many times before the start of the assessment. It was probably also a way of testing. If there really was a quasi-freshman who went on such a killing spree, the consequences would probably be quite serious. Ye Feng firmly believed this point. Just as everyone was thinking about how to survive in the water training hall, in the sky, a huge door appeared with a loud bang. Countless rays of golden light followed, instantly enveloping the entire track and field. The speed was so fast that the entire process took place in the span of a breath. In Yefeng's astonishment, in the middle of the track and field, a golden pillar of light that was 4 to 5 meters thick descended vertically. Without waiting for these students to react, the huge door opened with a loud bang. This was the plane teleportation door that Teacher Andy had opened. Yefeng was shocked, but he quickly reacted. They had used this method to teleport to the designated training hall, the water training hall. After an unknown amount of time, the light from the teleportation dissipated. Yefeng opened his eyes. He was on an island. This place is not bad. I just don't know how big the map is this time. Yefeng looked around and felt that it was not bad. If someone came to this deserted island to survive, it would definitely become a hot topic. While observing the situation around him, Yefeng also subconsciously noticed the slight distortion around him. This trace of feeling was definitely impossible for others to notice, but Yefeng's perceptive ability became very sharp with the enhancement of Starfire meditation. Although Teacher Andy's air detection eye was well hidden, it was still discovered by Yefeng. Teacher Andy, who was far away in Cloud Mist Academy's judge's seat, was slightly stunned for a moment. His expression also revealed a faint smile. The instant Yefeng descended, he had also attracted everyone's attention. It's better to keep a low profile. Yefeng muttered in his heart and immediately walked into a forest. This was one of the few plants on this deserted island. Immediately after, Yefeng looked at his surroundings. It was as if he was looking for a direction. In the audience seats of Cloud Mist Academy, quite a number of people were staring at his every move. As the most popular contestant of this year, Yefeng deserved to be one of the contestants with the highest attention. Seeing Yefeng descend into such a desolate place, they couldn't help but shake their heads. This Yefeng's situation isn't good. He actually descended on a deserted island. This isn't just bad. If he can't escape from this deserted island, he can only wait for death. That's right, that's right. Look at this deserted island. It's not big, and it's surrounded by a vast ocean. It won't be an easy thing to leave. The audience had different opinions, all of them regretting the genius of this generation. He had come to this place at the starting point. It was simply too useless, unable to do anything. Moreover, this was only the starting point. If he was unable to go to a bigger map to develop, then Yefeng's academic credits would be 20 points. Moreover, the food issue was difficult to guarantee. An average person who did not eat or drink would at most be cold for a week. Although a symbiote's overall physique was far above that of an ordinary person, if they did not eat or drink, they could at most last for a month. The problem was that in this freshman assessment, the main factor to pass was that the one who obtained the highest academic credits would win. If they could not even solve the food problem, that meant that they would not even be able to see a creature, let alone obtain academic credits. Tisk tisk, what a pity. Such a good seedling. No matter how much of a genius he is, after encountering such an opening, he should have already wasted more than half of it, right? Humph, serves him right. Those who don't know him would think that he is really awesome. In reality, he is just a good-for-nothing who relies purely on luck. If he is really awesome, then it will be up to Brother Lei. Everyone frowned. This was really a hard boast. What Brother Lei? They had never heard of this person before. You don't know Brother Lei? Lei Jie. Everyone stared at the screen carefully. On Cloud Mist Academy's track and field, under the convergence of countless screens, Yefeng's figure appeared on the largest screen. As a popular contestant, Yefeng naturally monopolized a large screen. I heard that Yefeng's symbiotic body is related to water. At this moment, someone shouted. The assessment that Yefeng participated in previously was also dug out by quite a number of people. When they found out that Yefeng's symbiote was a slime, their expressions changed again and again. Slime, it was sticky. What did it have to do with water? Even if it had some relationship, what use would it be in an ocean? At least others had a symbiote that was a shark. They could do whatever they wanted in the ocean. And that person's popularity was only as high as Yefeng's. He was crowned as the seeded contestant that was favored the most this year. His name was Huang Hao, and his symbiotic body was a giant toothed shark. The water training hall was practically his home ground. This kid, where's the energy he had in the training hall previously? In a distant corner of the audience stand, a long-haired woman with red waterfall-like hair stood at the side, her eyes staring at the big screen. She was paying attention to Yefeng's every move. Is the symbiote a slime? It doesn't seem to be of much use in the water training hall. Lin Xiaoyu frowned and sighed. I thought he would be the most eye-catching contestant this year. I didn't expect that this D*MN school would choose the water training hall. If it were on land or in the jungle, he wouldn't have. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the screen with a worried look, planning to find a place to sit down. Just because she had personally witnessed Yefeng's extremely terrifying physical strength, Lin Xiaoyu was not willing to let such a situation happen. No matter what, she had to continue watching. When everyone was guessing what Yefeng was going to do next, they only saw Yefeng still fooling around. It seemed like he still had not found the direction he wanted. He kept walking and walking. It was because Yefeng's behavior was the most peculiar. Other people would try their best to preserve their strength. After finding a place, they would choose to stop and think about what to do next. Or maybe someone already knew the direction of their actions and kept walking deeper. But Yefeng's behavior was very blind. Yefeng's body is indeed emitting a unique aura. I want to see how he will deal with it. In the audience stands, in the highest seat in the center, Teacher Andy smiled. Chapter 66, Keeping a Low Profile, Encountering Encirclement. As the Dean of Cloud Mist Academy, he had been managing Cloud Mist Academy for more than a few hundred years. Not to mention having high morals and authority in Cloud Mist Academy, even in the entire symbiote world, he was definitely one of the top 2 existences. After all, he had a title that everyone pursued all their lives. The ceiling of human power. In front of a person with great strength, no one knew of Teacher Andy's cultivation level. He was usually an extremely busy person. However, in Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment, he still chose to attend such a grand occasion. What do you all think of this young man? Andy turned his head to look to his left and right as he spoke. Those who were able to sit on the seats here were all existences of the highest authority within the entire Cloud Mist Academy. At the very least, they were all extremely powerful existences. Not bad. However, looking at how reckless he is, I wonder how much endurance he has. The white-robed old man by the side opened his mouth to reply. There is a reason why this young man can be called a popular person. While others are still carefully exploring, he is not flustered at all. At least his heart is strong enough. When Teacher Andy heard the 2 people's answers, he also smiled and did not say anything. Then, he continued to watch the competition. There is someone in front. Yefeng was a little surprised. In the next moment, he hid his aura so that he would not be discovered. When Yefeng landed, his perception ability had already been released. At this time, not only did it cover 2/3 of the entire island, it even discovered a few people nearby. After Yefeng discovered that there were people, he carefully stretched his body out and hid himself. This deserted island is actually not big, and there are very few resources. However, I didn't expect that there would actually be people descending here. That's too unfortunate. Yefeng said in his heart, and then smiled bitterly. When he said unfortunate, he was not only talking about the few innocent children he discovered, but also talking about himself. If he had been started a little better, at least on land, then he would not have been so down and out. At least he could have successfully armed himself. At the very least, he could guarantee that he would not lack food resources. But he had landed on this deserted island at the start. It was indeed quite unlucky. Those people seem to know each other. Seeing them walk together, they get along quite naturally. Could it be that they formed a team? Ye Feng hid in the grass. His perceptive power could already obtain all the information which he wanted. Now he found 3 people. It was a good 5 kilometers. But through perception, Ye Feng could easily find them. Since they were a team, it was naturally impossible for Ye Feng to go out. After all, if his identity was exposed, knowing that he had high initial credit, Ye Feng also wouldn't believe that this group of people would let him off so easily. Suddenly, Ye Feng frowned. An invisible pressure rushed over, like a large elastic hand, as if it wanted to pull Ye Feng out. Oh no, there's actually someone on the other side who can raise his perceptive ability to such a high level, Ye Feng thought to himself, paying attention to the situation around him. Ye Feng could clearly feel that the other parties seemed to be continuously exploring the map as well. Although this was an island, the area was still quite big. It would still take 1 to 2 weeks to go around on foot. However, what Ye Feng did not expect was that the other party was also releasing his high-intensity perception ability. Fortunately, Ye Feng's perception ability was better. So even if the other party released his perception to explore the surrounding situation, in a short period of time, he would not be able to discover Ye Feng's tracks. But, there was a very awkward point. He was currently within the perception range of others. If he appeared and used his spiritual energy, he would definitely expose himself. But if he continued to stay here, no one knew what would happen in the next second. I have 2 choices now. One is to go out, and the other is to continue staying here. There are only 3 people on the other side. One is D grade, and the other 2 are D grade. In terms of strength, they are definitely not as strong as me, but going out also carries risks. Should I meet them? Ye Feng thought for a moment. Even if the other side knew him, it did not matter. After all, he would have to leave this island sooner or later. The appearance of the other side almost didn't affect his next plan. Moreover, even if the other side wanted to fight, at his full condition of D and grade, the other side didn't even have the chance to counterattack. Go! Ye Feng said to himself and walked out. The appearance this time had a certain amount of pressure because in this vicinity, he wasn't sure if there was someone of a higher level hiding within. But it did not matter. Ye Feng did not want to face them directly. He could just walk on his own. He continued to walk in one direction. After a while, a shout came from behind. Hey, in front, are you alone? Ye Feng turned his head and the 3 people in the group appeared behind him. This speed was too fast. Ye Feng calmly replied, alone. Oh. It's good to be alone. Shall we form a team together? The leading man took the initiative to signal for him to join. Ye Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, no, I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left. He was not pretending to be cold. In fact, he really did not want to form a team. Previously, he agreed to form a team with Suifei because Suifei was indeed strong. Moreover, she was a soft and cute girl. The 3 people in front of him, even compared to Suifei, were not on the same level. Moreover, Ye Feng had clearly captured that the strong man hiding at the back was emitting a murderous intent. Did you discover me? Ye Feng smiled bitterly and sped up to leave this place. He did not want to have a battle. He only wanted to leave this D*MN place as soon as possible. Hurry up, that guy is Ye Feng. He has 20 credits on him. Brother Lei is not here. Hurry up and pull the signal flare to gather. As he spoke, a red signal flare went off. Along with the sound of an explosion. This also meant that the entire assessment had officially begun. When Ye Feng saw this scene, his expression was extremely calm. He did not need to pay any attention to these people at all. When the 3 people saw Ye Feng disappear in the blink of an eye, they immediately chased after him. They were eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey, and the baleful aura on their bodies was extremely dense. Right now, they only wanted to kill Ye Feng. Very quickly, Ye Feng arrived at the edge of a cliff. At this moment, there was already no way out. Below was a sea wave that swept crazily. Moreover, the height was not low. At this height, everyone would be smashed into pieces. Moreover, even if they could successfully enter the water and not die, it was impossible for them to survive. There were still many creatures in the water eyeing them covetously. "I'm here," Ye Feng thought to himself. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile that was not easy to be discovered. Ye Feng did not panic at all. But the audience outside the arena panicked. In the audience seats, everyone saw that Ye Feng was being pursued and forced to the edge of a cliff. Shock was written all over their faces. Knowing that Ye Feng had a high amount of initial credits, he was bound to become the target of everyone. But they did not expect that the people who wanted to defeat Ye Feng to obtain credits had already formed a small group of combat power. This also meant that no matter where Ye Feng went, he would become a hot potato. There would be people coveting the credits in his hands everywhere. And taking the current situation as an example, there were 3 people on the opposite side. Their cultivation levels were not low. If they worked together to deal with Ye Feng, it would be difficult for them to fight against all of them. And with the launch of the signal flare, the audience who could see God's view discovered that on this island, there were 2 people rushing over here. They were in cahoots. Their goal was to deal with Ye Feng. Seeing what happened on the screen, the audience could only think like this. F***ck, now Ye Feng is gone. I didn't expect him to be cold at the start. As a popular character, to be honest, it's a pity that he dies like this. Ye Feng, he's still too ostentatious. That's why he was forced onto the cliff. Oh ho, a D-end grade character has arrived. This time, he's done for. The audience had different opinions. Everyone felt that it was a pity for Ye Feng. After all, such a good genius had fallen on the first day. What a pity! Chapter 67, Encountering a Chase, a Slime Storm. In the water training hall, Ye Feng had already been chased up by the 3 people behind him. Moreover, an extremely unfriendly aura suddenly appeared, and it was even much stronger than these 3 people. It suddenly appeared behind Ye Feng. Am I too tempting? I actually lured out a D-end grade, Ye Feng mocked himself. The 4 of them formed a circle and surrounded him. Behind him was a cliff. But Ye Feng did not panic at all. He turned around with a determined look in his eyes. What are you guys trying to do? When everyone heard Ye Feng's question, they immediately burst into laughter. The leading man laughed and said, "What are we trying to do? Do you not know how tempting the credits on your body are? Moreover, the rules of the test don't say that you can't attack humans." The 4 people all looked disdainful. They looked at Ye Feng as if he was a fish on a chopping board. He was at the mercy of others. Cut the crap. We just received news that Big Brother is in some trouble. We need to pack up and run over to support him, the leading man said as he released his aura and released a terrifying pressure. This was the power of AD+. Big Brother. Could it be that there's someone behind them? Ye Feng immediately knew what was going on. But he quickly guessed it. After all, he did not have any enmity with anyone. If he had to find someone, it would be Lei Jie, that completely spoiled brat. Perhaps it was because of the punch he had given him in the training hall that made him bear a grudge. With his financial strength, hiring a few underlings to hunt him down should be quite easy. Even though he was able to come to Cloud Mist Academy to participate in the rookie assessment, most of those here were members of prestigious families. These people controlled almost 80% of the resources in China. It was only natural that they could enter a better academy. However, there were also some people from poor families who relied on their innate talent to survive until now. It was not easy. For example, Ye Feng was one of them. A huge monkey gradually appeared behind that person. It kept transforming, its arms were long, and its eyes were red. A bloody mist surrounded it. This pressure made the people around them unable to withstand it. The symbiotic body is actually a gibbon. Ye Feng looked at the other party indifferently. The symbiotic body of an ape was very fast and very agile. Most importantly, its attack power was not weak. One had to know that in the world of martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be broken. This type of symbiotic body perfectly explained what was called speed and attack at the same time. Looks like it's better not to fight them head-on. Ye Feng thought to himself. He already had a plan in his heart. After all, the reason he came to this place was all within his own plan. Suddenly, the opponent's spiritual power surged abruptly, and a huge hand reached over. That hand carried a scarlet blood mist. That force was very powerful. The moment it reached over, there seemed to be an irresistible force that restricted Ye Feng's movements. It still has the ability to intimidate. Ye Feng muttered and released the spiritual energy on his body. Both of them were D and grade, but Ye Feng was at perfect D and grade. Through the aura that the other party revealed, he could at most be considered to have just stepped into D and grade. Ye Feng released his spiritual energy to increase his speed a little more. Then, he turned his body. He directly dodged the huge hand that was about to reach him. The man was stunned and shouted, "This is impossible. My pressure can suppress the opponent's ability to move. You didn't even use your skill, and you didn't summon the symbiotic body. How can you move?" Ye Feng didn't pay attention to him when he was shocked. His figure flashed again. This time, he stepped on the edge of the cliff. If he retreated any further, he would be in the air. This is the place. As long as I cross this sea area, the land is on the other side. Ye Feng looked into the distance. The point where he started was extremely unfriendly. Not to mention creatures, there was not even food. If he wanted to obtain better development, he could only leave this D*MN place. To be honest, Ye Feng was not confident about crossing this place. But when he was looking for this direction, he had already asked the system. The result was that there was an 80% chance of successfully crossing. You guys can continue to play. I won't accompany you anymore. Ye Feng sneered. Ye Feng jumped back. His body was in a free fall movement. He allowed his body to fall straight down. In the audience stands, countless people saw this scene and their jaws dropped in shock. F***ck. What is Ye Feng trying to do? This is a rhythm where he doesn't care about his life. If he can't beat them, he can beg for mercy. Why did he jump down? It's only a dead end at such a high altitude. It's a pity that such a young genius has fallen. If he could pass the assessment, he would definitely be the most dazzling existence this year. It's indeed a pity. However, the second most popular giant-toothed shark, Huang Hao, is also pretty good. Let's go and take a look at him. There's also the dragon-type symbiote that has always been quite popular. Do you guys know him? His name is Chen Hao. He's now firmly at the top of the list. When everyone already felt that Ye Feng had no chance, on the largest screen Ye Feng's body suddenly underwent a huge change. What is this? A slime. This is AF***ing water element slime. The sharp-eyed audience had already seen the ability that Ye Feng had released. This was to transform himself into countless water element slimes. Thus, he escaped a calamity. This method was truly ingenious. At the scene, Ye Feng had already successfully divided himself into countless slimes through simulation. Moreover, it was a water element slime. Such a large-scale slime, in an instant, a black mass blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Like a torrential rain, it poured into the sea. F***ck, what bad luck. It's raining all of a sudden. This rain is really strange. Why isn't there a single drop of rain falling here? On the cliff, the four looked at the torrential rain in front of them and were very confused. According to the rules, to defeat the other party, they had to take the wristband from his hand. The wristband was a clock communication tool that everyone participating in the assessment had. Only by snatching the wristband and transferring the credits to their own hands could they be considered to have completed the plunder. In other words, they still had to search for Yefeng's corpse. Little did they know that Yefeng had already disguised himself as a water element slime and entered the deep sea. At this time, he had already disappeared without a trace. Are you guys stupid? That was a slime storm just now. That was Yefeng's skill. If I'm not mistaken, he has already escaped from this place, the gibbon symbiote shouted angrily and only reacted at this moment. He could not help but glare at the three of them. Those few people reacted. They also gritted their teeth as they looked at the place where Yefeng had disappeared. What did you say? That storm was actually summoned by Yefeng. FCK, this is really effing unlucky. He actually managed to fly away with the fat in his hands. That guy can actually summon such a large-scale slime storm. We've really underestimated him. If we meet him again next time, we definitely won't give him a good ending. He dared to escape from the safety zone of the starting point. He will naturally die a terrible death without us taking care of him. These four people were not the only ones who were attracted to this scene. In the audience stands, many people had originally thought that Yefeng would definitely be cold. But when they saw this scene, they were instantly stunned. On the screen, the sky was filled with raindrops falling down, looking extremely like a raging rainstorm. But upon closer look, one could discover that this was not rain, but mother-f***ing slimes. This wasn't an ability that a human could do. F***ck. This is F***ing awesome. I didn't expect Yefeng to have such a trick up his sleeve. How awesome. Even popular characters have some skills. Alright, now we know what his symbiote is. Trash slime, it's up to him to turn the tables. Oh my god, this is a slime storm. This guy's strength has already reached D grade and above. What the F***ck? What did you say? In the judges' seats. Teacher Andy's eyes flashed with a hint of uncertainty. Chapter 68, River Region, found something unusual. Water Training Hall. In the blink of an eye, Yefeng had already controlled the water element slime to merge with the sea water. Such an escape method was thanks to the guidance of the system. During the process of falling, he mimicked himself as the water element slime, and then activated his ability to form a very grand water element slime storm. This not only greatly reduced the impact of falling, it also allowed him to hide more cleverly. I didn't expect the water element slime to be so useful. Yefeng exclaimed in his heart and swam toward the continent. When he merged with the water element, that feeling shocked Yefeng. It was as if he was born as a drop of water. After entering the sea, that cold touch and very sensitive spiritual power opened up brand new vision for Yefeng. It seems that I don't need to breathe in the water anymore. At this time, Yefeng noticed that he had been in the water for several minutes, and there was almost no movement of breathing. Moreover, there was no need to breathe. At this moment, Yefeng really thought that he was the water element. The ability that the water element slime gave him was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Although there were many creatures in the sea, Yefeng split out many slime subsidiary bodies in order to prevent himself from being suddenly ambushed. The only drawback was that when he released the slime storm, he consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. The current him was actually still a little weak. But Yefeng only needed to circulate starfire meditation and he would be able to recover a large amount of spiritual energy in his body, so these were not things that he needed to be concerned about. And in the water Yefeng was also surprised to discover something. He could clearly feel that all the senses in his body had improved, especially his vision and hearing. Could this be the ability that the water element slime brings? This is too amazing. Now, I don't even need to use my special perceptive ability to explore a relatively large area around me. Ye Feng was very happy. At the same time, he focused his attention so that he could synchronize his hearing and sight. His current perceptive ability was not deep. Perhaps it was because he had yet to fully comprehend the power of the water element slime. Therefore, even though Ye Feng could not use high-intensity power now, at the very least, he could ensure the safety of his surroundings. In the audience stands, when everyone had been paying attention to what Ye Feng would do next, Ye Feng did not make any movements. He directly hid in the sea. He never showed up. Countless people lost interest. If Ye Feng did not show up, then he had lost a big attraction. And what was happening underwater, they couldn't see it either. Gradually, their attention turned to the other popular contestants. As time passed, many people had already begun to participate in the assessment. And amongst the students who were participating in the assessment in different places, there were already many casualties. Some people faced the fierce D-grade creature. Although the battle was very exciting. But in the end, they could not win, and were directly torn into pieces by the creature. Some people were even more unlucky. They were originally just a single step away from victory whilst fighting against a creature, but in the end, a high-level player who suddenly appeared directly snatched the fruit of victory. The contestant who participated in the battle, because he had spent a lot of energy, was already unable to resist. He could only watch the duck that he had obtained fly away. When the audience members saw this, they all felt a sense of regret. This was even more terrifying than reality. However, since he had chosen this path, he had to bite the bullet and walk through it. Moreover, Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment had always been this intense over the years. Those contestants who had fallen into a disadvantageous position could not be blamed. They could only blame themselves for not being strong. Some people were inferior, while others performed excellently. Everything had to be relative. At this time, many people had already started to unleash their abilities. Chen Hao, who was also very popular, was still the same as before. He fought all the way. At this time, he was standing in a pool of blood. A second ago, he had just torn a D-grade long-tongued frog apart with his hand. A few large pieces of meat were scattered on the ground. The only thing that could be seen was the flowing blood. He was also D-grade. However, he effortlessly tore apart creatures of the same level with his bare hands. He could be considered a war god of his generation. Possessing a dragon-type symbiotic body, the killing intent that erupted from him was no joke. That vigorous posture attracted countless cheers from the audience. In this year's Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment, the audience present wasn't just there to watch the show. There were also quite a number of guilds and associations. They were also taking the opportunity to select a few geniuses to be their members during this assessment. Even if they had yet to become a member of Cloud Mist Academy, the olive branch was already ready to be extended. When the water element slime that Ye Feng had transformed into gathered together once again, it had already appeared in the rainforest river district that most people couldn't even hope to reach. This place is not bad. Ye Feng looked around, and after confirming that there was no danger, he released his perception ability. At the same time, he was still observing his surroundings. This was a very common rainforest area. The only difference was that there were a lot of water resources here. There was especially a lot. Ye Feng's perception ability had improved. Now, it could already be spread to a wider area. When his perceptive ability was centered around him, not only did it spread outward, Ye Feng also did not sit idle. He began to look around for things that could be used. For example, wooden sticks, tree branches, and so on. These things could be used to make a fire. After all, it was getting late now, and he could not spend an entire night in the dark. According to his intuition, Ye Feng could be sure of that because of the special geographical location. In addition, there were many currents here. The temperature difference between day and night was definitely very large. If it was very cold at night, his physical strength would continue to drain. It would affect his actions the next day. Moreover, this was the water training hall, which also meant that the number of creatures was definitely not small. If he was suddenly attacked at night, the result could be imagined. Ye Feng found a place to hide. At this time, his perception had already covered half of the entire map. Releasing such a large-scale perception ability had indeed consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Ye Feng withdrew his perception and muttered, "The water training hall is indeed worthy of its name." From the information obtained through his perception, Ye Feng discovered that the entire water training hall was completely composed of water. This training ground was also very suitable for his ability. Firstly, the slime was actually a type of water element. Its ability to release water was also quite compatible. Secondly, the newly awakened water element slime was clearly more suitable for these areas. With this in mind, Ye Feng began to think of the next step. In the training ground, not only could one kill creatures to obtain points, but one could also obtain corresponding points by searching for treasure chests. Killing creatures was a risky move, and it seemed safer to look for treasure chests. Well, at least he didn't have to reveal himself yet. Although when the slime storm was unleashed he told everyone his symbiote was a slime, at this point, the first impression was that it was a trash slime. But if he continued to use the slime ability, he would have to be more careful. Keeping a low profile had always been Ye Feng's character. He did not want to be so brazen. The more arrogant he was, the more miserable he would die. This sentence was told to him by his father. Ye Feng released his water element ability, and his vision immediately changed. This change was the vision he had used when he completely fused with the water element underwater. But now, as long as he activated his power, he would be able to switch to such a vision. Since this place is mainly composed of water, then let's see what's hidden in the water. Ye Feng looked at the river not far away. Oh! What's this? As expected, the first time Ye Feng looked over, he saw the water that was continuously washing down. There was actually something strange. With doubt, Ye Feng walked over. He bent down to pick up some water and examined it carefully. Why does this water flow have a trace of spiritual energy? Ye Feng was puzzled and looked further upstream. He saw the water that was continuously washing down. They all had traces of spiritual energy. However, this trace of spiritual energy was very hard to detect. If Ye Feng had not switched to the water element vision, he would not have noticed it at all. The thirsty Ye Feng did not think too much and directly picked it up and drank a mouthful. This spiritual energy can still be absorbed by me. After drinking a mouthful of the water here, Ye Feng immediately felt his body become much lighter. Moreover, the large amount of spiritual energy consumed by the previous slime storm immediately obtained a small increase. Chapter 69, Harpoon discovered. Suspected Murloc tribe. Ye Feng was somewhat puzzled. How could there be such a miraculous thing? Could it be that all rivers were like this? But very quickly, Ye Feng denied his own thoughts. If every river has this kind of scattered spiritual power surging, then the entire water training hall must have produced a tremendous amount of spiritual power. If it's not inevitable, then it must be a coincidence. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng wanted to follow the river upward to take a look. After all, Ye Feng also roughly understood the division of the entire water training hall. It was mainly divided into 5 regions: river, lake, shallow sea, middle sea, deep sea. If it was divided according to this division, each region contained spiritual energy. It was basically impossible to exist. Not to mention the entire training hall, even if the entire planet's spiritual energy was concentrated here, it probably wouldn't be able to achieve it. Perhaps more spiritual energy will appear upstream. Ye Feng muttered and started to move. At the same time, on the other side of the water training hall, it was also a rainforest. Ye Feng's teammate, Suifei, encountered an incomparably fierce D-grade fierce beast, but she did not panic at all. After releasing a powerful aura from her entire body, she took out a long sword out of nowhere and rushed over without even blinking. There was a certain level difference. According to the records, Suifei's level was only D grade. But facing a fierce beast that far surpassed her, she carried a very calm aura and charged over with an unstoppable force. After a period of torture and slaughter by Suifei, that D-end grade fierce beast was actually turned into a sieve by her extremely gorgeous sword technique. Woohoo! As expected of the goddess Suifei. The symbiotic angel race is indeed the best. If Suifei were to be compared to that Chen Hao, they would be at two extremes. That's right. Although they are all fighting, Suifei's posture is too beautiful and too handsome. That Chen Hao is like a barbarian entering a village, killing whoever he sees. In the audience seats, many people began to pay attention to these two hot topics. The current points rankings had started to update after everyone's round of fighting. They had already started to update. Suifei, after killing a D-end grade fierce beast just now, had firmly held onto the position of 4th place. As for Chen Hao, after countless battles, he was already close to the position of 3rd place. As for 2nd place, it was the person who had been born for this training hall, the giant-toothed shark symbiote, Huang Hao. With the advantage of water resources, Huang Hao had been sitting firmly at the 2nd place. And his figure was no longer satisfied with appearing in the shallow sea area. He was continuously killing his way to the middle sea area. Hey, everyone, look! Ye Feng found something! Someone in the audience shouted. Countless people's eyes fell on Ye Feng's screen again. Many people had been staring at Ye Feng's screen. It was just that they did not know what he was doing. The assessment had already started quite a long time ago. Most of the contestants had also entered the warm-up phase. More or less, they had already accumulated a certain amount of points. Moreover, not only did Ye Feng's points not increase at all, he did not care about the points at all. Everyone was also guessing whether he had a high amount of initial credits on him, which was why he did not panic at all. Even so, Ye Feng did not do anything, but he was still sitting firmly on the 1st rank. A high amount of initial credits had already made him far ahead of the others. Gradually, more and more people discovered that something magical had appeared on Ye Feng's screen. At least 80% of the audience's attention was quickly focused on Ye Feng's side. With such a high amount of attention, Ye Feng's 1st place on the popularity rankings was not undeserved. Next, under everyone's expectations, a blue crystal gradually appeared on Ye Feng's screen. Then, the screen was completely covered by the blue light that was emitted. After an unknown amount of time, the screen became clear again. Water Training Hall, River Area. Ye Feng looked at a certain place upstream and muttered, a blue crystal should be the spiritual energy emitted from that crystal. Looking at that crystal, Ye Feng had a rough understanding of it. This crystal-like object had an appearance like a harpoon. It was stuck upside down on a cliff. Ye Feng looked at it carefully and released his perception. It greatly increased his ability to observe. On the harpoon-like crystal, there were a few words that Ye Feng could not understand. The transparent blue color almost covered the entire harpoon. It seemed that this harpoon was not small, and it also had some weight. He did not see any damage on it. Appearing here for no reason made Ye Feng feel very strange, but through his perception scan, there were no signs of life in the vicinity. This also meant that this harpoon might have drifted down from a place further upstream. No matter what, the appearance of this harpoon is indeed very strange. Ye Feng analyzed and then gradually approached the location of the harpoon. This is the Water Training Hall. The appearance of the harpoon means that there should be traces of the Murloc tribe nearby. Ye Feng's theoretical ability in class was far stronger than his actual combat experience. Therefore, he quickly came to such a conclusion. There must be a Murloc tribe nearby. Moreover, this was a river region with many rivers scattered around. It was extremely suitable for those tribes that were only heard of in legends to survive. That was the Murloc tribe. As Ye Feng got closer, he could feel that the energy emitted by the harpoon was getting stronger. However, due to the erosion of the current, the spiritual energy essence that originated from the harpoon was diluted. This also explained why Ye Feng discovered traces of spiritual energy when he was downstream. Moreover, it was in an extremely weak state. If there really is a Murloc race, then the legend is no longer a legend. Moreover, I can personally witness their appearance. Ye Feng gradually became excited. This harpoon could only belong to the Murloc race. Moreover, the energy emitted from it was also extremely powerful. Ye Feng approached, wanting to try and absorb it. Reaching out, Ye Feng directly used his mind, wanting to directly plunder the energy of the harpoon. But the first time he tried, he was surprised to find that this harpoon contained too much spiritual energy. He couldn't even approach the harpoon to operate it. Moreover, if he absorbed such dense spiritual energy, it was equivalent to directly swallowing boiling water of 100 degrees Celsius. That feeling was not good. It could even directly affect one's body. Ye Feng's situation was like this. After thinking for a moment, Ye Feng unexpectedly discovered that only after being diluted by the water flow, this energy would not produce such great power. In other words, after being diluted by the river, it was equivalent to cooling boiling water. In this way, he could drink it without worry. It would not harm his body, and there would not be any side effects. Ye Feng felt that it was feasible, so he came downstream of the harpoon, which was more than 10 meters away. By switching to water element vision, it allowed Ye Feng to easily capture these threads of flowing spiritual energy. This is a good thing. Ye Feng secretly rejoiced. He bent down and directly separated the water element slime. Activate my ability, Devour. Ye Feng thought to himself. The water element slime then dived down to the thing that was flowing with spiritual energy and kept getting closer. When the surging spiritual energy touched the water element slime, a light blue light burst out. The water element slime immediately changed. Chapter 70, Special Spiritual Power, Water Elemental Skill. This spiritual power is so pure. Why does it have a gentle feeling? It feels like my origin spiritual power. The cells in Ye Feng's body were absorbing the spiritual power crazily. For a moment, the comfortable feeling spread from his limbs to his surroundings. Finally, it spread throughout his body at a very fast speed. This power was very special, but Ye Feng could not tell what this feeling was. This spiritual power has some kind of connection with the water element. Ye Feng thought to himself. When he absorbed the energy, he could feel that the water element slime in his body seemed to have received some kind of nourishment. This was something that ordinary spiritual power could not do. He finished absorbing the spiritual power in the nearby area. Ye Feng stretched his limbs and yawned contentedly. Just a single harpoon could bring him so many surprises. If he continued to go deeper, to truly discover the Murloc tribe, they would have a lot of treasures. Just a single harpoon could contain such a large amount of energy, not to mention other things. Moreover, traces of the Murloc tribe had already been discovered here. It was only a matter of time before he verified whether the Murloc tribe really existed in this river region. It was only a matter of time. His accidental discovery had brought him a lot of resources. Although he didn't discover any treasure chests, this wave of gains wasn't much worse than the rewards of the treasure chests. After all, the distribution of the treasure chests was vast. It was already destined that the treasure chests were rare, and not everyone could obtain them. With so much spiritual energy pouring in all at once, I can raise another wave of spiritual energy. Looking down the river, there was still quite a bit of spiritual energy scattered. Ye Feng muttered to himself. After all, he had a lot of different sequence abilities to raise. And if he wanted to raise them, he needed to provide more spiritual energy. His current cultivation level was already perfect D+. This also determined that the amount of spiritual energy required for his sequence abilities would continue to increase. Even though Ye Feng had obtained quite a bit of spiritual energy, most of it was used to stabilize his origin and strengthen his physique. And at Ye Feng's current stage, other than a large amount of spiritual energy, the other resources were actually useless. I didn't think that I would be able to reap a huge benefit from the start. I really want to go all out in this training hall and reap a wave of benefits. Most of the creatures and fierce beasts in this water training hall are D-grade creatures, and there are even higher C-grade creatures. If I can devour and absorb them, won't the benefits come faster than the treasure chest? Ye Feng felt the churning spiritual energy in his body, and the corners of his mouth kept rising. In fact, he was quite looking forward to fighting. Although his symbiotic body was not suitable for fighting, he had not experienced that kind of feeling for a long time. That being said, Ye Feng's combat strength was not at a low level. But he also understood the so-called not revealing one's wealth. His symbiotic body's ability was the same. It could also be said that it was a talent. If it was exposed, although it could get the attention of the higher UPS, and he could also get better cultivation resources, it would also be noticed by all kinds of people hiding in the dark. It might not be a person. It might even be a creature. As the spiritual energy recovered, things in the world continued to escalate. Many high-level creatures appeared one after another. They were creatures with extraordinary intelligence. They could even transform into human forms. If Ye Feng became their target, then Ye Feng would not have a good ending. He did not want to become the number one target of the creatures. Ye Feng sighed and waved his hand to stop his wild thoughts. A large pile of water element slime subsidiary bodies appeared on the ground. Under Ye Feng's instructions, the water element slime subsidiary bodies continued to pass through the river and dive into the downstream waters to capture the remaining scattered spiritual energy. Although there was not much of it, it was all good. It was pure spiritual energy from the Murloc race. Ye Feng would not let go of even a trace of it. After absorbing a wave of water elemental spiritual energy, I'll see what I can upgrade next, Ye Feng thought to himself and then summoned the system. Help me analyze the special spiritual energy in my body. What can I use it for? Ding! Detected that the host contains a large amount of special, water elemental, spiritual energy, but it has not reached the threshold yet. Host still needs to absorb a part of the special spiritual energy to awaken a new skill. Hearing this, a happy expression appeared on Ye Feng's face. I can actually obtain a new skill. If this skill is related to the water element, then I'll have an extra guarantee in the water training hall. I still need some spiritual power, but the system didn't specify the exact amount. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Suddenly, his body felt a new change. With a jolt of his consciousness, he knew that the water element slimes had already appeared in the downstream area and was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy scattered in the water. As the mother body, the spiritual energy that Ye Feng's subsidiary bodies absorbed was equivalent to his own spiritual energy. As his body crazily injected a new wave of spiritual energy, Ye Feng's body also had a great reaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the water element skill Water Arrow. Ding! Congratulations host, you have obtained the water element skill Water Elemental Vortex. Ding! Congratulations, host, your body has received a large number of attribute enhancements. After absorbing a large amount of water elemental spiritual energy, the slime's body size has increased by 5%. The number of subsidiary bodies has increased by 10. The evolution progress has received a large increase. Following the system notifications, it ended. This round of strengthening was finally over. This round of evolution had almost exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. If it was in his previous state, Ye Feng would not have been able to gain so many benefits in one round of evolution. But this time, he had used a special, water element, spiritual energy. That was why he had obtained so many benefits. And along with the degree of evolution, the amount of spiritual energy consumed would also increase exponentially. If he directly strengthened a complete sequence ability, the additional skills would consume more resources. The new water element abilities that Ye Feng obtained this time did not seem to belong to his sequence abilities. Ye Feng estimated that it might be because he absorbed special, water element, spiritual energy, thus resonating with the water element slime. Thus, he awakened these two skills. The excited Ye Feng summoned his attribute panel with a thought. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 25%. Subsidiary bodies, 50. Attributes, strength 170, agility 270, vitality 280, spirit 400. Special attributes, poison immunity, venom, swift walk, viscosity, sharpness. Sequence, perception, split, devour, regeneration, mimicry, evolution, analysis. Skills, goddess scattering flowers, ultimate possession, severed tail, stench, leader's oppression, web transformation, sharp blade, starfire meditation. Water elemental ability, water arrow, water elemental vortex. Evolution progress, 17%. Current level, D+. Seeing his attributes increasing, Ye Feng smiled. This was his hard work. Although he had obtained a lot of attributes, at the same time, he also realized that every evolution he had now required a large amount of spiritual energy, and it was increasing day by day. This might be the reason why his sequence abilities were increasing. Or it might be because he had stepped into a new level that brought with it a higher requirement for advancement. He also discovered that his attribute Pain had an additional water elemental ability. It was the skills that he had just awakened. In this way, he could distinguish an elemental skill from a normal skill. Since that's the case, let's try out the newly acquired skill. Ye Feng willed. A sharp arrow instantly condensed beside his body. Ye Feng looked carefully. That sharp sword was actually completely made of water. Release. With a thought, that sharp arrow shot out along with a low rumble. It was as if a ferocious bird flew past. The speed was so fast that even Ye Feng was unable to accurately capture the traces of this sharp arrow. Only a faint line of water vapor was left in the air. This was because the speed was too fast, causing the water vapor to rub against the air. This speed is so fast. Boom! While Ye Feng was thinking, a palm tree in the distance fell with a sound, stirring up layers of dust. Chapter 71, Ancient Magic, Sequence 08 Secret Text. Even an arrow that takes the form of water can have such power. Ye Feng exclaimed, his eyes rippling. That tree had a lifespan of at least 100 years. Nourished by the river all year round, it lived in large amounts of spiritual energy and grew abnormally thick. Ye Feng only gave a rough estimate. The diameter of that big tree was a full 5 meters. What kind of concept was 5 meters? It was equivalent to 20 adults standing side by side. And the water arrow that Ye Feng had just released was enough to pierce through all of it. The trunk was so hard and just a casual strike could pierce through it, not to mention a human body. One could imagine the scene where Ye Feng's strike could pierce through all 20 adults. This power was already so great. Ye Feng was speechless. Now, he had another ability to protect himself. Next, I'll try the water elemental vortex. Thinking to himself, Ye Feng raised his hand slightly, and for a moment, a surge of spiritual energy surged. In the originally calm and unperturbed river. Suddenly, bubbles appeared. In the next moment, a small whirlpool appeared. The surroundings of that whirlpool were filled with large amounts of water vapor. The amount of water vapor is so large. Coupled with the pull of the vortex, it's enough to easily trap some people. Ye Feng looked at the changes happening in the river not far away and thought to himself. Not long after, that whirlpool was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It kept growing bigger and bigger. Only when it grew to a certain size did that whirlpool stop growing, but it still maintained a very strong pull. Such a terrifying pulling force, coupled with the water vapor confusing one's vision, once one was pulled into the whirlpool, an ordinary person really couldn't escape. Water Arrow is a skill with an attack effect, while Water Elemental Vortex is more of a control type skill. Ye Feng was extremely surprised and carefully analyzed. This way, he would have two more powerful defensive skills. If it was used as an offensive skill, it didn't seem like it was impossible. Ye Feng turned to look at the harpoon that was forcefully inserted into the ground. He started to plan in his heart. Since that's the case, that harpoon can't stay here, Ye Feng muttered. Just the spiritual energy that the harpoon revealed was already so terrifying. If this harpoon fell into the hands of someone else, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Ye Feng thought so and directly walked over. The light blue harpoon gave off a faint aura, as if it was breathing. It flashed and flashed, but its aura was very weak. It seemed to be able to sense that someone was approaching. Following that, the aura became stronger, but it couldn't hold on for long and was destroyed again. Ye Feng carefully observed this harpoon and felt that it was very strange. This harpoon seems to have spiritual consciousness. Why does it shine whenever I approach it? Then, Ye Feng took a few steps back. Sure enough, the aura of the harpoon gradually weakened until there was not even a trace of aura. Ye Feng took another step forward and approached. Just as he had guessed, the aura of the harpoon returned. It was so magical that even Ye Feng could not figure it out. Not only was the harpoon continuously emitting aura, the patterns on it were also very clear. If one looked closely, it was like a perfect ancient artifact. Ye Feng reached out to touch the harpoon, but before he could touch it, he felt a piercing cold that spread throughout his entire body. It doesn't seem like much. I didn't expect this harpoon to be so cold. Ye Feng was a little surprised. This cold feeling was as if it had just been taken out of the freezer. Ye Feng knew very little about the Murloc race. Naturally, he did not know that the original body of the harpoon was so cold. Frowning, Ye Feng reached out his hand again, wanting to pull the harpoon out. But after trying, he still gave up. Not only was the ice-cold feeling very uncomfortable, this harpoon seemed to recognize its owner. When Ye Feng touched it, it erupted with an extremely strong repulsive force. It made it impossible for Ye Feng to pull it out. Even if he forcefully pulled it out, it would still require a large amount of spiritual energy, and the current Ye Feng was in a pretty good state, but the two new water elemental skills he had just awakened had also almost exhausted his spiritual energy. So, the current him using spiritual energy to forcefully pull it out was simply impossible to achieve. But Ye Feng firmly believed that there must be another way. Could this be a divine artifact left behind by a certain expert? Ye Feng was secretly shocked. Even he himself couldn't easily pull it out. Then what kind of strength did the owner of this harpoon have to be able to control such a powerful harpoon? If the owner was still alive, Ye Feng had to be extremely careful when confronting them. But Ye Feng estimated that the owner of this harpoon was most likely dead. Otherwise, why would such a powerful harpoon be randomly thrown here? Ye Feng also noticed that the texture on the harpoon seemed to be similar to a certain secret text in his water element secret manual. But because the secret text was too complicated and was not easy to record, Ye Feng could not distinguish it for a while. Then, the audience saw this strange scene. Ye Feng slowly took out a notebook. There was no cover and no signature. It was just a very simple handwritten notebook, but Ye Feng flipped through it carefully. It seemed like he was looking for something. The audience was dumbfounded. F***ck, what is Ye Feng doing? He is actually leisurely reading a book. Awesome! Did he forget that he was chased by a few people not long ago and narrowly escaped death? Now he is reading books. Does he think he is awesome? He is laughing. He must have seen something that he doesn't understand. Now, hurry up and look through his notes. Ye Feng is amazing. He has successfully taken over my joke today. I'm speechless. He actually flipped through the notes on the spot. This harpoon is so obvious. It's a weapon of the Murloc race. He doesn't even know about it. I deeply doubt his position as the first on the list. No matter how much of a joke the audience made, Ye Feng, who was in the water training hall, could not hear it. The secret text in front of him was extremely strange. Not to mention Ye Feng, even if the human ceiling came, he would have to study it properly. After all, the Murloc race. It was a species that had existed since the birth of Earth. However, in the ancient times, due to the great battle between the races, the Murloc race had completely disappeared on Earth. Until a few hundred years ago, when a great change occurred, the spiritual energy recovered and descended on Earth. Only then did the Murloc race recover. Strictly speaking, this harpoon, even if it was the lowest grade weapon, could be considered an ancient weapon. But no matter how one looked at it, this harpoon was not ordinary. It might even be the weapon of a certain Murloc expert. Why it appeared here, Ye Feng did not know. But he could slowly investigate. In short, there was plenty of time. Even if the outside world fought and killed for first place, it did not concern Ye Feng. Now this harpoon had already deeply attracted Ye Feng. If he were to discover traces of the Murloc tribe, he might be able to pry into the mysterious ancient technology. This discovery was much more important than Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment. While he was thinking, Ye Feng's gaze paused on a single page. It's a perfect match. Ye Feng cried out in surprise and compared it again. As expected, the sequence 08 secret text was the same as the strange secret text on this harpoon. Unfortunately, the sequence 08 water element secret text hasn't been translated yet. Ye Feng sighed and was still too excited. He kept his notes. Ye Feng's spiritual energy surged out and changed into the water element slime to wrap around his palm. He pulled with force. He heard a low hum coming from the harpoon, and then it immediately returned to normal. Although I don't know what it means, I know the correlation between them. I can only see if there are any new discoveries later, Ye Feng muttered. His mind moved, and his eyes looked into the distance. Chapter 72, Murloc appeared, **Mnebel sense of oppression. An endless river. One simply couldn't imagine how large this river region should be. It was such a large area. It was the opportunity to create endless possibilities. Perhaps Ye Feng's opportunity was among them. There's no movement in the nearby area. Let's go to another place and see what's there. Ye Feng muttered and was about to leave. Just as he was about to walk ashore from the river, Ye Feng suddenly realized that a very strange creature had surrounded the originally quiet surroundings. What kind of creature is this? Ye Feng's heart suddenly thumped when he saw that there were a few creatures that looked neither human nor fish in front of him. They looked like humans because they had hands and feet. They didn't look like humans because there was actually a fish head on their **ing heads. Ye Feng took a closer look. Scales? Other than the scales, there was also rather big gills on both sides of their cheeks. If one didn't take a closer look, one really wouldn't be able to notice it. They were more than 2 meters tall. They were huge beneath their bodies. They contained extremely strong muscles and strength. Within their huge fish heads, their mouths were filled with sharp teeth. Their vertical pupils revealed a vicious killing intent. They were staring at Ye Feng. As they continued to approach, the killing intent emitted from their bodies also continued to increase. Ye Feng immediately felt extremely surprised. Could they be the Murlocs? It looks like they are. They came with ill intentions, and Ye Feng became alert. It looked like they were only a small team of Murlocs patrolling, and there were only 3 of them. 2 of them had wooden bows on their back, and a large number of arrows on their waists. The Murloc in the middle was holding an even more unique weapon. It was a weapon made of a huge conch tip. The tip had already been sharpened by them to an extremely sharp point. It was as if a slight graze on the body would instantly leave a huge wound. It looked like they had come out to patrol and were well prepared. It was possible the reason why he did not see them earlier was that they were still patrolling upstream and had not noticed this place. Although Ye Feng had not seen the murlocs' true appearance, he had heard of it. So Ye Feng speculated that this was probably the murloc tribe. Ye Feng also knew the origin of the murlocs. In general, murlocs were very territorial, and they lived in groups. Where there was water, the murlocs could survive. And Ye Feng was now in the position of a water flow area. Even if this wasn't a water area, the entire water training hall was a water area. Basically, the probability of encountering the murlocs was very high. But Ye Feng didn't expect that he would encounter them so quickly. Amidst the pleasant surprise, there was also a trace of vigilance. The murlocs were famous for their ruthlessness. If he was caught by them, Ye Feng would also die here. So, it was better to be careful. Ye Feng thought for a moment and immediately had an idea. Previously, I got away with mimicking the army ants. This time, if I mimic the murlocs, will I be able to fool them too? With this thought, Ye Feng immediately dived into the water. Just as he was about to use the same trick again, Ye Feng suddenly realized that the leading murloc took out a conch and was about to put it in its mouth. Not good! Ye Feng shouted in his heart. He wanted to make a move, but it was too late. The conch was blown directly. Woo! Woo! The huge conch sound was like a sound shock wave. With the murloc as the center, the surroundings rippled instantly. When the sound wave met the river, it seemed to have met some mixed matter, and the speed of transmission suddenly increased by several times. Seeing this, Ye Feng frowned. If I remember correctly, this should be a horn used to call for help. Moreover, once the murloc conch is blown, there will definitely be a large number of murlocs nearby to come to the rescue. Ye Feng immediately judged. He had read about it in the books before. The reason why murlocs were able to last for so long in ancient times was because of their unity and their super-strong gregarious nature. This patrol team, after discovering Ye Feng, the first thing that came to mind was to immediately report. The timid and cautious murlocs immediately blew the horn. But their levels aren't high, so they should be easier to deal with. Ye Feng continued to dive in the water as he thought to himself. Judging from the levels of the 3 murlocs in the patrol team, ordinary murlocs were basically all at E and grade. To him, this level was as easy as stepping on an ant. He had already thought about it and was ready to fight at any time. In addition to the 2 new skills he had just acquired, he was worried that he wouldn't have a place to use them. Moreover, the ability that he had improved previously. He never had the chance to fight in a real battle. Now, the opportunity was here. Boom! 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 What's this? Ye Feng asked in puzzlement. He withdrew his perception and focused it on an area near him. This way, he could clearly sense what was happening in the vicinity. Could it be an earthquake? Or? Ye Feng guessed. He could clearly feel that the river was continuously trembling. How many murlocs did they send? Ye Feng was surprised and instantly understood the source of this slight tremor. In the next moment, the situation in the vicinity was fully known by Ye Feng. This was not an earthquake. It was the rumbling sound of the murlocs support team rushing over. One could imagine the scene of more than 22-meter-tall murlocs rushing over from the river. There was a dense killing intent. It made Ye Feng frown. The speed of the murlocs support is too exaggerated. Only 30 seconds had passed since the sound of the murlocs conch and the arrival of a large wave of murlocs. In 30 seconds, before he even had the thought of escaping, the murlocs' reinforcements arrived. This was a gene that could be found in flesh and blood. The murlocs of the ancient times were very diverse. As they continued to expand, there were only so many water resources. After wave of battles, the remaining ones were all very united species. This was also the wave that Ye Feng was seeing now. Although there were not many types of murlocs in existence, there was not only one type. Ye Feng had no way of distinguishing between them. What he had to face now was a large group of murlocs filled with killing intent. Ye Feng saw a dense group of murlocs attacking from afar. The leader rode on a gigantic piranha and rushed to the scene very quickly. His intuition told him that this leader was not simple, and his level had even reached C grade. The gap between this level and his was still very large. The gap between the levels of cultivation was not a simple difference between levels. Yefeng's level was currently perfect D+, and he was basically the strongest in D grade. But even so, he would still find it difficult to fight against the lowest level of C grade. The leap of this level. Even though there was only a small gap of one level, the gap between was too much to compare with, especially the contrast between the levels. It was very obvious. But even so, Yefeng had full confidence that he could grasp the overall situation. Once they fought, even if it was the C-grade leader itself, it might not be able to really turn the situation around. Moreover, once they latched onto Yefeng, they would not let go. Yefeng also did not mind fighting with all his strength and capturing them all in one go. Yefeng was highly vigilant and had already activated his spiritual energy. Chapter 73, The Affirmation of the Dean, 50-50. They look menacing. They come with ill intentions. Yefeng looked at the Murloc army that was just inches away and his expression was still very calm. But Cloud Mist Academy that was far away in the horizon was not calm. In the audience stands, countless people stared at Yefeng's large screen and did not even dare to take a deep breath. Ever since Yefeng discovered the Murlocs, everyone's gazes were all focused on Yefeng's side. After all, this was the Murloc race. This was an ancient race that existed in the ancient times. Now that the veil was lifted, Yefeng naturally won the most traffic. F***ck, Yefeng is in trouble this time. The Murlocs have been known for their ferocity since ancient times. Transcendents below B grade would have their skin peeled off in the past. Awesome, why is Yefeng always able to encounter so many strange things? 666. Oh ho, this is completely over. The Murlocs are a race that existed in ancient times. Just looking at their appearance is enough to make one suffer. This time, he is definitely going to fall. One Murloc is still fine, but there are more than 20 of them, and Yefeng is only one person. If it were me, I would have died hundreds of times. Hey, that's because your strength is low. Yefeng is at least on the first rank. How can he sit firmly on the first rank without any strength? How F***ing awesome. If he's fine this time, then Yefeng will have to ascend to godhood. The audience discussed animatedly. Most of them did not think highly of Yefeng. But there was also a small portion of them that felt that Yefeng had the strength to fight. But when they asked where the confidence came from, they were all stunned. That's right. Yefeng had almost never participated in a battle from the beginning to the end. Even if there was a battle, it was only because the same kind of people was pressuring him. Yefeng had almost never taken the initiative to fight. This was strange. Looking at the live broadcast of others, they were all fighting with creatures or fierce beasts. Only Yefeng's screen was incomparably quiet. But now, Yefeng's live broadcast screen was clearly the one that was the least quiet. Because what he was facing was the Murloc race. And Teacher Andy, who held a high position in the judge's seat, had an extremely indifferent expression. His eyes were also emitting threads of light. This freshman assessment, as an internal assessment of Cloud Mist Academy, was able to maintain the entire live broadcast. It was all thanks to Teacher Andy's ability. That was the air detection eye. In the water training hall, there were countless of such surveillance eyes scattered, which also supported this live broadcast. Different from the people watching the live broadcast, Teacher Andy could more intuitively feel the ever-changing aura of the scene. It was as if he was in the scene. After all, Teacher Andy also had the ability to teleport to that place. Therefore, what he felt was different from the audience, and he could understand Yefeng's current realm better. Think about it. Facing more than 20 Murlocs with a terrifying aura alone, all of them were strong and healthy. The shortest one was more than 2 meters tall, and the tallest one could even reach 4 or 5 meters tall. The aura they produced was enough to suffocate people. Not to mention the leader, who was a C-grade powerhouse. This child is not bad. He is calm in the face of danger and can be nurtured. Teacher Andy said these words calmly. The people in the judges' seats were shocked. Dean, are you sure? Don't tell me you want to award him your exclusive scholarship. The title of the dean's personal student. Professor Simon was so scared that his glasses fell off. On the other side, Professor Lay laughed out loud. I told you, this kid won't let us down. Professor Simon, don't be unconvinced. This kid is facing an enemy that is several times stronger than him. Even you and I can't do it without changing our expressions. Also, did you see that he was able to awaken the power to control the flow of water just by crossing the river? In my opinion, what he awakened was the water elemental ability. That's why he has a trump card to confront the many murlocs. Or perhaps, he has a bigger secret on him. These are things that you and I don't know. Haha, Professor Simon, you have to admit this. Sometimes, newbies are much better than us old guys. Professor Lay was extremely proud. He looked at Professor Simon again. It was as if he was showing off that he was the one who discovered this student first. Humph, you only taught him a harmless lesson. He's not even your student yet. Look at how proud you are. And don't forget, what's that kid's symbiotic form is? The slime. Ever since humans awakened their symbiotic form, he's the most useless one. Professor Simon poured a bucket of cold water on Professor Lay. You don't understand. There are mutations in symbiotic forms too. What if he underwent a major mutation? Anyway, I'm happy to meet a genius. Moreover, he will always be my student. You just wait and see. Professor Lay retorted. He is indeed outstanding enough, but I'm looking forward to his performance in the future. Teacher Andy threw out a sentence, ending the quarrel between the two old men. The few old men who looked down also looked at Teacher Andy gratefully and let out a long breath. Finally, their ears were clear. At the same time, Ye Feng, who was still hiding in the river, saw a type of murloc that had already appeared on the surface of the water and did not plan to continue hiding. After all, the river region was the best place for murlocs to display their skills. On the contrary, Ye Feng was not that familiar with it. If they were to fight in the water, it would probably be difficult. Although he also had the water element slime in his body, just the combat strength of the water element slime was not enough to fight against them. Other than the leader, who is high enough in level, the rest are just small fries, Ye Feng thought to himself. He was waiting for the murlocs to get close to him so that he could jump out of the water at any time. So, if I really want to fight, I should avoid the heavy stuff. I should first use mimicry on the leader and then deal with the small fries in the surroundings with my main body. Finally, I should concentrate on dealing with the leader. I'm now at perfect D and grade, and I have quite a number of slime ability sequences. If I throw out all my skills, it'll be enough to make that leader suffer. Even if the plan deviates, and I can't beat it, why can't I run? Ye Feng had already planned the battle plan. Although the plan was very good, Ye Feng was also afraid that there would be some mistakes, so he called out the system, "System, help me analyze if my plan is feasible." Almost instantly, the system replied, "Ding, the plan is feasible. Escape probability, 49.9%, victory probability, 50.1%. The system even gave the probability of victory and defeat. Ye Feng looked at the victory and defeat ratio that appeared before his eyes and immediately frowned. What's going on? It's actually 50-50. Chapter 74, Murloc's harpoon protected their bodies. Everyone knelt down. Looks like I've still underestimated these guys. Ye Feng muttered. Then, he took out the purple gold harpoon that he had just obtained and put it in front of his chest to protect himself. This harpoon only had the head. It was perfect to be used as armor. If he did this, even if they fought, he could at least block the damage for himself. Ye Feng had also tested the hardness of this harpoon. Basically, nothing could destroy it. This also meant that this harpoon was extremely suitable to be used as a shield. At least for now, it was indeed very good armor for Ye Feng. The harpoon continuously emitted a faint light. Ye Feng, who was so close to it, could clearly feel the coldness that went deep into his heart. However, this feeling became even weaker after he absorbed a large amount of the spiritual energy that flowed out of this harpoon. It was as if this harpoon was prepared for him in the first place. The bad thing was that Ye Feng did not know how to use the weapon at all, let alone this harpoon that could be called an ancient divine weapon. The other party was still some distance away, so Ye Feng continued to analyze the situation. In terms of aura, they definitely have the advantage. And there's only one Murloc who is strong. Logically speaking, they don't have any advantage either. Then this 0.1% more victory rate is definitely not obtained through battle. There should be some kind of opportunity. Ye Feng thought so. The other party was already close at hand. Come. Ye Feng said indifferently, and his figure immediately floated to the surface. At the same time, spiritual energy was instantly released. Such surging spiritual energy was suddenly released, and the leader's expression instantly changed greatly. As an intruder, Ye Feng was actually able to possess such powerful strength. The other party's group was also shocked. If they really fought, their group of lackeys, who were only at E grade, would die the most miserable deaths. But they did not retreat at all, although their faces were already filled with fear. The leader was still strong. Although the moment Ye Feng appeared, they felt a wave of fear in their hearts, that feeling disappeared in an instant. If the leader's level was a little lower, it would probably have been crushed by Ye Feng in terms of aura. But the leader's level was not low. AC grade was enough to crush all levels below this level. Even if Ye Feng was a perfect C and grade, it would still need to give it its all in order to fight against him. Clearly, it had the advantage in rank, and its strength was not weak either. But for some reason, when it saw Ye Feng come out, that fear still could not help but rise. Ye Feng seemed to have also noticed this slight change in the other party. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled faintly. Only this kind of strength. Ye Feng mocked in his heart. The leader did not dare to act rashly, as if it was ridiculing crazily in its heart where was the supposed prey. The other party was actually a powerhouse. The leader's face darkened, and then it waved the light blue harpoon in its hand, saying something. Its tone seemed to be quite fierce. But Ye Feng could not understand what he was saying. Murloc language. I can't understand your babbling either. Ye Feng was embarrassed. Although the other side was aggressive, the atmosphere was tense. It seemed that if there was a slight friction, they would rush over. And the leader was still talking. He should be negotiating with me. Ye Feng was speechless. This ghostly language had been lost for too long. Basically, no one could understand the Murloc language, and there was no record of it in the textbook. In order to study this ancient language, the Symbiote organization in China had even set up a special organization. However, this kind of highly secretive thing, Ye Feng could not possibly know about it. Die. Seeing that Ye Feng was unmoved, the leader was instantly angered from embarrassment and roared angrily. Although he did not understand anything at the beginning, Ye Feng could hear that the last word was, death. Moreover, from its expression, the other party was already very angry. It can't be, I can't understand what you're saying, and you still ran over to hit me. Ye Feng shouted loudly, and his spiritual energy was crazily urged, and the surrounding water flow immediately changed. Just as everyone was about to make their move, suddenly, they saw the originally peaceful river nearby start to gurgle and surge, as if there was a huge beast under it, letting out a low roar. Ye Feng smiled faintly and said, the water elemental vortex has worked. He saw that the group of murlocs did not move at all. They only chirped and called something. Ye Feng did not know either. The whirlpool gradually became bigger, and the surrounding water vapor also soared and rose, forming a cage made of water vapor. Even if they lived in the water, they still needed to spend some effort to escape from this natural cage. Ye Feng did not want to use this skill to restrict them all. After all, they were murlocs, and their advantage in the water far surpassed Ye Feng's. And that whirlpool was only a temporary way to restrict their movements. Ye Feng's true offensive skill was accumulating power at this moment. Water arrow. Streams of water condensed from Ye Feng's side, gradually turning into an incomparably sharp arrow. Under Ye Feng's urging, several flying arrows instantly hung by the side, ready to be fired at any time. If they dared to come out, this arrow would at least take half of their lives. Following the urging of spiritual energy, the harpoon in front of Ye Feng's chest suddenly flashed with a strong light. What was different from before was that this light was very dazzling. It was an extremely resplendent blue light. Within the light, there seemed to be a trace of purple and green intersecting. It flashed and flashed, but very quickly, it dimmed again. At the same time, the murlocs that were trapped in the whirlpool suddenly, for some unknown reason, all threw away their weapons. They all knelt down on one knee. They made a worshipping gesture and were very respectful. Even the high and mighty leader was no exception. The leader directly stuck its weapon into the water. It jumped down from the piranha's head and knelt down on one knee. At the same time, it was reluctant to leave Ye Feng's sight. Ye Feng was stunned and suddenly did not understand what was going on. What's the situation? There seems to be an even more powerful aura that made them feel afraid. Is there a more powerful existence nearby? Ye Feng muttered in his heart, but from his perception, he did not find any other powerful creatures nearby. Seeing this scene, the audience exploded again. *CK, why did the murlocs kneel? What method did Ye Feng use to actually make the murlocs, who have always been brutal, kneel down for him? Oh my god, this scene is so *ing spectacular. More than 20 giant-like murlocs knelt down in unison. Ye Feng has done something unprecedented and undocumented. *CK. My god, Ye Feng's strength is actually so terrifying. In the judges' seats, several elders also showed surprised expressions. Ye Feng really has such strength. One of the elders with a childlike face and white hair asked in a very authentic accent, puzzled. Professor Simon glanced at the elder and said with a smile, "Hee, even if others can't see it, can't you? If you look closely at that blue light, it should be the power emitted by the harpoon in front of Ye Feng's chest that made the murlocs submit and kneel. Actually, you can do a preliminary reading. That harpoon should have been left behind by a murloc expert. In fact, that harpoon might be an artifact of the murloc race." Chapter 75, The Waterfall Murlocs, the Sacred Land Tianjing River. Hearing these words, the people beside them were all shocked. Although they were the core figures of Cloud Mist Academy, they had never seen the legendary divine artifact of the murlocs with their own eyes, not to mention that this was the divine artifact of the ancient race. If this is true, then Ye Feng has brought a brand new discovery. Professor Lei shouted excitedly, and then continued, "It just so happens that I lack a research topic on divine artifacts. Ye Feng has helped me greatly this time." Professor Simon glanced at him and grumbled unhappily at the side, "Hee, how can you be sure that he can escape unscathed? He definitely can. Don't fool around. Up until now, he hasn't used his symbiotic body ability once. Compared to the other contestants, I think more highly of Ye Feng." Professor Lei was very proud, already treating Ye Feng as his proud student. He has never used the symbiotic ability. Do you think it's possible that it's because his symbiotic ability is too inferior? Professor Simon mocked. In fact, it was not that Professor Simon did not think highly of Ye Feng. On the contrary, Ye Feng's various performances determined that he must be a very talented student. It was just that he had never held the same opinion as Professor Lay. As long as they were opposites, they would not hold the same opinion. It was the same from their university roommate relationship until now. Water Training Hall, River Area. Ye Feng looked at the group of murlocs in front of him with a puzzled expression. Then, the leader riding on the giant piranha walked over. It held a spear in its hand and wore a light green armor with sticky liquid on it. Although he couldn't tell how strong the resistance was, he could at least tell that the armor was still very fresh. After all, the moss was mixed with the sticky liquid. If it didn't exist in the river all year round, it wouldn't have reached this level. And that long spear was also an eye-opener for Ye Feng. It was an extremely sharp spear made from the bones of an unknown fish. That bone did not look like an ordinary fish. Ye Feng guessed that it should be a fish-type creature in this area. No matter what kind of creature it was, in the river, the murlocs were the most powerful existence. Seeing the murloc's small leader riding on the giant piranha, Ye Feng knew that if he were to fight this giant piranha alone, he would not be able to escape in a short time. Its rank was at least around D grade. Just as the murloc approached Ye Feng, a stinky smell assaulted his face, making Ye Feng not know whether to vomit or run for a while. This is too stinky. Ye Feng muttered to himself and immediately covered his nose. Looking at the murloc who came forward, he frowned. And %*, the leader said, then looked at Ye Feng quietly. What did you say? Ye Feng did not understand their murloc language, but this murloc was obviously here to negotiate with him. If he did not understand, wouldn't it be very awkward? System, is there any way that I can understand this language? Ye Feng thought to himself. At this time, the system could be of help. Ding, host can use mimicry to learn the murloc language, and then you can communicate with it. Judging host's learning efficiency, instant. The system's voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind until here. Ye Feng immediately slapped his head. Oh right, mimicry is a good thing. When I was mimicking the army ants, I learned their language too. Ye Feng suddenly became spirited. He originally thought that mimicry could only imitate the other party's form at most, but he neglected the language aspect. Quickly imitate. With a thought, Ye Feng released the mimicry sequence ability. Hey, say it again. Ye Feng said. As he spoke, he discovered that his language had completely transformed into murloc language. Success! Ye Feng thought to himself, extremely happy. This time, he could know what this group of murlocs was planning. Even if he snuck into their tribe later, he would be able to better search for resources. You can understand our language. The leader of the murlocs was extremely surprised. I can. I didn't listen carefully to what you said just now, Ye Feng said indifferently and glanced at the people behind it. They had already finished worshipping and looked at Ye Feng in unison. Among them, there were more complicated expressions. After all, a creature that looked like their race but was not completely their race and did not speak their language just now. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered it. Moreover, the whirlpool that could control the flow of water gave off water vapor that could trap them. What kind of creature was this? They looked at Ye Feng as if they were looking at some kind of great terror. I am the royal head knight of the murlocs. I am in charge of patrolling this area. This area belongs to our Waterfall Murloc clan's territory, and it's even bigger. As it spoke, the head knight pointed out an area. The general meaning was that almost the entire river was theirs. Ye Feng nodded, but he still didn't know what it was trying to express. Their territory was big. What did it matter to him? He wasn't here to snatch their territory. Although he didn't know what the head knight wanted to say, Ye Feng still caught a trace of useful clues. Waterfall Murloc? What was this thing? Was it their tribal group? Ye Feng thought of a better explanation. That was that their murlocs actually subdivided into many tribes. Among them, Waterfall Murlocs was a large tribe. This also meant that there should be other tribes here. But at least for now, Ye Feng had not discovered them. The head knight saw Ye Feng's calm expression and continued, "The waterfall stone wall here is the sacred land of our Murloc tribe, the Tianjing River. Ye Feng continued listening to the head knight's explanation and learned more information. It was probably their patrol team that came here to patrol every day. All along, Tianjing River did not allow outsiders to enter. Even the Murloc tribe would not let their own in easily. Those who could come here were basically all rather prestigious elders. But Ye Feng's sudden arrival seemed to have broken all of this. And the Murlocs on the patrol team. Immediately after they discovered Ye Feng, they immediately blew the Murloc conch. When Ye Feng heard this, he understood. This also explained why even if he wanted to release the mimicry skill and disguise as them, these patrol teams still blew the Murloc conch without any hesitation. This was because they simply did not allow anyone to enter this place. And a large team led by the head knight could also hear the horn and rush here in less than 30 seconds. This was enough to show that this place was important enough for them. Tianjing River, this name is really domineering. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. But what was the use of being domineering? He still didn't know what had happened here. Didn't sacred lands usually have some kind of divine artifact or treasure? Why was there nothing here? As far as the eye could see, there were only rivers and water. Was this also considered a sacred land? If this was considered a sacred land, then every place here could be considered a sacred land. Because this place almost all looked the same. It was all water. Otherwise, how could it be called the water training hall? Ye Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. But the head knight's next words instantly slapped Ye Feng in the face. Tianjing River, as a sacred land that others cannot invade, contains the supreme divine artifact of our Murloc race. Hearing this, Ye Feng was stunned. Divine artifact. There really is one. Chapter 76, Sea Stone Trident, inviting Ye Feng to be the Murloc king? Translation. The head knight nodded and continued, it contains the divine artifact of our Murloc's prophet, Old Blind. It is the legendary Sea Stone Trident. Ye Feng was stunned. Sea Stone Trident? He was very clear about this thing, even though there were very few records of the Murloc race in the textbooks. But the Sea Stone Trident was the supreme divine artifact of the Murloc race. It was almost the only ancient human manuals with the most records of the Murloc race. At that time, Ye Feng liked to study this strange thing very much. He did not expect that all of this actually existed. Old Blind. This name is too strange. Ye Feng secretly ridiculed in his heart. Ye Feng also understood. The Sea Stone Trident was a divine artifact that the Murloc race had guarded for generations. And the prophet, Old Blind, was also a character that lived in the ancient times. It was said that Old Blind's cultivation level had already broken through A grade, so the weapon it possessed, also known as the Sea Stone Trident, was also a very impressive divine artifact. According to the information Ye Feng had obtained, the Murloc tribe in ancient times had an abnormally large number of tribes. At its peak, even the entire earth was filled with traces of the Murloc tribe. They established one strict and standardized hierarchical system after another and continued to consolidate their rule. When everyone had matured, they began to expand. Disputes between the Murlocs also happened. During the Great Calamity, Old Blind led a group of elite Murlocs and fought until they defeated all the rebels. Old Blind's achievements were witnessed by all the Murlocs. Hence, one could imagine its status. Old Blind managed to protect the only Murloc tribe. It was the current Waterfall Murloc clan. At that time, Old Blind was the leader of the Murloc tribe, the highest position. At that time, such a dangerous environment. It led the Murloc tribe to continue to develop and grow. It made immortal achievements. There was another background, which Ye Feng had just heard from the head knight. Old Blind the prophet. And it was the common ancestor of all the Murlocs that was still alive. There was another legend regarding the Sea Stone Trident. Before Old Blind died, it had set a motto. It was also the secret of the era's protection. Whoever could pull this thing out of the water, that person was the hero of the Murlocs chosen by the will of the heavenly Deo. They would bring old Blindswool and once again develop the Murlocs, becoming stronger and stronger. However, after so many years, there were also many hot-blooded Murlocs who sneaked into the sacred land, the Tianjing River. However, without exception, no one was able to pull it up. Not even the powerful Murlocs. Not a single Murloc had succeeded. However, a new turning point had occurred today. You have successfully pulled out the sea stone trident. The head knight's gaze was extremely fanatical as it looked at the intruder in front of it. He had actually succeeded. No one dared to imagine that an intruder could actually successfully awaken the divine artifact of the Murlocs. If this wasn't the will of the heavenly Deo, what else could it be? The head knight firmly believed him and continued to look at Ye Feng. You're the destined hero, our hero. With that said, the head knight once again knelt down on one knee. The Murlocs behind it also knelt down one after another with a hint of respect in their eyes. Hero. Ye Feng felt that it was very ridiculous. He didn't do anything. He only discovered that there was a harpoon here. And this harpoon just happened to emit waves of spiritual energy. It was this spiritual energy that attracted him. He had no idea that the harpoon that he treated as an armor was actually an ancient divine artifact. As Ye Feng thought of this, he lowered his head and looked at the harpoon again. It seemed to be more pleasing to the eye now. It really was the legendary sea stone trident. It was not a harpoon that was casually discarded by the roadside. Realizing this, Ye Feng began to pay attention to it. Combining this with what had happened earlier, it could also be explained. After all, the energy that the harpoon emitted could be so pure. And it was a special, water element, spiritual energy. Son of the prophecy, please follow us back and lead our waterfall Murlocs toward prosperity. The tone of the head knight became gentler and his attitude was very sincere. It was hard to imagine that the Murlocs, who had always been brutal by nature, actually treated an outsider with such respect, with such deference. This scene really stunned the audience. Ever since Ye Feng met the Murloc race, the audience's gaze never left Ye Feng's live broadcast. Because it was too ridiculous. First, the Murlocs knelt down on one knee, then said that the broken harpoon was the ancient god weapon sea stone trident, and finally invited Ye Feng back to lead the Murloc race. This was even more exciting than watching a horror movie. Holy **T, Ye Feng, this kid, is really lucky. Worshipping the god, the legendary divine artifact sea stone trident, was actually placed on his chest as an armor. What **ing genius. Ye Feng is awesome. No, it's God Feng. God Feng is 666, after all, his strength is displayed here. Otherwise, how could the cruel Murloc race let him be the king? Supporting God Feng, I am your little sister Fan. I will give birth to monkeys for you after the assessment. Water Training Hall, River Area. The head knight stood up. It was over 3 meters tall and had an extremely strong body, making Ye Feng appear extremely petite. Such an intense difference in body size constantly reminded Ye Feng that he was only an outsider. Son of prophecy, since you have the strength to conquer the trident, why don't you become our king? Our Murloc race is very rich in aquatic resources. Not only aquatic resources, but all the resources of the Murloc race will be yours. Although the strength of our waterfall Murloc race has been greatly weakened and is no longer as strong as before, I believe that under your leadership, we will definitely return to our former glory. Countless people have used countless methods to obtain the position of the Murloc king, but they are only ambitious and have no strength. This position is definitely yours. Hearing the head knight's strong suggestion, Ye Feng was speechless and did not know what to do. Countless people had used countless methods to obtain it. This was pure nonsense. You Murlocs naturally covet the Murloc king position. But he was a human. If not for the support of the water element slime, he wouldn't even be able to enter the water. To become the Murloc King would be a joke. Ye Feng kept weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Moreover, Ye Feng had only entered the freshman assessment for a few days. He hadn't even finished exploring the map, yet he encountered such a strange thing. Who wouldn't be confused? Go back and be the Murloc King. But I'm still participating in the freshman assessment. Ye Feng spoke in puzzlement, and his expression also became constipated. Freshman assessment? What assessment? Could it be that you're really sent by the heavenly Dao to carry out a mission? Hearing Ye Feng say such strange words, the head knight was suddenly somewhat puzzled, and finally added. If it's the heavenly Dao's test, it doesn't matter. We Murlocs will support you with all our strength. If you become our king, we will definitely help you with all our strength in the heavenly Dao's test. Looking at the head knight who made a solemn vow, Ye Feng found it hard to refuse. Chapter 77, The Dumbfounded Audience, The Broken Trident. Ye Feng took the sea stone trident from his chest. Holding it in his hand, he observed it carefully and muttered in his heart, isn't it just a harpoon engraved with the same secret text as the water-type secret manual? How can it be a trident? Moreover, for Ye Feng, there was a bigger question waiting for him to solve. That was the secret text on the trident. The secret text from sequence 08, what did it mean? Ye Feng also had some understanding of the secret texts. Generally speaking, the secret text was the most mysterious manifestation of the elements. It was also equivalent to a collection. These secret texts were not written by humans. On the contrary, no one knew how the secret texts were formed. There were two main views in the academic world. The first view was that the secret texts were formed naturally. This was because the secrets within the secret texts could not be deciphered, even if it was the human sealing. The second view was that the secret texts were used by extraordinary individuals with absolute power to seal extremely powerful ancient fierce beasts. The reason why secret texts were extremely powerful was because they contained the power of some ancient fierce beasts. Overall, the existence of secret texts was also the most mysterious phenomenon brought about by the recovery of spiritual essence. There were only 4 types of secret texts. They corresponded to the 4 major elements: wind, fire, water, and earth. However, the number of secret texts for each element was different. For example, the water element secret manual had 13 types of serial numbers. As for these 13 types of serial numbers, according to the current research progress of mankind, only 2 of them had been deciphered. However, the deciphering of these 2 types of serial numbers had brought mankind a brand new and powerful strength. Generally speaking, only when the human sealing of the water element had completely obtained the inheritance of the water element would they possess the power that completely belonged to the spiritual energy of the water element. But along with the use of the deciphering of the serial number, which was also an inspection, it allowed some people to also be able to use the power of the water element. The power contained within was extremely huge. And it was precisely this point that deeply attracted Ye Feng. Perhaps there were still some secrets hidden within. But Ye Feng could only watch helplessly now. After all, he did not even know how to decode this sequence 08, so there was simply no way to start. Most importantly, Ye Feng still suspected that the seemingly ordinary trident in his hand, even if it was casually thrown on the beach and picked up by others, they would probably think that it was a strange-looking toy. Although it emitted an incomparable power, this power required a very strong affinity. If it was a symbiote that did not contain water elements in their body, this trident was completely useless to him, because they could not resonate at all. But even if Ye Feng could resonate slightly, it would only be for an instant. A normal weapon, as long as it was of a slightly better quality, would basically be able to resonate with the host to a certain extent. It did not necessarily have to be a divine artifact to be able to resonate. Therefore, Ye Feng was very suspicious. Was the divine artifact of the Murloc race so easily discovered by him? Furthermore, it had resonated with him and was even picked up. Was this really the sea stone trident? Could you guys be mistaken? Perhaps, this trident has been stuck here for too long and just happened to fall off. Seeing Ye Feng, who was deep in thought, the head knight naturally knew of his concerns. This is indeed real. The trident in your hand is indeed the sea stone trident. When Ye Feng heard this, he immediately raised his own question. But if it's a trident, then why do I only have the head of the trident? Then where did the body go? The two looked at the trident again. Indeed, it only had the head. Logically speaking, as a weapon, the sea stone trident was actually similar to a spear. It was just that there were 3 forks on the head, the shape of a harpoon. But in Ye Feng's hands, there was only a harpoon. The body of the staff, however, was nowhere to be found. So you are worried about this? The head knight felt somewhat fortunate that it had guessed what Ye Feng was thinking. Then, it patiently explained to Ye Feng. Thus, a comical scene happened. The entire audience's attention was focused on Ye Feng's live broadcast. The entire time, ever since Ye Feng met the Murlocs and began to negotiate, everyone was dumbfounded. The two of them were chattering on the screen. To them, they simply couldn't understand. They were like idiots, staring at the screen the whole time. Although they couldn't understand what they were saying, after all, Ye Feng was negotiating with the Murlocs. Naturally, they could not bear to leave the screen. They were afraid of missing a detail. In comparison, the people in the judges' seats were not so calm. Is that thing really the sea stone trident? The white-haired elder with a childlike face stared at the screen in disbelief with eyes full of shock. Yes, although I don't understand what they are saying, the aura of the trident is still very easy to distinguish, said Professor Lei. He pondered for a moment and continued to analyze. First of all, the most unique part of the sea stone trident is that it contains an extremely powerful water element secret text. I heard that it's the strongest water element secret text, Sequence 08. As the divine artifact of the Murloc race, the sea stone trident was a very symbolic weapon. According to legends, the sea stone trident could not only split mountains, but also turn mountain rocks into islands. When someone could truly control this trident, with a slight wave, it could easily set off huge waves and even cause storms and tsunamis. It could cause the continent to sink and the world to collapse. It could even shatter everything and even cause a huge earthquake. Therefore, the water element secret text Sequence 08 was one of the most powerful secret texts. Secondly, the pure spiritual energy emitted by the trident is very shocking. Did you notice that Ye Feng has obtained a small upgrade? That was indirectly brought to him by the sea stone trident. Professor Lei adjusted his glasses and continued to stare at the screen. Other than the body without the trident is completely compatible. I don't know what kind of power could break the trident. In the water training hall, Ye Feng was still listening to the head knight's explanation. The reason why this divine weapon, the sea stone trident, was split into 2 was actually because it had encountered an extremely terrifying opponent at that time. Who knew how many years had passed since the final battle? Countless amounts of spiritual energy poured out, causing the sea stone trident to be unable to withstand it in the end and directly break apart. It was split into 2 from the middle and divided into 2 sections. Each section was composed of 2 parts. One was the harpoon that Ye Feng was holding, which was the head. The second part was the body part, which was the tip of the other end of the body, the long staff. The head knight let out a long sigh, looked at Ye Feng, and continued, however, countless years have passed, and the whereabouts of the long staff have long been unknown. If we can find the long staff and reassemble this trident, the power of the sea stone trident is beyond anyone's imagination. That is a power that can destroy the world. Hearing this, Ye Feng lowered his head and looked at the sea stone trident again. It really has such power. Ye Feng naturally believed it. After all, just the power released by the harpoon was enough to awaken his water elemental skills. If he could completely bring out the sea stone trident, This divine weapon would definitely cause countless people to be terrified upon hearing it. Moreover, this was the divine artifact of the Murloc race, not a random weapon. Ye Feng estimated that the quality of the Sea Stone Trident was even higher than A grade. Chapter 78, New Identity, Murloc King. Then, the head knight couldn't help but say something. With a plop sound, it knelt down again. This was a Murloc leader who was nearly 3 meters tall, and its cultivation level had even broken through D+. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the higher level to kneel to the lower level. After all, the difference in strength was here. However, in Ye Feng's live broadcast, what the audience saw the most was that the dignified leader of the Murlocs kept kneeling down one after another. Every time that huge body knelt down, a rumbling sound would ring out. The sounds that they heard from far away in Cloud Mist Academy were also ear-piercing, not to mention Ye Feng, who was present at the scene. Holy sh*t, what method did God Feng use to actually make the C-grade Murloc kneel down one after another? Awesome, God Feng! I feel that there is no need to continue this freshman assessment. God Feng has already won too much. Yet, no comparison means no harm. The second-ranked giant-toothed shark is still wandering in the sea. Although the third-ranked is still fighting, their score has been suppressed by the second-ranked. Even if Ye Feng doesn't do anything, his position as the first-ranked is still firmly held by him. Is there a need to continue this competition? God Feng is numb from winning. Woohoo, God Feng has taken off. I look forward to the follow-up. No matter how happy the audience was, Ye Feng could not hear it. He did not know that during this period of negotiation, he had actually gained countless fans. If Ye Feng returned to Cloud Mist Academy and saw this scene, he would definitely be scared silly. However, he was still thinking about this thing. The group of Murlocs behind him saw their leader kneel down. They also knelt down one after another. Using the Murloc language, they shouted loudly, "We welcome the new king." Ye Feng was dumbfounded by such a scene. "When did I agree to you?" Ye Feng said with a bitter smile. "King, since you have the ability to control the Sea Stone Trident, it means that you are already our king. This is a fact, and no one can change it." The head knight stood up and spoke. Then it turned around and said in an even louder voice, "Come, let's pay our respects to our new king. He will lead us to victory in every battle. We will definitely regain our former glory." As he spoke, Ye Feng felt a series of buzzing sounds coming from the sky around him. On the waterfall, the Murlocs had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, they formed groups and jumped down in unison. They cheered and jumped, emitting wave after wave of screams. Woohoo seemed to be the unique vocal cords of their Murlocs, allowing them to emit such strange sounds. However, Ye Feng knew what this meant. It was usually used to express extreme excitement, or jubilation, or happiness. Ye Feng was speechless. This is simply coercion. What does it mean to have strength? Are they in some kind of trouble? They urgently need a king to come out and lead them. If that's the case, I might not have to step into this muddy water. But to be able to obtain this divine artifact openly is actually quite good. And Ye Feng guessed and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Murloc race were aquatic creatures. The aquatic resources they possessed were extremely rich, such as rare underwater items such as black tortoise armor, coral spirit pills, dragon scales, and so on. These were all items that could be encountered but not sought after. Moreover, they were sold on the market. The lowest quality could be ridiculously expensive, not to mention the best ones. If he could harvest one wave, it would be just a matter of time before Ye Feng broke through to perfect C and grade. Even the excess spiritual energy could be used to improve other sequence abilities. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's interest was piqued. If he could find some other treasures, wouldn't it be even more perfect? Seeing more and more Murlocs gathering around him, Ye Feng was scared out of his wits. These Murlocs were completely incomparable to the army ants from before. Although their numbers were roughly the same, in the hundreds or thousands, the murlocs were much more ferocious than the army ants. Their body size also held an absolute advantage. The murlocs were strong and able, and each of them had an uncountable amount of muscles. Moreover, their height was superior. Every chance the murlocs had to look at Ye Feng, they would look down on him. But out of respect, they would stay far away from him. Only in this way could they look at Ye Feng and not look down on him. Some of the murlocs' rules also determined some things that they had to abide by. For example, the king was the supreme existence. Nothing could restrict the king's actions. This also meant that the murloc king was the pinnacle of their absolute power. They did not dare to disrespect him. Should I be glad that the head knight's sharp eyes discovered the harpoon? If we had fought just now, I might not have been able to win? Ye Feng muttered to himself. As the number of murlocs increased, the probability of winning plummeted. But now, his identity was not an intruder. It was their supreme king, the murloc king. But obviously, Ye Feng had not adapted to this identity. In fact, he did not really want to be it. Imagine, becoming a king and living in the territory of the murlocs. Just smelling the fishy smell coming from their bodies. It was enough for Ye Feng to drink a pot of water. What should I do now? Ye Feng was somewhat at a loss, still struggling in his heart whether it was appropriate or not. After all, to Ye Feng, the position of the murloc king was not that attractive. Resources could be found by oneself. The most important thing was the harpoon in his hand. He could not say to them that he wanted to take away the divine artifact of your clansmen, but he did not want to be the king either. Ye Feng thought about it and finally decided. I might as well just go with the flow. No matter what, I have to agree and then look for a suitable opportunity. And get out. If possible. It would be best if he could find that long staff along the way. Then, he would take it with him. Otherwise, there would only be the harpoon left, and it would not be able to unleash its full power. It would only be an incomplete item. It was just like a peerless sharp sword. Only the body of the sword was left, but the hilt was gone. Although it could indeed reveal its sharpness, but without the hilt, it was destined to not be able to perform perfectly. Even its performance would be greatly affected. Harpoon, long staff, none of them could be missing. As long as any part was missing, then the one that Ye Feng was holding in his hand would not be the sea stone trident. It was just an extremely rare incomplete divine weapon. Ye Feng immediately returned to his usual calm. He swept his gaze across the crowd and revealed an imposing manner. No matter what, he had to put on a good show. Every king has a title. What title do you want? The head knight stood at the side and spoke very respectfully. Title? There's such a thing? What titles do the previous kings have? Ye Feng asked curiously. The Murloc king was the Murloc king, and they even had so many tricks up their sleeves. The previous kings were all given titles after death, but we are determined to break this shackle. When the new king takes office, we will give him a new title. This will also make our king more durable. Hearing the head knight say so, Ye Feng was also a bit puzzled. After thinking for a while, he finally spat out a few words, then, Woohoo King. Woohoo, this word, Ye Feng also suddenly thought of it. After all, Woohoo was a special cry of the Murloc race, expressing the excitement and cheers of meeting a great man. The Woohoo King meant that he was the master of the river, the king of the ocean. He was also the master of the Murloc race. Of course, these were all names that Ye Feng suddenly thought of. He did not want to be the Woohoo King for the rest of his life here. Finding an opportunity to sneak away was a big deal. Chapter 79, Murloc Palace, Historical Mural. Woohoo King. He is our new king. We welcome the Woohoo King. He will lead our entire race to overcome all difficulties, because he is the son of prophecy. Our Murloc race is finally saved. Long live the Woohoo King! Long live the Woohoo King! The Woohoo King, who has the divine artifact, must have extraordinary power. He must be the most powerful person in our clan. Great! Our clan has finally welcomed a real powerful person. The heavens will not destroy our clan. Surrounded by the murlocs, Ye Feng was surrounded and kept climbing up the waterfall. Where are they sending me? Ye Feng was a little surprised. He did not expect the murlocs to be so good at climbing. However, what was the murloc's purpose in bringing him up the waterfall? In Ye Feng's confusion, they jumped up from the middle of the waterfall and directly came inside. It turned out that this was a place with a different world. In an instant, Ye Feng felt as if he had entered a water curtain cave. What is this place? Ye Feng looked at the surrounding buildings and felt incredulous. No one would have thought that there was actually such a huge country hidden behind the waterfall. This place was not small. As far as the eye could see, there were buildings one after another here. It was like a primitive tribe, but everywhere was filled with a sense of technology. This might be a modern tribe. In the middle stood a huge and luxurious building complex. That was the Murloc Palace. Is this the home of the Murloc tribe? Not long after, Ye Feng was brought to the front of the palace. The entire palace was made of a kind of granite that could only be found at the bottom of the water. At the top was a Murloc fish head statue. And on this statue, there was a crown carved from some kind of gemstone. As for who this statue was, Ye Feng naturally did not care. But without even thinking about it, Ye Feng knew that it was Old Blind, the ancestor of the Murloc race. Who else could enjoy such an honor? Seeing this scene, in Cloud Mist Academy, the audience seats were once again in an uproar. F***ck, God Feng is too awesome. It's not enough to call himself the Woohoo King, but he actually went deep into the Murloc race's palace. This is completely becoming the Murloc King. It's too F***ing shocking. Even if it's ancient information, it's only one-sided records of the Murloc race. Good God, Ye Feng's visual impact this time isn't enough. It's directly a textbook test. God Feng is too awesome. I swear that when he comes back, I will definitely give him my first kiss. Ugh, stop being so disgusting as a man. Ye Feng's popularity rose to the peak. As for the other people's live broadcast, the audience did not want to pay attention to it anymore and was directly ignored to the side. All eyes were focused on Ye Feng's live broadcast. Even the eyes in the judges' seats were no exception. After the people here learned of Ye Feng's matter, they were immediately summoned over. They practically surrounded the entire palace. Ye Feng looked at these Murlocs as if some grand ceremony was about to be held. It should be to welcome his arrival, which was why this ceremony was specially held, Ye Feng guessed. The interior decorations of the Murloc Palace were abnormally gorgeous and luxurious, giving off the feeling of a high-class noble. It was a stark contrast to the primitive tribes outside the palace. But Ye Feng did not use conventional thinking to look at the Murloc tribe. After all, even if they were primitive tribes, they were still modern primitive tribes. Just now, under Ye Feng's perception, almost every tribe possessed a super-technological weapon. It could be used for defense or cultivation. Ye Feng did not know what weapon it was, but he could feel that these Murlocs' technological equipment was very powerful. After Ye Feng arrived at the palace, those people scattered and went about their own business. At this time, the head knight walked over. Woohoo King, we are going to hold a banquet to celebrate your ascension. After Ye Feng heard it, he replied with an "Oh. Then you guys go ahead and call me after you're done. I want to take a look around by myself," Ye Feng said perfunctorily. He was absent-minded and was always looking for an opportunity to escape. The head knight nodded and was just about to leave when it added, "Do you need someone to accompany you? This place is too big. You might get lost." Ye Feng waved his hand and declined. "It's okay, I can walk on my own." After giving the head knight a perfunctory reply, Ye Feng started to walk around on his own. At the palace gates, one could see that there were guards on both sides of the palace. These guards had completely different equipment from the murlocs that the head knight had brought with it. It could be said that it was a difference between heaven and earth. The guards of the palace were wearing golden armor and holding golden harpoons in their hands. It looked good, but it was also useful. The murlocs' golden armor was extremely hard and gave them a full defense. Although the murlocs brought by the head knight were knights, their equipment was silver and bronze. In general, they were not as good as the gold products. And the level of the guards is not low. Ye Feng's perception completely penetrated the two guards and came to a conclusion. "Welcome, Woohoo King." Seeing Ye Feng walk in, the guards quickly made a path for him. "How did you know that I'm the Woohoo King?" Ye Feng looked at them strangely. This was too magical. When he called himself the Woohoo King, he was still in the sacred land, Tianjing River. There weren't many murlocs there. There were only about 20 people in total. Even if they came here, the speed of the spread of 20 people shouldn't be that fast. How did they know that he was the Woohoo King? Ye Feng looked at them in surprise. The guard lowered its head slightly and said in a low voice, "When the Woohoo King returned, we all know. Those who have the sea stone trident will emit a very mysterious aura. This aura is the king's exclusive aura. Your appearance carries this aura, so you must be our king. There's no doubt about it." Hearing such an explanation, Ye Feng immediately laughed. This was too ridiculous. What kind of weird explanation was this? According to this logic, whoever held this trident would be the king. Ye Feng ridiculed in his heart. Although these guards were not low level, and they were all elites among the murloc elites, Ye Feng did not put them in his eyes. If they offended him in any way, they should be killed and beaten up. Ye Feng walked inside and walked up the blue stone steps very smoothly and easily. Not long after, Ye Feng arrived at the corridor of the palace. As Ye Feng walked, he admired these murals. What was recorded was the history of the murlocs. It could be guessed that the initial history should be the beginning of the new era of the murlocs. From the murals, Ye Feng also learned that at the beginning of the revival of the murlocs, a small number of murlocs were dissatisfied with the rule of the murloc king of that generation. So they left the large clan and formed their own faction, forming the Swamp Murloc clan that lives in the swamp. Ye Feng carefully looked at the murals and obtained this information. The ability to mimic not only allowed him to speak the language of the murlocs, but he also had a deeper understanding of the culture of the murlocs. These murals were easy to understand and were nothing to Ye Feng. But when he truly understood the contents of these murals, it still made Ye Feng's face sink. Good fellow! Could it be that they are mortal enemies? Ye Feng continued to look down and discovered that the murals had already reached the end. The contents after that were no longer recorded. Ye Feng curled his lips and walked inside. Chapter 80, The New King's Banquet, The Sumptuous All-Fish Banquet. Woohoo King, the head knight's arrangements are almost done. It sent me to ask you to go over and inspect. Ye Feng had just started walking and wanted to go deeper. A voice immediately came from behind. Ye Feng frowned and turned his head. He could only nod and follow it out. Before leaving, Ye Feng turned his head to look in that direction again and sighed. D***mn, I almost touched their treasure pavilion. But I've already remembered this location. The next time I come, I'll take it all. Hee hee. Ye Feng thought about it and was quickly brought to a place by the attendant. This place was similar to a large hall, and the overall structure was also very luxurious. Ye Feng could not help but marvel at the size of the Murloc Palace once again. It was really too ridiculous. Seeing the things inside, he was stunned. This place was still resplendent, and there were gold products everywhere, making the entire hall appear very bright and golden. There were countless tables in the hall. Moreover, these tables were not ordinary wood products, but a huge table that was polished from a huge clam shell. If it was before the recovery of spiritual energy, such a huge clam shell could only be seen in dreams. However, after the recovery, everything was taken for granted. Even though Ye Feng still retained the memories of his previous life, after experiencing more things, he also became more stable and calm. Hence, he did not show that he had not seen the world before. But at this moment, in Cloud Mist Academy's audience seats, they were not as calm as Ye Feng. After seeing this incomparably large hall, their eyes were wide open and their jaws instantly dropped. This was a hall that was purely built by the Murloc craftsmen. Resplendent and luxurious, hidden within the universe. These words were simply not enough to describe it. Holy **T, this is the Murloc clan's luxurious hall. Following God Feng will really increase one's knowledge. Oh my god, how did the Murloc craftsmen build this hall? It's simply divine work. God Feng didn't even do anything. He just won. Judging from God Feng's appearance, he probably likes to eat these delicacies. He really has something special about him. It's so disgusting to see him like this. Disgusting? This is seafood, alright? It's delicious if you eat it with soy sauce. Professor Lei, who was in the judge's seat, swallowed his saliva mercilessly. It looks pretty good. Ye Feng, this kid, is enjoying his life. To be able to eat a sumptuous meal of the Murloc race, this is simply amazing. According to my understanding, this is the largest banquet of the Murloc race. There are records of ancient anecdotes. This is the most important festival of the Murloc race, which is why such a banquet is held, Professor Simon explained from the side. Moreover, the banquet is usually attended by high-level figures of the Murloc clan. For example, the leader who has always led Ye Feng, some personal guards, or respected elders, as well as the clan's experts. They will all be invited. Murloc Palace, Hall. Ye Feng looked at his surroundings. With such a grand banquet, he did not even have the chance to see it, much less attend it. His family was very poor. The survival of his family was almost a problem and they could barely feed themselves. Naturally, it was impossible for him to see such a world. Moreover, this was a banquet for the Murloc clan. Not to mention him, even Teacher Andy probably had the chance to see it. But now, everyone in the audience was fortunate enough to witness it. Ye Feng glanced at it. He had no idea how much food was on display here. Not only was the food all on display, but there were also all kinds of fish for the banquet, swimming in the water, and swimming at the bottom of the sea. All of them were here. There were all kinds of fish dishes, and most importantly, they were all raw. Murlocs loved this kind of food. Ye Feng had never seen such a scene before and was directly dumbfounded. Although his hometown also had an authentic flavor delicacy, raw fish. But compared to this, it was simply like an old cow getting her period awesome. But these were all very fresh ingredients, and there were even big fish that had just been caught from the sea. The smell of this seafood made Ye Feng, who was about to vomit, bring a trace of the sweet smell of the sea. Although these were all high-quality seafood, it would still cost a lot of money to buy them normally. Moreover, Ye Feng's family was poor, so he was not picky about food. Seeing so many delicacies, his first reaction was not to eat them. On the contrary, Ye Feng was not in the mood at all. He was not interested at all. He just wanted to find an opportunity to slip away and finish the job. But before he slipped away, Ye Feng was still more interested in the treasure pavilion in the depths of the palace. After all, the treasures there were much more interesting than eating. Everyone, today's grand banquet is to welcome our new king. Woohoo king! The voice of the head knight reverberated in all directions from the center of the hall. This roar almost made this voice last for a long time. Ye Feng, who was far away, heard it clearly. Good guy, so this guy has been talking to me in a low voice before. Its voice is actually so vast and powerful. Ye Feng was secretly surprised. Moreover, Ye Feng had always known that the head knight's rank was C grade. It did not need to talk to him in such a low voice at all. But for the sake of his identity as a king, it still did it. Of course, Ye Feng did not care about these things. He was not a person that belonged here to begin with. Being a Murloc king, was it reasonable? Of course, it was not reasonable. Therefore, Ye Feng decided to sneak away now. Let our king say a few words. He is the son of prophecy, a person who possesses the ability of the sea stone trident. His will represents the will of Old Blind. His thoughts represent the thoughts of Old Blind. After the head knight finished speaking, it looked at Ye Feng. Why are you looking at me? Ye Feng was a little speechless, but following that, all the Murlocs present looked at him in unison. Ye Feng knew that he could not escape this segment, so he had no choice but to move to the round stage in the middle. He had to bite the bullet and say a few words because Ye Feng knew that the Murlocs in this banquet were the core members of the entire Waterfall clan. They were all important people. There were elders, experts, battle masters, weapons masters, and so on. After all, this was Ye Feng's banquet to ascend to the throne. Everyone fought to see the new king's appearance. This was a supreme existence. After Ye Feng walked onto the round stage, he hadn't thought of what to say. After standing there for a few minutes, Ye Feng braced himself and shouted, it's an honor to be your king. After saying that, everyone saw that Ye Feng wouldn't say anything anymore, so a burst of cheers erupted from the audience. Long live the Woohoo King! The future of the Waterfall clan is in your hands. The Waterfall clan will never be slaves. Woohoo King, please shine on the path we are on. We must eliminate all the dissidents and strengthen the Murloc tribe. The Woohoo King is the king appointed by Old Blind. He will definitely give us a brand new path. We are willing to follow the Woohoo King. Us too. After the group of people pledged their loyalty, this speech finally came to an end. Ye Feng sweated. They could even muddle through this? Chapter 81, Gather the warriors and count the number of people. No matter what, his mission was completed. Immediately after, a few people came up to praise Ye Feng. It could be seen that they were all the most important core members of the Waterfall clan. Generally speaking, as the new king, of course he had to understand the internal affairs of the tribe. This was also convenient for him to carry out various plans in the future. But the crowd saw that Ye Feng did not care about this at all. It was completely different from the previous generations of Murloc kings that they had experienced. So they shouted, Woohoo King was indeed detached from the secular world, a gift that descended upon their Waterfall clan. This gave Ye Feng a lot of popular support and prestige. Ye Feng face-palmed, feeling a little dizzy. He clearly didn't do anything. Sigh, this D***ned charm of his. Just as Ye Feng finished brushing off these Murlocs once again and was prepared to leave the court for nothing and sneak away, suddenly, the head knight's expression changed and it gave an order. The guards standing around the hall reacted extremely quickly and instantly surrounded him. Could I have been discovered? The imposing manner of this group of guards wearing dark green armor gave Ye Feng a fright. If I was discovered, how would they know that I wanted to slip away? Can't I go out to the toilet? Ye Feng felt dizzy and raised his head to look in the direction of the head knight. He was waiting for its next move. If they really started fighting, Ye Feng would have no fear. There were so many ancestors of the Murloc tribe present, and there was no lack of heavyweights. Perhaps there might be a slight disparity in strength, but if he couldn't win, why couldn't he just run away? Team 1 in position. Team 2 in position. Team 3 in position. At this moment, the head knight was reporting the numbers in formation. Ye Feng was also attracted by this sound. What were they doing? If they wanted to capture him, they could just capture him directly. They were even counting. With this time, he could run far away. Perhaps they were not here to capture him? Ye Feng was a little confused, but he was just observing. He did not want to disrupt the peace. After scanning around, there were about 200 to 300 Murlocs gathered here. Each team had 30 people, which was about 10 teams. The 10 teams each had their own roles. There were vanguards, front line, logistics, and so on. This was clearly a formation with a very strict system. Only now did Ye Feng remember that this royal head knight's true identity in the Murloc tribe was actually equivalent to the position of commander-in-chief. To put it more modern, it was the commander of the army. The commander of the army. Looking at these hundreds of people, the number was actually not too many, but one had to consider that they were Murlocs. Each of them was 2 to 3 meters tall. Moreover, they were strong and strong. From the looks of it, these 10 teams of Murlocs could already be considered a very terrifying armed force. Looking at the armed forces of the Murlocs that were ready to go, Ye Feng felt very puzzled. Even if they wanted to stop me, they don't need to use so many people. They think too highly of me. At this time, the head knight nodded its head in satisfaction. Its gaze was very gratified as it turned to look in Ye Feng's direction. Ye Feng's heart thumped. He was afraid that they were going to make a move. Ye Feng was already prepared. If they dared to charge forward, Ye Feng would definitely be able to break through the door behind him at the first possible moment. And the harpoon was also in his hands. Even if they were to shed all pretenses of cordiality, with the divine artifact in hand, he would not panic. However, the head knight did not give the order to capture him as Ye Feng had imagined. The head knight was very respectful and said, reporting to the Woohoo King, "All the Murloc warriors of the Waterfall clan have arrived. We are ready to meet the external enemy at any time. Please give the order, Woohoo King." Ye Feng looked at this scene and indeed felt somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this baffling? There was an external enemy? Where? And what does this have to do with me? Ye Feng naturally didn't dare to say it directly, but he thought to himself. The Murloc warriors of Waterfall clan had so much combat power, which could be considered powerful. But why did they suddenly gather? What did this have to do with him? Could it be that after the new king was appointed, this was a process? Did the new king need all the Murloc warriors to come out and celebrate? Ye Feng was confused and immediately heard the head knight's explanation. "Woohoo King, there's no need to panic. These are our tribe's most elite warriors. Together with the Woohoo King's leadership, this attack will definitely be victorious." Ye Feng was stunned. There really was an external enemy. He thought this was just an act, but it turned out to be true. This time, Ye Feng recalled the mural he saw in the palace corridor. It was recorded that there seemed to be another tribe. The Swamp Clan. It turned out that the Murlocs had been unified since ancient times. After Old Blind quelled the rebels, there was only one Murloc tribe left. After that, they developed for countless years. It had always been peaceful, but ever since Old Blind the prophet passed away, the Murloc tribe had been in constant internal strife. Finally, it split into 2 factions. One was the Waterfall clan, where Ye Feng was from, and lived in the water for generations. The other was the Swamp clan, which lived in the swamp. The 2 tribes were incompatible. They often fought each other for territory. And what Ye Feng didn't notice was that the Swamp clan had been growing stronger and stronger recently. What Ye Feng didn't know was that the overall strength of the Swamp clan far exceeded that of the Waterfall clan. The reason why the head knight said that just now was only to boost morale. But if they really fought, it would probably be a disaster. Moreover, the Swamp clan army was already close to the Waterfall clan. Holy sh*t, the army is pressing on the border, and you're only telling me now. Ye Feng's expression instantly changed. Good heavens, you're using me as your mascot. This banquet was probably the last meal. In other words, it was a practice meal. The head knight had long known that the Swamp clan was going to attack. The reason why it had not told Ye Feng was because it was afraid that he would retreat and run. But now, it had already announced to the entire Waterfall clan that Ye Feng was the Woohoo King. This news would also be spread to the leader of the Swamp clan not long after. Sometimes, the symbolism and leadership of the Murloc King would be the key to turning the tables. And now, Ye Feng had been pushed into the limelight. This was also something the Murloc King had to face. Responsibility and honor were gathered. This was the role of the Murloc King. Ye Feng was a little regretful. If he had known earlier that he wouldn't have agreed to the head knight in the sacred land of Tianqing River. At that time, it would have been easy for him to leave with the harpoon. But if he wanted to leave now, it would be too late. Once the Murloc King announced it publicly, it meant that he had already represented the honor and supreme power of the Waterfall clan. He had already become the primary target of the Swamp Clan's pursuit. If he still ran now, it might also cause the Waterfall clan to be dissatisfied. At that time, he would be two-faced and not be a human. Being hunted down by two tribes at the same time. That scene was exciting just thinking about it. Moreover, these two tribes were already the entire Murloc race. Being targeted by the Murloc race, this idea was too crazy. But Ye Feng did not care anymore. The fight between their tribes had nothing to do with him to begin with. The conflict between them since ancient times, why did it only erupt when he became the Murloc King? Could it be that he had to be responsible for this mess? It was impossible just thinking about it. The head knight added, but the Swamp Clan is not invincible. Ye Feng originally had a troubled expression on his face. When he heard the head knight say this, a trace of anticipation suddenly flashed across his face. What can we do? Chapter 82, Pre-Battle Preparations, Swamp Clan. Although our tribe's warriors don't have the advantage in numbers, we have complete equipment. We can use our tactical advantage to suppress them. Moreover, our palace is easy to defend but hard to attack. It's completely possible to pin them down. As the head knight spoke, it called for someone to take out a map. Ye Feng walked over to take a look. This was a map of the entire river region. The information recorded on it was very detailed. The area of influence of the Swamp Clan, the area of influence of the Waterfall Clan, as well as various geographical signs, were all recorded clearly. The head knight pointed to a place and said, "This is our stronghold." Ye Feng looked over. There was a large waterfall, which was the location of the Murloc Palace. This waterfall was very large, which was why it was able to open up such a grand palace. Moreover, the concealment was also very good. With such a large waterfall range, it would take a lot of effort for the Swamp Clan to find this place. Moreover, the Murloc Palace was heavily guarded everywhere. In addition to their own technological capabilities, laser harpoons, exploding bows and arrows, beam spears, and so on. This confirmed what the head knight had said. The Murloc Palace was easy to defend but hard to attack. However, the Swamp Clan was not weak either. Ye Feng noticed that most of the Swamp Clan that were circled on the map were located outside of the river region. They were located in a place that had never been a river. More than half of them were swamps, which was also where the Swamp Clan lived. Compared to the river region, although this swamp region was never big, Ye Feng knew from the head knight that the Swamp Clan had a huge advantage in numbers. The last big battle was a few years ago. At that time, the Swamp Clan's advance troops had sent out as many as 100 people. The majority of them had almost 1,000 people behind them. And what was the most important thing? They were of the same origin and were all descendants of Old Blind. Be it in terms of body size or body structure, they were all similar. This meant that the side with more initiative had the advantage in numbers. The reason why the Waterfall clan was still able to hold on was because the Waterfall clan contained many resources and the technology they developed was also able to crush the Swamp clan. However, the two were only 50-50. As the Waterfall clan's decline worsened, the Swamp clan's influence surpassed the Waterfall clan. It was no wonder that the head knight looked at Ye Feng with anticipation. Hearing the head knight's explanation, Ye Feng replied, "Oh." He simply couldn't be bothered with the trivial matters between the Murlocs. Wasn't it just two tribes fighting each other? They both had the same ancestor. Was there a need for that? So, Woohoo King, what do you think? Not only the head knight, but everyone present looked at Ye Feng with burning eyes. They all wanted to hear something from him. Even if they had to charge into the battle and not return until they died, they were willing. For the sake of the tribe, they would not hesitate. Can I say that I love peace and don't want to fight? Actually, fighting is not good. We all come from the same origin, so it's not good to fight. If we can settle this peacefully, we don't need to fight, right? Ye Feng enunciated each word and observed everyone's expressions. As expected, he instantly became very stunned. The head knight paused for a moment and said, "Actually, it's not that we want to fight." "Oh." Ye Feng frowned slightly. "It's the Swamp Clan. They have been provoking us and constantly fighting for the territory that originally belonged to us. According to the scouts at the front, we have one more day before they attack." The head knight sighed and continued, "They have formed many combat units for this and gathered a large number of warriors. We cannot turn a blind eye to this battle anymore. We must retaliate." The head knight's eyes were very determined. It looked at the crowd and finally, its gaze fell on Ye Feng. "They will only stop when they are hurt. If we continue to tolerate this, our home will be gone. If we fail, the tribe will be enslaved and we will become their slaves. We cannot accept this humiliation. Even the prophet cannot accept it. They are already considered rebels. They are the rebellious bones left behind by the prophet. This time, we must ruthlessly eliminate them. Woohoo King, please give the order to lead us to eliminate all foreign enemies." This time, the pressure once again came to Ye Feng's side. Hearing this, Ye Feng was also in a difficult position. He originally did not want to be involved. This was a war between two tribes. Once the war started, blood would definitely flow like a river. But hearing the head knight's complaints, Ye Feng's heart was also filled with anger. From the beginning to the end, they all approved of him. Moreover, they believed that Ye Feng's appearance was the confirmation of that prophecy. The title of Son of the Prophecy had already fallen onto Ye Feng. Everyone in the Waterfall clan believed this. Ye Feng's appearance was definitely the hero who came to save them. Looking at everyone, Ye Feng felt his head throb. What was this? He was clearly still participating in the freshman assessment. And now, he inexplicably entered the Murloc tribe's inner circle and even made such a scene. Ye Feng could imagine that other students were still in various regions, constantly fighting and collecting points. The treasure chests that were scattered all over the place would always be discovered by them, and they would also receive a large amount of points. And he was still dealing with the internal strife of the Murlocs. At the same time, everyone in the audience was also numbed by what they saw. Why does God Feng keep talking to the Murlocs? Does anyone know this language? Can someone translate it? I'm numb. I don't understand it at all. I seem to understand a few sentences. It seems like the Murlocs are asking God Feng to take them on an expedition together. There seems to be great danger. What the F***ck? Are you serious? Great danger? Is there an invasion coming? This is going to be a good show. Awesome, God Feng. Not long ago, he was being hunted by his companions. In the blink of an eye, he has become the king of the Murlocs. As expected of God Feng. F***ck. Everyone in the judges' seats was engrossed in watching. They had completely forgotten that the audience did not understand the Murlocs. Andy saw this and silently recited a few words before waving his hand. A breeze blew past. The live broadcast of Ye Feng and the conversations inside gradually became very familiar to the audience. In the end, they could completely hear what they were saying. Dean, did you use a secret technique just now? Professor Lei was like a deaf patient who had suddenly awakened his hearing. He listened to the sounds coming from the screen. Originally, he could only understand part of the Murloc language, but now he completely understood it. Teacher Andy nodded slightly. Wind Element Secret Text Sequence 01, Whisperer. This was a secret technique that could understand all languages. It could also speak any language. It could even talk to living and dead things without any problems. This was the strength of this secret technique. It could communicate with the undead, talk to the past, and divine the future. Teacher Andy's secret technique allowed everyone present to hear the Murloc language. This made them exclaim in satisfaction. After a wave of excitement, their gazes focused on Yefeng's live broadcast. Chapter 83, Sun Tzu's Art of War, the Strategy of the Murloc King. Yefeng looked around, and the atmosphere was high. Everyone was waiting for Yefeng's order. The Murlocs looked at Yefeng with bloodshot eyes. This was their new king. The Woohoo King was the son of the prophecy, the destined person. To their tribe, Yefeng's current status was like a god. With such a lofty status, logically speaking, he could enjoy all the resources, and everything in the Murloc tribe was at his disposal. However, no one could see any ambition in his eyes. They thought that the Woohoo King just disdained to covet their resources. For this kind of Murloc King to descend at such a critical moment, it was no different from sending charcoal in the snow to them. However, Yefeng hesitated. Now that their momentum is so high, this big battle is inevitable. But I don't know the overall strength of the Swamp Clan. Just showing me a map, how will I know the strength of the other party? If they really fought, it would not be a joke. The overall strength of these Murlocs was very strong. All of them were strong and could easily kill an elephant with just a bit of strength. Such terrifying strength, and it wasn't just one person. It was a group. A large group. Moreover, this area was listed as the freshman assessment area. If a passing contestant were to die here, wouldn't it be very unfair? Moreover, everyone had a live broadcast. The audience immediately knew who the main culprit was. That was him. He was now the king of the Murlocs, and he was leading a tribe of Murlocs. Fighting was something that could easily break an arm or a leg, and it could easily lead to death. If a fight really broke out, it probably wouldn't be over in a short period of time. This was a battle that lasted for a long time. After understanding it, Yefeng also clearly understood that these two tribes were of the same origin, and the hatred accumulated within them was something that had happened a long time ago. Once a large-scale battle really broke out, if they did not fight to the death, there was no way they could stop it. At that time, it was probably not something that he could control alone. He was currently participating in the freshman assessment. He was not here to fight. Yefeng was numb. He thought that he had picked up a bunch of underlings for no reason. He did not expect to be involved in a political whirlpool. What the f***ck? If I don't get out of here soon, it will probably be difficult for me in the future. Moreover, there is a time limit for the freshman assessment. If I don't return to school after the limit is exceeded, the results should not be effective. Yefeng thought to himself. According to your intelligence, it is said that they will launch an attack tomorrow, right? Yefeng looked at the head knight and confirmed once again. The head knight nodded. It tacitly agreed. They will attack our surrounding strongholds first. However, a few days ago, we have already carried out the transportation of materials to the surrounding strongholds. We can ensure that we can support them until our main force arrives to support them. Unfortunately, we cannot send a large number of warriors to support them because the strength of the Swamp Clan is too powerful. They have a large number of people and can destroy our strongholds in an instant. Then their ultimate strategic goal is to attack our Murloc Palace, which is also the headquarters of our Waterfall clan. Saying that, the head knight let out a long sigh. So, we still need to set up the Murloc Palace. This also means that our warriors cannot be concentrated in one place and must be scattered. Seeing Yefeng frown, the head knight hurriedly said, "Of course, there is no need for the Woohoo King to worry about strategic issues. Our royal knights will set up the palace on our own. From now on, we will prioritize the surrounding strongholds." Hearing this, Yefeng directly interrupted the head knight. No, 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 there is a problem with your strategy. I will give you an opinion. Gather all the warriors and defend the Murloc Palace. The head knight and the others were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. Woohoo King, are you going to give up the surrounding strongholds? Someone asked. Ye Feng shook his head. It's not giving up, but retracting the troops. According to Sun Tzu's Art of War, the core of war is to win more than lose. Gathering the superior warriors is an eternal tactic. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. What is Sun Tzu's Art of War? Oh, you don't understand. Anyway, it's just a suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not, Ye Feng said indifferently. Anyway, he did not want to get involved in this dispute. Woohoo King, can you explain why you want to do this? One of the elders asked in confusion. It's very simple. You also said that the Swamp Clan is coming aggressively, showing the momentum of destroying everything. And we obviously don't have enough warriors. I took a look and saw that there are quite a few strongholds around us. There are more than a dozen of them. If we spread out our warriors, we won't be able to defend against the Swamp Clan's attack. They have the advantage in the outer area. But if we don't have any strongholds, they will definitely spread out their forces and attack our Murloc Palace. The Murloc Palace is easy to defend but hard to attack. Moreover, the waterfall is huge. They won't be able to find the entrance in a short amount of time. Thus, their main force will definitely not be able to enter. They will definitely spread out their forces and surround us. Ye Feng said and smiled. At that time, it will be our advantage. With our main force, isn't it easy to encircle and annihilate their scattered small forces? When everyone heard this, they were instantly shocked. They had not considered this method at all. Thinking about how the Murloc Palace was their headquarters, how could they be allowed to enter and fight? But for now, this method seemed to be the most effective. The Woohoo King actually has such strategic talent. As expected of the son of the prophecy. If not for the Woohoo King's strategy, after tomorrow, there might not be Waterfall Clan anymore. The head knight was also secretly shocked and deeply believed in Ye Feng. As the royal knight commander who was the commander of the warriors, in terms of power distribution and battle, it was the one who understood the most. It also knew the situation of the surrounding strongholds. Because the Swamp Clan had besieged from the outside, the numerous strongholds obviously could not last for too long. The head knight knew this, so it thought of taking some remedial measures, such as transporting supplies to the various strongholds overnight. Then, it would replenish some warriors. Although this was a remedial measure, it was obviously just delaying the Swamp Clan's offensive. The final result was that the stronghold would be defeated, and a large number of warriors would be killed. He didn't consider defending the Murloc Palace at all. He only thought of intercepting the enemy on the periphery, but he didn't consider that the enemy's advantage was on the periphery. Even if they defended the stronghold, it would only delay time. At that time, not only would the warriors lose their lives, but they would also attack the Murloc Palace. If Ye Feng did not stop them, it would really carry out this plan. Fortunately, Ye Feng acted in time. The head knight was covered in cold sweat. If they really carried out its plan, perhaps not long after, their Waterfall Clan would have become the enemy's slaves. The Woohoo King is mighty, and his strategic knowledge is so outstanding. Your subordinate will immediately make the arrangements, the head knight said and immediately began to follow Ye Feng's instructions, ordering all the surrounding strongholds to be abandoned and gathered in the Murloc Palace. Seeing the surrounding people retreat, Ye Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he thought so just now, he still used the system. According to the deduction, this was the best method. The result showed that the Swamp Clan could not withstand the war of attrition and eventually collapsed. The Waterfall Clan could also take this opportunity to harvest the Swamp Clan and completely conquer the Murloc tribe. This was the best he could do. He had to prepare to run. The war would start tomorrow, and he had to leave today. Chapter 84, continued to break through a new evolutionary path. Ye Feng had a reason for thinking this way. The duration of the freshman assessment was 1 month. During this month, they would use any means possible, and they could even make a move on their companions. As long as 1 month passed, whoever had the highest points would be the winner. The number of people participating in this assessment was not small either. Cloud Mist Academy's admission criteria was the top 100. Everyone worked very hard to compete. Now it seemed that only Ye Feng had yet to obtain a single point. Relying purely on the high initial points, up until now, he was still ranked first. But now, there was already a risk of being surpassed. Except for Ye Feng, everyone was desperately fighting the encounter battle. The first thing they thought of when they encountered a creature was not to run, but to consider whether they could beat it or not. As long as there was even the slightest chance of winning, they would charge forward. This also caused the entire ranking to form a huge gap in the score. The top 10 people had higher scores than the people behind them. And the price of such a high frequency of battles was also very high. That was the casualty rate rising straight up. This year's freshman assessment, up until now, the casualty rate had already reached an astonishing 70%. In the last freshman assessment, the casualty rate was only 30%. This year's assessment was much more difficult than the previous ones. But the audience had never seen a trace of panic or worry in Ye Feng's eyes. Could this be the legendary appearance of a god? Of course, Ye Feng was not panicking. He had his own thoughts. Based on the current points, I only have 25 points now, but this is the initial credits. Based on the conversion ratio, I should already have about 250 points. It has been a few days, but I still haven't gained anything. Ye Feng thought to himself. The maximum points on the leaderboard was 1000 points. Through the timely information from the bracelet, Ye Feng learned that he was still ranked first with 250 points. Second was Huang Hao with 240 points. And third was Chen Hao with 220 points. Fourth was his teammate, Su Fei, with 210 points. Fifth place. Ye Feng roughly looked around and found that the scores of the top 5 were still relatively close. This meant that their score would be surpassed by anyone at any time. Looks like I really have to go and accumulate some points. Otherwise, I definitely won't pass the freshman assessment. Ye Feng thought to himself. At night, Ye Feng lay in the largest bedroom of the Murloc Palace. This was the Murloc King's bedroom, which was also his bedroom. There was no one around, so Ye Feng took out his harpoon. After this period of rest, this harpoon looked more and more shiny. Ye Feng's perception seeped in and found that there was still some spiritual energy that had not been absorbed. I might as well absorb all of this spiritual energy. Maybe I can still awaken some power. Ye Feng thought so and immediately activated it with his mind. The spiritual energy in the harpoon appeared to be a blue silky ribbon. It was drawn out and then poured into Ye Feng's body. This spiritual energy is still so pure. Ye Feng was somewhat happy. This spiritual energy could truly feel powerful. It had a completely different feeling from ordinary spiritual energy. This was the difference of the special, water element, spiritual energy. So powerful. It filled up my spirit energy in an instant. Ye Feng sighed and let out a turbid breath. His body seemed to be slowly stretched out. Every cell in his body was resonating. Ye Feng absorbed all the spiritual energy in one go. All of it was completely absorbed. Feeling the spirit energy in his body that was constantly churning, he revealed a satisfied smile. If I can't find the long staff, actually this harpoon can also be used as an energy device. After all, the harpoon can continuously produce spiritual energy. Ye Feng said with a smile. This idea that popped out also made him feel somewhat incredulous, because the harpoon itself was a divine artifact. Self-generating spiritual energy was also a basic ability, and it also produced special, water element, spiritual energy. If he did not find the long staff, then this harpoon was actually just a decoration. After all, only when the two were combined could it be called the sea stone trident. Just taking out one of them, what was this? A defective product? Obviously, it could not be counted. Ye Feng discovered this flashy operation, and his heart could not help but be wild with joy. This is indeed a good thing, I've earned it this time. Ye Feng was still immersed in his joy when the system's voice suddenly sounded. It's here, the first wave of upgrades. Ye Feng was secretly delighted. As his body underwent changes, a voice simultaneously appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for absorbing a large amount of special spiritual energy, or for a large-scale evolution. Water element slime body has evolved. Please choose. Ye Feng followed the system's instructions and looked at the window that appeared before him, preparing to make a choice. There were 3 different evolution paths written on it. 1 Water Sprite, extremely fast speed, agility type ability attribute. 2 Water Demon, extremely strong binding ability, control type ability attribute. 3 River Spirit, comprehensive attribute, amazing explosive ability, able to use the power of water in a more elegant way. If I choose by myself, combined with my body's condition, I should choose the Water Demon with extremely fast speed. Ye Feng looked at the attributes displayed on it and fell into deep thought. Ye Feng's symbiotic body attributes already had speed and control ability. Both were what he needed. Comparing the two, Ye Feng's own speed ability was still better than his control ability. Therefore, Ye Feng was also in a dilemma. As for the River Spirit, its attributes are also normal. After all, it is a comprehensive attribute and won't be biased in any aspect. Ye Feng looked at the third choice. The River Spirit was a comprehensive attribute, but it had an additional explosive ability, which Ye Feng lacked. But his offensive ability was not too strong, after all. At present, his slime's main abilities were still speed, control, and defense. It was not that he did not want to upgrade the slime's offensive ability, and the upgrade was too slow. This was also the reason why he did not choose the warrior route before. But even so, his own combat ability was still far superior to most people. It was just that it was slightly difficult to face a pure combat strength symbiote. System, help me deduce it. Ye Feng thought to himself. Rather than blindly choosing, he might as well let the system help him. With such a cheat like Golden Finger, it would be a waste not to use it. Ding, deducing for the host. Starting deducing Water Sprite's evolution path. Deducing Water Sprite's evolution path a total of 2.7 million times, matching rate 42%. Starting deducing Water Demon's evolution path. Deducing Water Demon's evolution path a total of 3.2 million times, matching rate 65%. The deduction is complete, the total deduction this time is about 23.41 million times. The River Spirit's matching rate is as high as 98%. The host is recommended to choose the River Spirit's evolution route. Seeing this result, the corners of Ye Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and then he heard the system's explanation. The River Spirit route's water element slime subsidiary body is more suitable for the display of all attributes. Moreover, as the high explosive power increases, the water element slime body will also have greater attack power, and its control over the water element will also be further strengthened. According to the attributes in the host's body, the water element slime body has already surpassed the other attributes of the slime body, becoming the dominant power of the slime body. Hearing this, Ye Feng was a little surprised. Even if the system's analysis was correct. Although the main slime body could split the slime body multiple times, and the attributes of the subsidiary slime bodies were also distributed by itself, there was also a difference in strength within the slime bodies. For example, the water element slime body had the best comprehensive ability. Would you choose another type of slime body that was even worse? Obviously, it was impossible. The water element slime subsidiary body had already become the best subsidiary body splitting method. But it was only in the water training hall. It was like this. Ye Feng had so many subsidiary body special attributes in his body. On different occasions, he would split into different subsidiary bodies with different special attributes. This was Ye Feng's greatest combat advantage. Then choose the river spirit evolution route. Chapter 85, Swear allegiance to the new king, Old Blind's descendant. Ding! Congratulations host, the water elemental slime body has successfully awakened the river spirit ability. Ding! Your ability, Water Arrow, has evolved into Water Breaking Arrow, additional explosive attribute. Ding! Your ability, Water Elemental Vortex, has evolved into Water Binding, additional slow attribute. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new skill, Tidal Surge. Host has completed evolution. All attributes have increased. Ye Feng felt the impact of the overwhelming power within his body. Although it was a little painful, he was extremely happy in his heart. This was because it was usually only after receiving a huge increase in strength. It was only because his body was unable to withstand a huge amount of strength for a short period of time that he would feel the pain. If it was a comfortable feeling after evolution, then it meant that the range of evolution was not very large, and it was within the range of the body's endurance. He felt the brand new power brought by his body. Ye Feng smiled. Then, he summoned his attribute panel. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 25%. Subsidiary bodies, 50. Attributes, Strength 270, Agility 300, Vitality 480, Spirit 480. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Goddess Scattering Flowers, Ultimate Possession, Severed Tail, Stench, Leader's Oppression, Web Transformation, Sharp Blade, Starfire Meditation. Water Elemental Ability, Water Breaking Arrow, Water Binding, Tidal Surge. Evolution Progress, 60%. Current level, D+. Looking at his various attributes that were constantly increasing, a sense of pride arose. Oh! My evolution progress has actually increased so much. Ye Feng also noticed that the last item in the attribute pane, the evolution progress that he had never paid attention to, had actually increased to 60% all of a sudden. Previously, Ye Feng had also experienced various kinds of evolution awakenings, but this line was as firm as a rock, unmoving. Later on, Ye Feng also slowly shifted his gaze to other attributes. He did not expect that this time, the evolution of the water elemental ability could actually increase the evolution rate. Moreover, it had improved so much in an instant. Ye Feng began to look forward to what would happen after reaching 100%. There would definitely be a super pleasant surprise. Following that, Ye Feng focused his attention on adding a new skill. After listening to it, he roughly understood the usage of this ability. Tidal Surge is actually an AoE attack ability. After Ye Feng roughly understood it, he immediately exclaimed in surprise. He was currently worrying about not having an AoE attack ability. If the opponent was an AoE creature like the Murlocs, with a huge difference in strength, without an AoE attack ability, it would really be difficult to deal with. Moreover, the Tidal Surge AoE damage skill, coupled with the Water Binding AoE control ability, wouldn't it successfully cause double the damage to the group that was released? This was simply a perfect combination. Ye Feng looked around. This was an indoor bedroom, and the things here were the most valuable things of the Murlocs. Although the space was large, it would still be unstable. Therefore, Ye Feng gave up the idea of trying out new skills. At this time, other than the head knight who is still laying out, most of them should be resting, right? Ye Feng muttered and released his perception to check. As expected, most of the Murloc warriors had already entered a beautiful dreamland. Get ready to run. Ye Feng was secretly happy. This was the perfect time for him to run. Ye Feng put on his clothes and pushed the door open. The palace was very quiet as he walked because most of the Murlocs were deployed around the Murloc palace, or even further away. According to Ye Feng's strategy, the Murloc palace would be the headquarters. They would gather the warriors around and concentrate their forces to accomplish major tasks. After a discussion, the head knight, the elders, and the others decided. They decided to set up some basic arrangements outside the Murloc palace. After all, the Murloc palace was a symbolic building passed down from the previous Murloc kings. It could not be destroyed. Not only was it a symbol for the Murloc king, but it was also a spiritual sustenance for all the Murlocs. Moreover, the Swamp clan wanted to invade the Murloc palace precisely because they wanted to take it for themselves. This was a supreme building passed down from the Murlocs. It was similar to a holy land of some religions. And the Murloc palace was the core holy land that all Murlocs worshipped together. Murloc warriors were placed around the palace. Naturally, they rested in the trenches that were built. There was basically no one in the Murloc palace anymore. Other than Ye Feng, there were a few servants and the royal knights who were responsible for the safety of the Murloc king. Although those royal knights had already run back to sleep under Ye Feng's instigation. But Ye Feng still felt that there was something strange in the vicinity. There seemed to be someone. Ye Feng had just walked to the door when the head knight suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Ye Feng hid in the dark and observed their movements. If they found out that he was going to run, it would not be good, and it might even be a little awkward. Although they had set up a perimeter around the Murloc palace, the palace was too big, so their positions were also very long. Through the trenches of their strongholds, they were connected to each other, forming a seamless protective net. It could not only resist the attack to the maximum extent, but also protect the Murloc palace well. This idea was put forward by the head knight, and it was also implemented in this way. It was already midnight. It seemed that their deployment had ended, but they still did not dare to let down their guard. Head knight, to tell you the truth, I actually think that the Woohoo King doesn't intend to wholeheartedly fight for the tribe, and even has the idea of escaping, a knight in heavy armor said to the head knight in a low voice. Ye Feng knew from his intuition that this heavy armored knight should be a subordinate of the head knight, and its status wasn't low either, but its rank wasn't that great, only D grade. As it spoke, it looked around to make sure that there was no one around. It continued, "Your status and prestige are so high, why don't you replace them? Our knight regiment has always been under the commander, and we have deep feelings for you. We will definitely support you." The head knight frowned, and its expression immediately changed. "Shut up!" The head knight angrily rebuked, "The Woohoo King is the new king, a decree from the heavens, and the son of the prophecy from Old Blind. If this happens again, I will directly cut off your head." Hearing this, the heavy armored knight felt a chill on its back, and it didn't even dare to breathe heavily. This was the first time it saw the head knight so angry. The reason why it dared to say such outrageous words to the head knight was that the knight had always been under the control of the head knight. Moreover, the head knight treated them like it was their elder brother, so they naturally felt close. Otherwise, the heavy armored knight wouldn't have said such words. After testing the attitude of the head knight, it did not dare to speak any more. The head knight snorted coldly, "I am the descendant of the prophet, Old Blind. If I don't trust the Old Blind the prophet, wouldn't it be disrespectful to the ancestors? Even if you go against the sky and break some maxim, I will definitely protect the new king. Even if I have to sacrifice my life for this, I will not refuse. This is the bloodline inheritance of our generation. I will not betray my faith. What are you looking at? Hurry up and scram to patrol the stronghold." The head knight coldly glanced at the heavy armored knight and coldly snorted. Ye Feng, who was hiding in the dark, was touched when he heard the head knight confide in the other knight. However, he still had to leave. I'm sorry, Head Knight. I'm really not suitable to be your Murloc King. Ye Feng thought to himself and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a cold killing intent rose up, and Ye Feng felt a chill on his back. A very dignified and angry roar came from the door. Who is it? Chapter 86, The Swamp Clan attacked and watched the tigers fight. The killing intent soared to the sky. Seeing this, Ye Feng flipped over and directly jumped out of the window. With the support of his speed, Ye Feng's actions were abnormally fast. But the Head Knight was even faster. It saw a black shadow flash out. It immediately activated its spiritual energy and a huge amount of power poured out. The Head Knight's figure flashed and came outside. It stretched out its right hand and grabbed Ye Feng. Ye Feng was shocked and was recognized by the Head Knight. It was immediately shocked, and it immediately let go of its hand. It lowered its head and looked slightly nervous. "Woohoo King, it's you." "Ah." Ye Feng responded. The scene was very awkward. "It's so late. Why didn't you rest?" the Head Knight asked respectfully. It thought for a moment and continued, "The surrounding strongholds have been set up, and the supplies have been prepared. Oh, and the weapons have also been distributed. I saw that you were resting, so I haven't reported to you yet." Ye Feng nodded and pretended to be calm as he said, "It's fine. I don't need to worry about your work. I came out to take a look around. While I'm at it, I'll patrol the camp. I'm afraid that the other party will launch a sneak attack in the middle of the night and it'll be troublesome." Patrol the camp. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the Head Knight thought that he was worried about the problem of setting up defenses, so it hurriedly explained, "This place is a defensive line and is very tight. The enemy will definitely not infiltrate. Even if they do, this is our place. We have enough strength to resist. Please rest assured on this point." As it said this, the Head Knight was also somewhat moved. After all, it was already the middle of the night and Ye Feng could still come out to take a look. The Murloc King was above everything and did not have to come out. Boom! Just as the Head Knight was about to say something else, it suddenly heard a deafening explosion from afar. Then, a second explosion. Boom! 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 After a round of explosions, a world-shaking killing sound came from that direction. The third stronghold is requesting reinforcements. We are facing a strong attack from the Swamp Clan. Cries for help were heard continuously. For a moment, there were flames everywhere. Cries and roars were heard continuously. All the Murloc warriors who were sleeping soundly were instantly startled awake. After learning that the Swamp Clan had launched an attack unexpectedly, they immediately grabbed their weapons and charged towards the front line without saying a word. They had to defend this place firmly. Behind them was the Murloc Palace, and they couldn't lose this place no matter what, even if the entire Waterfall clan was killed. Not good. The Head Knight's gaze changed, and spiritual power burst out from its body. The Head Knight's body moved and it instantly flew out. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the front line stronghold and looked ahead. It was dark at this moment. Although the entire Waterfall clan was brightly lit, there were still many places that could not be illuminated. Originally, the Head Knight's vision should have been dark and blurry, but now, one after another, red eyes appeared. There were so many of them that it practically made one's back have cold sweat. These were the Swamp Clan's warriors. What surprised Ye Feng was that the Swamp Clan actually launched a sneak attack in the middle of the night. They really knew how to pick the time. I was just casually saying it. How could it be such a coincidence? I'm really drunk. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Then, he walked to a place with a higher terrain and prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He also wanted to wait and see. The battle had already erupted. At this time, it did not seem to be so easy for Ye Feng to leave. Even if he was involved in the battle, Ye Feng wanted to be the final winner. It was especially important to preserve his strength in the early stages. After sweeping around the surroundings, Ye Feng finally discovered the giant tree that grew beside the Murloc Palace. This tree seemed to have grown for countless years. It felt like it was about to become a spirit. Climbing to the top, Ye Feng looked in the direction of the head knight. Only then did he see the true appearance of the Swamp Clan's warriors. It turned out that the Swamp Clan Murlocs and Waterfall Clan Murlocs did not look the same. Although these two were of the same ancestry, it had been so long and their living environment was different. Therefore, it was very normal for them to mutate. The Swamp Clan Murlocs were not big, about 1 meter tall. However, their muscles were like that of the Waterfall Clan Murlocs, very developed and strong. The main characteristic of the Swamp Clan Murlocs was that it was green all over, and it even carried a lot of miasma. To a certain extent, it became a barrier to protect itself. As it had lived in the swamp for a long time, its entire body had become very strange. Its skin formed a clear contrast with the smooth and Waterfall Clan Murlocs. As the two tribes clashed, many of the Waterfall Clan Murloc warriors had passed out after coming into contact with this miasma. Seeing this, the head knight couldn't help but frown. If this continued, the Waterfall Clan Murloc warriors wouldn't be able to sustain such consumption. Therefore, the head knight had to adjust his strategy in time. Dispatch all the warriors who have set up internal defenses here. The head knight who appeared at the front line at the first moment was quite calm. Seeing that the Swamp Clan warriors hadn't launched a general attack, it ordered them to gather here. Roger that. Hearing that, the adjutant of the head knight immediately made a move and quickly passed down the order. In a moment, a large number of Murlocs from the surroundings of the Murloc Palace were drawn over and rushed over to provide support. Under the illumination of the bonfire of the tribe, Ye Feng could clearly see the situation of the other party. The other party has actually split into 3 groups and is continuously attacking the surroundings of the palace. Moreover, the cultivation levels of each of the Murlocs are not low. Ye Feng looked at the battlefield in 3 directions and exclaimed in his heart. If he did not see it with his green eyes, he would never have realized that the Murloc tribe had such a huge number of Murlocs. The battlefield in 3 directions was heavily guarded by the warriors of the Waterfall clan. The Swamp Clan could not attack them at all. Although everyone had technological weapons, they were all upgrades to basic weapons, which were harpoons or cold weapons. Cold weapons were the favorite weapons of the Murlocs. Even heavy cannons were only used by the Swamp Clan in order to infiltrate the Murloc Palace. Ye Feng knew all this because he realized that the few heavy cannons had not been used after the first few rounds of bombardment. Ye Feng, who was at a higher position, could naturally see the entire battlefield clearly. The few heavy cannons had even been thrown away by them. Perhaps in their minds, they only feel the pleasure of a cold weapon slicing through flesh and blood is the true battle. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Ever since he activated his ability to mimic Murlocs, he had a deeper understanding of the Murlocs' beliefs. However, Ye Feng still did not understand. A single heavy cannon was enough to open up a defense line of a stronghold. In fact, the total number of people in the Swamp Clan far exceeded that of the Waterfall Clan. If they were to use a sea of people tactic, Ye Feng and the others might not be able to withstand it. However, it was clear that they were not that smart. After all, not everyone knew the art of war. Ye Feng snickered in his heart. Looking at the densely packed Murlocs, if they were to devour the corpses, what a huge wave of power income! They would definitely be able to bring him a new evolution. Chapter 87, High-Level Existences, Swamp Evildoers break through the defense line. While Ye Feng was thinking, dozens of corpses had already appeared on the 3 battlefields. And most of them had died tragically. These cold weapons that were imbued with high-level spiritual power only grazed their body lightly and instantly exploded into a few pieces. The battle between the Murlocs from both sides was extremely fierce. In an instant, countless blood splattered everywhere, and the ground was covered in red liquid. However, the Murlocs who had very simple social relations, the more they were killed, the more high-level Murlocs would be able to come and fight. This was also the reason why the Murlocs had always erupted into conflict and never received any mediation. In their understanding, if you kill one of me, I'll make you pay with your life. In the eyes of both sides, other than killing, they would kill until there was no one left. This was the true great victory. Moreover, Ye Feng had just learned that if he killed his way out, there was a high chance that he would meet the king of their swamp clan. If he killed their king, then would this dispute end here? Ye Feng was thinking, but he did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, there was no need for it. As the commander of the Royal Knights, the head knight's own level had already reached C grade, which far surpassed Ye Feng's by an entire level. Even if Ye Feng's strength was at its peak, it was impossible to say that he had a 100% chance of defeating the head knight. It was more likely that they were evenly matched. As for the other party, just from the first wave of attacks, Ye Feng had already sensed through his perception that there was more than one expert who had surpassed D grade. Ye Feng had even sensed the existence of a C and grade. What kind of concept was this? A perfect C and grade killing a C grade expert was as easy as flipping one's hand. In other words, the ability released by a C and grade expert was enough to make the entire tribe submit. If they did not submit, the only outcome would be death. Moreover, once a C and grade expert entered the battlefield, the entire battlefield situation would undergo an earth-shattering change. If he wanted to settle this battle, they would need to just lift a finger. However, that expert only hid in the shadows and watched. They did not move at all, or perhaps they had some other intentions. Ye Feng did not know about this, but it made Ye Feng keep an eye out. The other party was a very dangerous existence. This way, he could not expose himself too early. He still wanted to walk out of this D***ned place. If he fought to the death and his vitality was greatly damaged, it was naturally not Ye Feng's wish. Ye Feng's gaze once again focused on the head knight's side. The head knight was still strong. As a C-grade powerhouse, it was already one of the few powerhouses in the Waterfall clan. Under its leadership, they quickly defeated the first wave of Swamp Murloc's attacks and welcomed the second wave of Swamp Murloc's attacks. Different from the first wave of Swamp Murloc's, the second wave of Swamp Murloc's abilities were obviously much higher than the first waves. With a glance, Ye Feng discovered 2D-grade Swamp Murlocs. Relying on the size of the Murlocs, under normal circumstances, they would possess extremely high speed and strength. From a battle strength point of view, the Murlocs above D grade were all warriors with extremely terrifying strength. But to Ye Feng, even if there were more than 10 D grade Swamp Murlocs appearing, they were still cannon fodder among cannon fodder. After all, the level suppression was the same no matter what the situation was. Even if it was a perfect D and grade like Ye Feng still had the ability to kill them, let alone a D grade 1 rank lower. Although weak, Ye Feng could not appear yet. Because as long as he went out, he would definitely attract the attention of that C and grade powerhouse. If he made a move, Ye Feng would also feel quite pressured. Why did he have to make himself uncomfortable? Unless it's absolutely necessary, I definitely won't go out. Ye Feng thought to himself at this time. This decision, at least for now, was quite useful. After all, in the current situation, the Waterfall clan still had the advantage. After all, this was a local battle of the Waterfall clan. With the local advantage, even if all the Swamp Clan's experts attacked at the same time, it would still take quite a while before they could infiltrate. But at that time, Ye Feng naturally could not sit still and would naturally attack. He had his principles when he hid. If the Murloc Palace was destroyed, then wouldn't his treasure pavilion fall just like that? He had never gotten anything from inside. He definitely could not agree to this. Then, the head knight entered the arena. The dark blue Murloc spear in its hand immediately emitted a pale blue glow. A whole team of more than 10 Swamp Murlocs suddenly fell to the ground with their heads and green-skinned fish scales corpses. After a few more minutes, the third wave of the Swamp Clan launched another attack. This wave of murlocs was obviously several times stronger than the previous waves. This made the head knight feel a little tired, and it skillfully ordered the main force to defend in time. The head knight with high military talent quickly stabilized the situation, but this was only the beginning. The Swamp Clan has a large number of people, and they are attacking from 3 different directions. Although this is the main battlefield, I am afraid that the rear will be attacked by the traitors. You take a few guards and protect the Woohoo King. He is our king. Be careful not to be targeted by the traitors. The head knight's trusted aide nodded and ordered a few guards to rush towards the Murloc Palace. Although they did not know Yefeng's location, generally speaking, the Murloc King would be in the palace, discussing with various elders about ways to defend against the enemy before sending it to the front line, although the Murloc Palace and the front line were only a few kilometers away. Brothers, catch their new king first. His Majesty will reward you handsomely. A series of shouts shocked the warriors of Waterfall Clan who were defending on the 3rd battlefield. This ear-splitting sound was heard from all directions on the 3rd battlefield. Soon after, a huge body rushed out and slashed down. One after another, the warriors of the Waterfall Clan on the front line were smashed into pieces before they could even react. Wah-ah, run! The swamp villains are coming. Quickly call for reinforcements. At the very least, we need the support of the Royal Knights. The enemies are too strong. We can't defend at all. Don't joke around. The Royal Knights are responsible for the defense of the first main battlefield. They are already stuck in a stalemate. It is impossible for them to send out troops to support us. The enemies are swamp villains. Only when the head knight personally arrives can we turn the tables. Brother, I've known you for a long time in this life, Pucci. Before that person could finish its words, its 3-meter-tall body was pierced through by a harpoon. Minced meat and fresh blood were instantly blown into the air. The other person was filled with anger and its body was overflowing with killing intent. The combat ability of a Murloc was not to be underestimated. Even if it was a Murloc of the lowest level, the destructive power it could produce was extremely huge. That person grabbed its weapon and wanted to charge forward. The instigator was very disdainful. It casually raised its hand and released a burst of spiritual power. The body of the Waterfall Murloc instantly collapsed and then exploded. This time, it was even worse. Its huge body was instantly turned into dust. What was even more terrifying was that as this figure charged forward, there were more than a dozen such figures behind him. For a moment, an extremely cold killing intent exploded from the 3rd battlefield. The incomparably powerful killing intent caused all the Murlocs on the battlefield to have no choice but to pay attention to this side. When Yefeng saw this scene, his expression changed again and again. This group of people was the strongest organization of the Swamp Clan. It was similar to the Royal Knights of the Waterfall Murlocs, and they gathered the elites of the tribe. Moreover, they could actually use spiritual energy. This was something Yefeng did not expect, which meant that these Murlocs were also very powerful existences. After all, Yefeng had never seen such an ability before. To be able to collapse space, if the level was strong enough, this ability was indeed powerful. The entrance of the swamp villains completely broke the entire situation. The Waterfall Murloc's 3rd battlefield, the rear, had completely fallen. Chapter 88, Intercepting and Killing the Murloc King. The strength of the scarred Murloc. D***MNit, where is our king? Did you discover anything on your side? The Royal Guard Knights gathered under the giant tree, sweating profusely. After learning that the rear had fallen, they became even more anxious to find Yefeng. After all, the target of these swamp villains was the Murloc King. Brothers, our mission is to kill the Murloc King. We don't care about anything else. The leading Murloc was very tall and its body exuded a murderous aura. It was terrifying and carried an endless sharpness. When the other villains heard this, they immediately shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." One look at this Murloc's cultivation level and you would know that it wasn't low. Ye Feng also noticed this murloc at first glance. First of all, it looked very strange. Its originally ugly body actually had dozens of scars. Even without thinking, he knew that this murloc was very experienced in battle. Looking at the respectful attitude of the people around it, its status was also very high. Moreover, Ye Feng was actually unable to use his perception to inspect its cultivation level. How powerful was this? Ye Feng could easily inspect those below C grade. He did not even need to spend much spiritual energy to complete the inspection. Reaching C grade was somewhat strenuous, but he was still able to barely peek inside. But above C grade, Ye Feng was powerless. After all, the gap between this rank and his was too vast. Could this be that C and grade powerhouse? Ye Feng was secretly shocked. The Swamp Clan's battle tactics were indeed very brilliant. By gathering large numbers of troops to launch a fierce attack on the first battlefield, the true strength was placed behind them. Due to the large number of soldiers gathered in the first battlefield, the second and third battlefield's defensive line was too weak. The swamp villains could easily choose any defensive line and break through. Even if there were heavy troops, with the strength of these villains, breaking through was only a matter of time. As for why the villains chose the third line of defense, it was probably because the third line of defense was closest to the Murloc Palace. Seeing the rapidly changing situation, Ye Feng had a slight headache. With such a strong person entering the battlefield, Ye Feng had no choice but to take some actions. Otherwise, the entire situation would turn into a subversive tragedy. Ye Feng jumped down from the huge tree. When those people saw him, their expressions changed from doubt to shock. Finally, someone stammered, "King! We've finally found you. The rear has fallen." Ye Feng nodded and calmly replied, "I know that. I've been observing just now." "King, then let's leave this place quickly. The head knight ordered us to protect your safety. It's safest for us to go to the first battlefield. There's our main force there. Even if it's a swamp villain, they wouldn't dare to act rashly." As he spoke, the knight wanted to take Ye Feng away. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Ye Feng frowned and stretched out his right hand, directly intercepting a strange-shaped harpoon. The knight was instantly scared out of its wits and broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, that harpoon had attacked with a powerful baleful aura. It had actually already noticed it, but unfortunately, its level wasn't high enough, so it was unable to escape the restraint of this baleful aura. Its eyes widened as it looked at Ye Feng in fear. If it wasn't for Ye Feng making a move, it would probably have died here today. "You want to leave? Hehe, have you asked us?" the scarred Murloc said with a disdainful smile. With a light wave of its hand, that harpoon left Ye Feng's hand and returned to that person's hand with a loud bang. "Who's that?" Ye Feng asked indifferently. It's the king of the Swamp Clan, known as the Bloodthirsty Demon King, called Fitz. Hehe, I didn't expect that you juniors would still remember me. Not bad, not bad. It seems that your Royal Knight Commander Joseph taught you well. Haha. Fitz laughed loudly, and the others behind him also laughed wildly. "Since we've found the target, let's do it." Fitz signaled, and the others behind it instantly moved. In an instant, several figures rushed out. Their speed was so fast that the few royal guards did not even have time to react and were instantly pushed back over 10 meters. Those figures did not treat the royal guards as their targets either. The short knives in their hands instantly revealed their sharpness as they charged toward Ye Feng. Seeing this scene, the audience instantly froze. Was this really happening? With so many assassins, it seemed like they were very strong, but they actually only fought against Ye Feng. Such a powerful opponent, he would most likely fall this time. *CK, either God Feng doesn't fight, or when he was about to fight, he encountered such a fierce opponent. This is bad. God Feng is silly. He was fine on the tree. Why did he have to come down? Sigh, I originally thought that a once-in-a-century genius would appear, but I didn't expect that he would fall soon. Don't be discouraged, everyone. God Feng might have his ways. He hasn't shown his strength yet. In this way, won't we be able to see God Feng's full strength? In the judges' seats, Professor Lei's expression was already gloomy. It was obvious that these people were not to be trifled with. Moreover, their target had already locked onto Ye Feng. If they could not withstand this, Ye Feng might become the first on the top 5 on the scoreboard to be eliminated. Dean Andy, do you think that Ye Feng will be able to stop his assessment in time when he is in such a dangerous situation? Professor Lei looked at Andy with a nervous expression. He also knew that once the freshman assessment of Cloud Mist Academy started, there was no such thing as saying that it would be stopped. After all, when the rules of the assessment were announced from the start, it had already been repeatedly made clear. If they felt that it was dangerous, they could withdraw before the assessment started. But now, the test had already been going on for several days. At this time, it was basically impossible to save Ye Feng from danger and save him. Teacher Andy heard this and shook his head. Once the test begins, it cannot be stopped. This is the rule of the past. We have no right to change it. Hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. Professor Lei sighed. Then he can only depend on his fate. Hopefully. Outside the Murloc Palace, Ye Feng's expression was very calm when he saw a few crazy swamp villains charging toward him. Ye Feng's figure had already disappeared before they could even get close. In terms of speed, how could they compare to Ye Feng's speed when the special attribute slime in Ye Feng's body was released at full force? So fast! Everyone was shocked. Their expressions were fierce, and the short knife in their hands also emitted a faint, sharp white light. King! Be careful, the royal guard in the distance shouted. Ye Feng turned his head and saw Fitz suddenly appearing behind him. Ye Feng's figure instantly retreated explosively. In the span of a breath, he had already pulled away. And the place where Ye Feng stood just now exploded with a bang. When the dust dispersed, a large pit that was several meters deep actually appeared. This power is indeed powerful. Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. To be able to achieve such power with such a casual attack, one could imagine how powerful it would be if it were to unleash its full strength. What was even more terrifying was that Fitz quietly appeared behind Ye Feng, and Ye Feng did not even feel it at all. His perception seemed to have completely lost its effect on it. This time, Ye Feng was even more certain that this scarred Murloc Fitz in front of him was definitely that C-end grade powerhouse. Chapter 89, Side by side with the king, the battle broke out. Your speed is quite fast. Fitz sneered. It raised its harpoon and looked at Ye Feng disdainfully. Your strength doesn't seem weak? How come I've never seen you before? And you're even the Waterfall Murloc King, hee. Has the Waterfall clan fallen to such a state? To let a foreigner become the king? They're simply not afraid of making a fool of themselves if this gets out. When Fitz sneered, a familiar figure appeared. Head Knight. You are finally here. One of the guards who was not seriously injured immediately shouted when it saw the Head Knight rushing over as if it had seen its savior. Oh? Joseph, you are finally here. I thought you were going to be a coward. Tell me, when did it become a human's turn to be the king of the Murloc tribe? Fitz's tone seemed to contain a trace of anger. When Ye Feng saw them, it was as if they were from the same hometown. They were exceptionally familiar with each other. Do they know each other? Ye Feng glanced at the Royal Guard Knight who was still protecting him and pondered. The Royal Guard Knight paused and said, not only do they know each other, they have known each other since they were young. They are brothers. They have always been on good terms with each other and are the pride of our Murloc tribe. However, their ideals and beliefs are different. Fitz likes violence and advocates violence to change everything. Joseph has always advocated gentleness, so they walked further and further apart until now. Ye Feng nodded and stopped asking. As for the rest of the story, Ye Feng was no longer interested. After all, what did these things have to do with him? Since they had turned against each other, they represented two different forces. Moreover, this grudge had been accumulated for a long time. It was impossible to reconcile this path. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to start a fight. Fitz spoke to Joseph in a very contemptuous tone. I say, can't your thoughts keep up with the times? I've said it more than once. Old Blind represents the past. Everything is changing now. The past cannot be used in the present. What the Murlocs need is change. A great update of civilization and technology. Head Knight Joseph's expression was indifferent, as if it did not take Fitz's words seriously. Joseph will give you a chance. Hand over your Murloc king. He is just a trash from a foreign land. Why are you all so loyal to him as a king? Fitz continued, the murderous aura around it growing stronger. Seeing that Joseph did not make any moves, Fitz continued to throw out conditions. You are not worthy of being a head knight, and your status is not high. As long as you hand over the Murloc king, I will bestow upon you the title of king side by side for the sake of our old friendship. You are of the same generation as me. When everyone heard this, their expressions became even more complicated. Ye Feng naturally knew what the title of king side by side was. According to the literal meaning, it was a position comparable to the king. It was the highest type next to the king. According to the level of Waterfall clan, it was equivalent to the Murloc king. Everyone present knew what this meant. If Joseph was conferred the title, then the Waterfall clan would be in name only. As the Murloc king, Ye Feng was only a puppet and might even be executed. Ye Feng shook his head. Even this term was too light. If Joseph were to surrender, Ye Feng would become the target of public criticism. At that time, the entire Murloc tribe would make a move against him. Just as everyone was waiting for Joseph's reply, Ye Feng stood out. He had to take the initiative. Whether he lived or died depended on his own hands. Ye Feng looked at Fitz and said coldly, "You're just a rat, yet you dare to openly poach my legs. As the Murloc king, I control the resources of the entire Waterfall clan and Murloc warriors. It's one thing for you to charge into our headquarters, but you still dare to be so impudent? Aren't you underestimating me too much?" When the head knight saw the domineering Ye Feng, it immediately became spirited. As the Murloc king, Ye Feng was their spiritual leader. Fitz heard this and laughed loudly. I'm dying of laughter. A mere human actually talks about how great he is. Do you really think you're a hero who saves the world? As it said that, killing intent burst out from Fitz's body once again. The harpoon in its hand sparkled as if it was ready to attack at any moment. If it wasn't for Joseph's presence, Fitz would really have started killing. After all, in the scene, Fitz knew very well that Joseph's strength was similar to its strength. Once they started fighting, they would definitely be caught in a stalemate. As for it, it was leading the most elite swamp villains of the Swamp Clan deep into the enemy's rear. There were only a few of them in total. Although all of them were well armed and strong, they were unable to endure the battle of attrition. The most important thing was that they had the advantage on the outside. The main threat behind the enemy's rear was the large army. At this moment, they were in a situation where they had no leader. If they could not hold on until it returned, the entire Swamp Clan would collapse. Even if they captured the Murloc king alive, if the Swamp Clan warriors were killed, then this battle would be meaningless. And Joseph had this exact plan. If it could stall Fitz here a little longer, then the warriors at the front line would have a greater chance of winning. Seeing Ye Feng stand out, Joseph also smiled slightly. Look, this is our Murloc king. This is the person I am worthy of being loyal to. Even if you are in a high position, your things, as they were before, are still not what I want now. Fitz seemed to be angered. Looking at Joseph and Ye Feng, its face turned red. But he is still a foreigner. You helped a foreigner ascend to the Murloc King's position like this. What kind of old blind's descendant are you? Joseph glanced at Ye Feng, then looked at Fitz and replied indifferently, why not? He is the heaven's chosen one that the old blind predicted. He is the Murloc King that came to help our tribe. Ye Feng nodded and spoke on Joseph's behalf, that's right. Fitz was instantly enraged. Good job, Joseph. Not only did you lead the wolf into the house, you even spoke up for him. The enmity between our two tribes is not something that a foreigner can resolve. Then, you still insist on going your own way. Then, I can only settle the both of you. Joseph sneered and looked at Fitz. Insist on doing things your own way? This word is most suitable for you. Our Waterfall clan is descended from the same lineage. I wonder which B***** split himself up to create his own unique identity. Following that, the dignity of the Murloc King will be witnessed by all the ancestors. Today, we must put an end to the grudges between these two tribes. Either you die or I die. As Joseph spoke, it released its spiritual power. A pure and enormous spiritual power attacked the surroundings. You bring the Woohoo King to a safe place. Leave the rest to me. Joseph turned around and looked ahead coldly. Fitz smiled coldly and moved its mouth disdainfully. Stop struggling. With your strength, you are no match for me. Cut the crap. Even if I have to bleed to the last drop of blood, my will not yield. The honor of Waterfall clan will last forever. You, a traitor, will eventually seek your own destruction. All right, then you have to go all out. I will make your death ugly. As soon as Fitz finished its words, its aura erupted, and the harpoon in its hand sparkled. With a loud bang, Fitz disappeared from where it was standing. A figure flew out at high speed, and like a supersonic missile, it charged towards Joseph. Since you refuse to submit, then die for me. Chapter 90, Water Domain, Spirit Exploding Shark. Fitz was quite powerful. With a loud bang, Fitz rushed to Joseph from a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The harpoon emitted an extremely sharp killing intent under Fitz's spiritual energy. With a wave of its hand, waves of aftershocks blasted out. Rumble. When this aftershock was sent out, the few royal guards were sent flying several meters away on the spot. Their faces were filled with shock, and their bodies trembled. Even if it was just an aftershock, they, at their level, were unable to withstand it. What shocked these royal guards even more was that the Murloc King, Ye Feng, wasn't affected at all. Instead, he stood calmly on the spot and watched the show. Logically speaking, not only could this shockwave produce a huge shockwave, but it could also restrict the opponent's ability to move to a certain extent. After all, to withstand a shockwave, not only did it require a high level, but it also required a lot of spiritual power to withstand it. Even if one was an expert, if their reaction was a little slow, Fitz would be able to use the harpoon in its hand to directly pierce through its opponent and take their life. Joseph's expression remained very calm. It did not seem to be affected. Just as Fitz was about to stab it with the harpoon, the spear in its hand also reacted very quickly. With just a block, another rumbling sound of impact could be heard. Seeing this, Fitz turned around and went in another direction. The harpoon in its hand whistled as if it was emitting the roar of a whale. It was a very long sound that went straight for the soul. It seemed to be able to summon the evil in the deepest part of its heart. Joseph was also affected by this, and its body's speed was obviously reduced. In a moment of carelessness, the harpoon exploded with a powerful impact that sent Joseph flying dozens of meters away. So powerful! Everyone was shocked. Not only were the royal knights present, but the swamp villains were also scared silly when they saw Fitz making a move. Just a single impact was enough to send Joseph flying dozens of meters away. One had to know that Joseph's level was C, and Fitz's level was close to C+. In a battle between the two, there was already a huge disparity in strength. However, Joseph could still use its super strong battle experience to continuously restrain Fitz, preventing it from succeeding. However, at the same time, Joseph was also under tremendous pressure. Moreover, if its reaction was half a beat slower, it would lose its life. This was like an elephant trying to stomp an ant to death. The ant's speed was fast, and its various defense attributes were maxed out. And although the elephant's attack was powerful, its speed was slow. This was also the reason why Fitz had not been able to win. But everyone could see that up until now, Joseph had yet to use its true strength. In other words, if Joseph attacked with its full strength, its strength might be on par with the C and level Fitz. Ye Feng observed from the side and could roughly understand Fitz's attack style. It was mainly by relying on the huge amount of damage and continuous attacks to suppress the opponent until the moment of death. This kind of brainless, violent attack could almost instantly kill opponents below all levels. But unfortunately, Fitz, was facing his old friend, Head Knight Joseph. This also meant that this battle was a difficult bone to gnaw on. That's right, Joseph. You're still as strong as you were back then, but I'm not the same person I was back then. The feud between us ends here and now. Fitz snorted coldly, and an incomparably enormous spiritual energy was suddenly released from its body. The enormous amount of spiritual energy caused Ye Feng to be slightly startled. One had to know that having a large amount of spiritual energy also meant that one could release more powerful skills and also be able to fight more violent battles. Think about it. Under the same level of circumstances, the other party's spiritual energy content was far less. When the other party attacked with a few skills, they would already be unable to deal any damage. But under the situation where one's spiritual energy content was extremely large, there was only one sentence that said that one could fight many times more skills than the other party. If you are poor, you can hit him accurately. If you are rich, you can cover him with fire. And Fitz was the one who covered with fire. When this spiritual power was released, the world seemed to have changed. A vast ocean appeared out of thin air on the originally flat ground. This ocean was also rolling waves, instantly engulfing everything in the vicinity. This is the domain created by my skill, Spirit Exploding Shark. Hehe, in my domain, no one is my match. Fitz laughed fiercely, and violent power surged in its body. As it spoke, a shark with violent power all over its body charged towards Joseph, as fast as a ghost. Ye Feng felt his center of gravity slowly rise, and knew that he was really in a domain that was filled with water. This was the first time Ye Feng had encountered a skill that could release a domain. Moreover, just releasing this skill required an incomparably huge amount of spiritual energy. This was something that Ye Feng had never seen before. Moreover, being in Fitz's domain, his various abilities seemed to have a restriction that prevented him from fully releasing them. This feeling was very strange, but Ye Feng had the water element slime subsidiary body that had just awakened river spirit in his body. The restriction seemed to have been weakened and did not have much of an effect on Ye Feng. In the blink of an eye, the Spirit Exploding Shark appeared in front of Joseph. It opened its mouth that was filled with fangs and was about to devour Joseph. Its sharp teeth flickered with an extremely terrifying cold light. In such a domain, the fear in one's heart and the limitations of one's abilities would be greatly increased. Joseph took out its spear. Just as the Spirit Exploding Shark was about to bite it, it waved its spear. The shark's body that was originally stretched out suddenly curled up, and a huge wound appeared on the belly. If it had reacted a little slower with its spear, Joseph would have died on the spot. Although this was a domain, it was also a water domain. This was an environment that the Murlocs were most familiar with. The domain that Fitz released increased its strength and Joseph's various aspects. Especially its speed and reaction ability. Not bad, you can actually counterattack. But don't forget. This is my domain. Fitz roared angrily, the huge wound on the Spirit Exploding Shark's body suddenly healed, and once again, with an unstoppable momentum, it tore towards Joseph. When the Spirit Exploding Shark charged over, the huge momentum caused the surrounding water temperature to rise rapidly. At the same time that the water temperature rose, it also caused Joseph's mobility to drop greatly. Moreover, the water seemed to have lost its temperature. The effect of the two heavens of ice and fire made Joseph have no choice but to change its plan of counterattack. It quickly activated its spiritual power and placed the spear in front of it. A protective membrane suddenly appeared on its body. Since it could not counterattack, it would max out its defensive ability. When Fitz saw this scene from afar, it revealed an evil smile. "Hee, Joseph, you still don't understand what I mean. This is my domain. This time, you can die in peace." In the next moment, Joseph's expression changed. The spirit exploding shark charged over. In the first instant, it actually did not bite it but disintegrated instantly. An incomparably huge explosion exploded with Joseph at the center. Ye Feng frowned and summoned a slime to block in front of him. The huge impact, carrying a force that could destroy everything, swept out in all directions. Ye Feng was the first to feel that the water temperature around him was actually boiling. The power of this explosion can actually boil water. It's simply terrifying. Ye Feng sighed in his heart. He originally thought that the summoning domain had already consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, and he thought that Fitz would engage in a battle within the domain. He did not expect that the skills would be released one after another. This was simply not something that an ordinary person could measure. Ever since Ye Feng stepped into the symbiotic domain, he had seen many people with terrifying strength. But to be able to fight like this, Fitz was the first person that Ye Feng felt a little strange. C-end grades were truly unscrupulous. Chapter 91, Terrifying Power, the second half of the Sea Stone Trident. This explosion indeed surprised Ye Feng. The power that was released was absorbed by the slime that Ye Feng summoned. However, there were still quite a number of impacts that directly affected Ye Feng's body. A burning sensation rose from his abdomen and burned his entire body. However, this burning sensation quickly disappeared. Ye Feng's combat ability might be a little weak, but his defense value was full. Even if it was pierced through, the slime's energy in his body could quickly repair it. Moreover, up until now, Ye Feng had not used a single strand of power. He had been waiting for an opportunity. The aftershock dissipated, and everything in the surroundings was destroyed beyond recognition. Those few royal guards could not even withstand the impact of the explosion and directly turned into dust and dissipated. As for those few swamp villains, most of them had already escaped this place ahead of time, and those who did not escape in time were even heavily injured. Their bodies were constantly being burned, living a life worse than death. Ye Feng released his perception. What he was more concerned about was how Joseph was doing. Due to the instant of the explosion, Fitz came into contact with the domain, and the surrounding land was restored. Therefore, dust continued to fly. Death is not to be regretted. Fitz sneered and looked at Ye Feng with a fierce gaze. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky to actually dodge this explosion. However, you won't be so lucky after this." As it spoke, Fitz waved its right hand forcefully, and a ray of light flashed. The harpoon was attached to a ray of light and seemed to become even stronger. A huge figure flashed and appeared in front of Ye Feng in the next second. An incomparably cold pressure suddenly pressed down on Ye Feng's body, making him unable to move. This pressure was able to restrict Ye Feng's movements to the greatest extent. In this way, Ye Feng had completely turned into a puppet doll, and Fitz still had to deal damage. Fitz snorted coldly. "Murloc King, you're just so-so. Die." The light attached to the harpoon flickered, and the sharp tip of the harpoon whizzed over. What was different about this power was that it carried a lightning-like aura, and it seemed to be even more powerful. Pucci! Ye Feng was stunned. He did not know when Joseph had appeared in front of him. The incomparably sharp harpoon pierced straight into its body. One had to know that the Murloc's body was covered in scales to protect its body. Furthermore, with its sturdy body, normal weapons would not be able to harm it in the slightest. However, due to the impact of the explosion just now, it had caused Joseph to suffer heavy injuries and the scales all over its body had long been blown to smithereens. Ye Feng did not expect that Joseph, who was covered in wounds all over its body, would still be able to hold its breath and flash in front of him. The incomparably sharp harpoon sliced open a large part of Joseph's flesh. Green liquid sprayed out like a waterfall. Actually, Ye Feng knew that Joseph's strength was not weak. He could even compete with Fitz. Even after experiencing the explosion, the power in Joseph's body could quickly recover. It was only a matter of time. After a period of time, it would be able to stand up and fight with Fitz again. Even if its scales recovered a little, those dark green scales could also become its extremely strong defensive armor. No matter how sharp Fitz's harpoon was, it would not be able to pierce through Joseph easily. However, in order to protect Ye Feng, Joseph rushed forward without waiting for its scales to recover. This knight was indeed worthy of its promise to protect the Murloc King. It had really been protecting Ye Feng's side the entire time. Although Ye Feng was a little touched, Fitz was right in front of him, and Fitz would be able to strike very soon. Haha, such a trash Murloc King, is it really worth using your life to protect him? Fitz pulled out its harpoon and laughed crazily. Actually, Joseph, you could have advanced to perfect C and grade, but unfortunately, you died young, and you won't be able to fulfill this last wish. I will also help you get rid of this trash. It's a shame for the Murloc tribe that the Murloc King was made by such a trash. Ha 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 ha, isn't your waterfall clan very powerful? The number one expert was heavily injured by me, and your leader, the Murloc King, is also just a piece of trash. I really feel sad for your tribe, but it doesn't matter. Soon, your tribe will no longer exist. I will inherit the orthodoxy. From now on, there will only be one Murloc tribe in this world, and that is the Swamp Clan. Fitz laughed crazily. A perverted smile appeared on its face as it stared at Ye Feng and Joseph. Since you're not saying anything, then die. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed by watching. After Fitz said that, it raised its harpoon and exploded with a huge pressure as it was about to land. King, quickly leave. Joseph did not care that it was covered in blood. Dragging its extremely weak body, it struggled to push Ye Feng away. When Fitz saw this scene, its vicious expression became even crazier. Die, die, die. All of you, die. Don't struggle anymore. The harpoon that carried the violent power was about to land. The spiritual energy on Ye Feng's body instantly exploded. That invisible pressure was like a lock that had been opened. All the restrictions on Ye Feng's body were ineffective. Ye Feng's speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's imagination. With just a step back, Ye Feng appeared 100 meters away with Joseph. The harpoon cut through the air and even distorted the surrounding space. Obviously, it missed. Fitz's expression changed. A trace of shock appeared on its scarred face, but it disappeared in an instant and quickly returned to a disdainful expression. Fast? What's the use? You don't have the strength to fight against me, and you only know how to run away like a coward. Hehe, a trash actually dares to go against me. Do you know that it's a great honor for you to obediently die under my harpoon? Fitz's perverted smile appeared on its face once again. Since that's the case, then I'll let you all experience the true terror. This way, you'll be willing to die under my hands. He. Fitz laughed wildly, and the light of the harpoon appeared once more. But this light quickly disappeared. The harpoon actually turned into the shape of a stick, emitting a faint blue luster. An indescribable sense of mystery suddenly attacked Ye Feng's mind. This is resonance. Ye Feng did not understand. He did not expect that the harpoon was actually a disguise. Under its packaging, it was actually just a stick. But this long stick could actually produce such power. This made Ye Feng somewhat surprised. Hehe, using this weapon to kill you is really giving you the greatest honor. Don't resist from now on. I will very gently chop off your heads." Fitz's eyes were red. The killing intent from its body swept towards Ye Feng's direction in an overwhelming manner. Such a familiar resonance, Ye Feng was very curious. His perception focused on the long staff. When his perception touched the long staff, Ye Feng's eyes instantly widened, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. This is the second component of the sea stone trident, long staff. Ye Feng thought to himself, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 92, Joseph, who had put everything on the line, danger approaching quietly. "Ha, I really can't find it even if I try my best." Ye Feng thought to himself. His eyes could no longer leave this weapon. If he defeated Fitz, he would be able to obtain the long staff. At that time, wouldn't it be able to merge with the harpoon in his hand? At that time, it would be the real sea stone trident. Now that it was separated into two parts, anyone who obtained one of the components would not be able to use it as a whole. Only a complete body could activate the greatest power of the sea stone trident. However, seeing that Fitz could use the long staff to achieve such power, Ye Feng began to wonder if there was a problem with his method of using it. Ye Feng had never used the harpoon as a weapon before. It was only used as a container that could be used to produce spiritual energy on its own. Because there had never been a battle, there was no need to use it as a weapon to play with. Moreover, the energy within the harpoon had already been devoured by Ye Feng. It would also take a considerable amount of time to recover. Ye Feng was still worried about not knowing what to devour. Fitz's direct delivery of goods to his doorstep was something that Ye Feng had not expected. Although there might be some disparity in strength, but in a real fight, it was not certain who would win. What it has in its hand is actually the divine weapon component long staff that we have been searching for day and night. Joseph was a little shocked. It was no wonder that Fitz's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and its offense was so strong. So it had long staff as a weapon. "King, Fitz has a divine weapon. You must not be careless." Joseph looked at Ye Feng. It continued to remind him, although you also have a divine weapon, the gap between the two of you is not small. Therefore, I suggest that you evacuate this place first. I will cover the rear. Saying that, Joseph spat out another mouthful of blood. It was already extremely weak, but because its level was not low and its physical fitness was extremely strong, it was still constantly repairing its body. As long as it was still hanging on by a thread and given enough time, it would be able to recover its combat strength. Unfortunately, its injuries were too serious. If it wanted to recover, it would take more than half a day. When Fitz saw this scene from afar, it let out an extremely terrifying laugh. "Hee, you guys aren't thinking of fighting me to the end, right? I'm giving you a chance to run, but you guys aren't moving at all. Or are you guys so scared that your legs have gone soft? Haha, you guys can't run at all. It doesn't matter. After all, you're a trash and a cripple who's hanging on by a thread. However, I won't treat my captives well. I'll only let you die in even more pain." As it spoke, Fitz once again circulated the power in its body. The long staff in its hand shone brilliantly, as if it was emitting an extremely soul-stirring power. However, that power carried with it a feeling of invincibility. This kind of feeling made Ye Feng feel very strange. It was as if even his soul was being affected. Ye Feng turned his head to look at Joseph beside him. Its expression was solemn. Although the injuries on its body were constantly recovering, they were too serious after all. In addition, it did not dare to fully recover and still had some strength left. It wanted to prepare to fight with Fitz, which also caused it to be in great pain. "King, just in case, stand behind me." Joseph snorted and held the spear tightly in its hand. At this moment, not only was the spear gathering strength, it could swing out an attack that contained a huge amount of energy at any time. This attack also contained almost all of Joseph's spiritual energy. If it could successfully swing out this attack, it also meant that its life had come to an end. Does he want to sacrifice himself to protect me? Ye Feng thought to himself, his expression somewhat touched. After all, Joseph really kept its promise. It said it would protect him, and it was really protecting himself. But the other party was too strong. Even with such a high density of skills and a large amount of spiritual energy, Fitz was still able to fight freely. At this time, it still had quite a bit of energy left to fight with them. Ye Feng looked ahead, and Fitz was also accumulating energy. Ye Feng did not know if Fitz would still release the spirit exploding shark. If it released it again, the entire environment would change again. A battle in water was not as good as a battle on land for Ye Feng. But don't forget, Ye Feng also had water elemental skills. Therefore, Ye Feng had never panicked. Even when the explosion of the spirit exploding shark produced a huge impact, Ye Feng was still calm and collected. It was just that the slime he summoned blocked most of the damage and had already turned into a pool of liquid. However, it did not affect him in the slightest. After all, Ye Feng was the carrier of the main body of the slime. It was only a matter of time before a new slime subsidiary body was formed. Die! With Fitz's loud roar, a murderous aura shot up into the sky. It was like a shadow, approaching Joseph at an extremely strange speed. If both of their strengths were at their peak, Joseph might still be able to receive this attack, but Joseph was already heavily injured, so it was impossible for it to receive this attack. Even if Joseph wanted to dodge now, it would be too late. Moreover, its current thought was to protect Ye Feng and leave this place. Old friend, I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn. Just be an ordinary person in your next life. Fitz laughed crazily, emitting a strange tone unique to murlocs. Then, it raised its long staff. With a bang, it appeared in front of Joseph. The force of the attack had already made Joseph unable to stand up, but it still held the long spear in its hand tenaciously. It only needed to wait for Fitz to get close, and then it would release the powerful force in one go. Even if Fitz was at its peak, it would not be able to take this attack without using even a bit of spiritual power. At the very least, it could take half of its life. But the development of the matter was always so unpredictable. Fitz raised its hand and waved its long staff, but the black figure had long disappeared. What? Joseph was greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked in Ye Feng's direction. As expected, Fitz's figure appeared in front of Ye Feng. Fitz revealed a very strange smile and stared at Ye Feng, saying coldly, "Not bad, I haven't eaten the Murloc King's meat for a long time. It should still be quite delicious." As it said that, Fitz licked its lips, stretched out its sharp claws, and pressed forward step by step. "King! Be careful!" Joseph shouted. It did not care about the long staff that suddenly attacked it. It raised its long spear and gathered all its strength to throw it at Fitz. Since it was going to die sooner or later, Joseph might as well use the last of its strength to lean on Fitz's body. As for that long staff, Joseph did not care too much about it. Boom! The two threats were pressing on. However, when Joseph was completely covered by the light blue light emitted by the staff, something similarly light blue flew out and blocked the staff. Joseph looked carefully in shock. The thing that flew out was actually a harpoon. One of the components of the sea stone trident, the harpoon. The harpoon had always been worshipped by the Waterfall clan in the sacred land of Tianqing River. From ancient times until now, no one had ever been able to actually pick it up, let alone use it. Only the old blind the prophet had the power to use this divine artifact. However, Joseph saw that this harpoon could be thrown out so easily by Ye Feng, and it even accurately blocked the long staff. This was enough to prove that Ye Feng's strength was not weak. After all, it was the person chosen by the prophecy. Could it be that the Woohoo King already knows how to use the power of the harpoon? Joseph was very shocked and looked in the direction of Ye Feng with a surprised gaze. Chapter 93, Ye Feng made his move. It was within the plan. The audience was finally waiting for this scene. In an instant, there was a commotion once again. Ye Feng had finally made his move. Oh my god, God Feng has finally made his move. I've been waiting so long that I'm sleepy. God Feng is really patient. The enemy has already made it to the entrance of his house, yet he's not moving at all. How awesome! We can finally see the heroic bearing of God Yet. Take off, God Yet is awesome. Now it was Fitz's turn to be shocked. Its long staff was supposed to be an unstoppable weapon, a peerless existence in the world, but it was actually blocked by a harpoon. However, Fitz soon discovered something different. That harpoon was none other than Old Blind's harpoon from the sacred land, Tianqing River. Back then, when Fitz was still in the Waterfall clan, it often sneaked in to try and pull it out. It had always longed for power. But it had never been able to do so. It had not been able to see the appearance of the harpoon until now. Fitz looked at Ye Feng with a surprised expression. It no longer looked down on Ye Feng. No one knew better than it what kind of power was needed to use the harpoon. But so what? Fitz laughed loudly and looked at Ye Feng ferociously. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. This way, won't I be able to combine the two into a real sea stone trident? As it spoke, Fitz's body gathered strength again. That huge body already gave it an advantage. Even without weapons, the sharp claws of the murloc could easily cut open Ye Feng's skin and flesh. Moreover, the one standing before him was not an ordinary murloc. Ye Feng sneered. You're so confident that you know it's not you who delivered the goods. Following that, Ye Feng's figure rushed forward, and a surge of power surged out. Tidal surge. Ye Feng activated his will, and a very large stream of water appeared at an unknown time. At this moment, it was surging towards Fitz from all directions. I can finally have a real battle with my newly acquired skill. I can even obtain the long staff if I defeat it. This battle won't be a loss. Ye Feng thought to himself and revealed a trace of a smile. Tidal Surge was a highly effective AoE attack ability. However, this AoE attack could be split into other AoE attacks and combined with a fixed attack. This was the strength of Tidal Surge. If it was used together with other skills, it might achieve a different effect. This was exactly what Ye Feng wanted to try. In the next moment, a surging river appeared in the surroundings. However, this river was very strange. It actually did not flow. In the blink of an eye, this river actually solidified. It turned into a ribbon that surrounded Fitz's body. The solidified water turned into spikes and surrounded Fitz. He can actually control the gravity of the water flow. Fitz was shocked and kept waving its sharp claws. What made Fitz very angry was that every time it scratched the area, it would instantly solidify and return to its original state. This was water, and through Ye Feng's tidal ability, it could condense these water currents together. It could be very hard, but at the same time, it could also be very soft. After all, this was water. Every time Fitz blasted out a large hole, the liquid would rapidly recover. The liquid's fluidity was extremely powerful, and this was also the core ability of Ye Feng's Tidal Surge. That was to be able to precisely use the tidal ability to micro-control the flow of water. How is it? Is this water cage very suitable for you? Ye Feng laughed lightly. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the water element's spiritual energy on his body was continuously gathering. A stream of water extended out from his arm. Ye Feng only waved his hand, and the stream of water instantly took shape, turning into a bow and arrow. Water-breaking arrow. Ye Feng looked at Fitz, and a thick arrow condensed on the bowstring. This arrow was not an ordinary arrow. It was a water-breaking arrow that was completely condensed from the stream of water, and it was also Ye Feng's latest upgraded skill. Ye Feng had yet to test what kind of power it was. Today was a coincidence. After automatically awakening the water element slime subsidiary body to river spirit, Ye Feng felt that he could use the water element with ease. Moreover, the water elemental ability was not weak. It was basically a non-consumable skill as long as there was water nearby. In fact, the more powerful skill of tidal surge was to summon an incomparably fierce surging river. Finally, with incomparably violent strength, it would blast away all the group targets. But now, it was clear that Ye Feng only had one opponent, and that was Fitz. There was no need to use the group damage attribute. Just fight. Seeing that the current was getting closer and closer, Fitz smiled contemptuously. The long staff had appeared in its hand at some point. Not only did it wave it, waves of light were emitted. In a short while, it broke a path and flew dozens of meters away. Even if it used pure strength to break the current, Ye Feng was also surprised. After all, the opponent was AC and expert, and its strength was not something he could guess. Although his level was not comparable, in terms of fighting alone, Ye Feng would not be at a disadvantage. If he could not win, he could still run. Fitz's eyes were bloodshot. It picked up the long staff and charged forward. A huge pressure came over, making it difficult for Ye Feng to even breathe. But Ye Feng, who was extremely fast, still easily dodged Fitz's round of attacks. "I've underestimated you, but you're no match for me at all." Fitz roared angrily as its body expanded. Its body, which was originally only 3 meters tall, suddenly expanded to 5 meters tall. Its physique and various attributes of its body increased crazily. Its speed also increased at a visible speed. Originally, Ye Feng could rely on his speed advantage to dodge Fitz's attack, but now it was somewhat strenuous. "If our speed is equal, then I can only fight head-on," Ye Feng thought to himself as the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate in large quantities. With a wave of his hand, a few slime subsidiary bodies appeared around Ye Feng's body. As soon as those slime subsidiary bodies appeared, they immediately disappeared. Ye Feng controlled them to move towards Fitz's surroundings. Once they succeeded in approaching, he would trigger the new skill, water binding. If they successfully restrained it, then the battle would be over. Fitz was not weak either. Even though Ye Feng's slime was well hidden, they were still discovered by Fitz. With an angry roar, the long staff released a charge and instantly shattered the few slimes. "I still can't hope for luck." Ye Feng smiled bitterly and stepped forward at the same time. Ye Feng's advantage was his speed. Even if their speeds were similar, Ye Feng still had the ability to exhaust the other party to death. However, this murloc in front of him was clearly a little powerful. He released his perception ability again. Ye Feng still wanted to know what kind of strength the other party had. When the perception information was sent back, Ye Feng had only sensed the attributes that he could sense previously. He only knew that the other party's level was at C+, and he could also mobilize a large amount of spiritual energy. AC and grade murloc almost completely suppressed his attributes, as well as being able to release a domain and use the Sea Stone Trident divine weapon. This undoubtedly showed how terrifying the other party was. As for skills, the other party also suppressed him in all aspects. Under normal circumstances, Ye Feng was absolutely not a match for the other party. Therefore, Ye Feng also took a risky move. The method he was thinking of now was very likely to put him in great danger, but it was also the most likely opportunity to kill Fitz in one strike. Chapter 94, dealt a heavy blow to Fitz and dealt AoE damage. Fitz rushed over, but Ye Feng was still one step ahead of it. His figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. The successive attacks could not even touch Ye Feng. This time, Fitz was really angry. The incomparably violent aura seethed again, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. There was even a chill on his back. This force was powerful enough to affect the surrounding environment. One could imagine that Fitz was going to be serious this time. Fitz's speed increased once again. This was a body that was more than 5 meters tall. Coupled with its ghostly speed, even if it did not use any abilities, it could easily kill Ye Feng in a melee fight. Go to H*LL. Do you think you are worthy of being the king? Fitz roared angrily, and an incomparably foul stench emanated from its mouth. This was a type of miasma from the swamp. If one smelled this stench, their entire body would be paralyzed, and their movements would be greatly reduced. This way, no matter how much strength they had, they would not be able to continue resisting. The stench swept toward Ye Feng. When Fitz saw that Ye Feng was unmoved, it immediately frowned. How is this possible? This is miasma. Even a powerhouse at my level would be unable to resist it if they smelled it, but why are you not affected at all? Fitz was already in a berserk state. It looked at Ye Feng in disbelief and wanted to know why. This miasma, at most, could only paralyze him. Ye Feng's body already had the poison resistance attribute of the slime. Not to mention this miasma, even the most poisonous poison in the forest could not do anything to Ye Feng. Ye Feng sneered. He had been waiting for this moment. Once a murloc fell into a frenzy, they would resort to any means. At this time, the ability to think would also plummet. At this time, it was no different from a ferocious beast. Seeing that the miasma was actually ineffective, Fitz decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat. It took a step forward and its huge body suddenly attacked. The long staff in its hand, with a raise of its hand, had already appeared above Ye Feng's head. It was just a hair's breadth away from smashing onto Ye Feng's body. His perceptive ability allowed Ye Feng to dodge in time. It saw Ye Feng's body suddenly distort. His body, which was originally still on the spot, had already dodged this attack in the blink of an eye. Fitz was stunned, but Ye Feng smiled. If the change in his body just now had been 1 second slower, even if the long staff had not landed, the enormous impact energy it had produced would have already killed Ye Feng once. With AC and grade and a divine weapon, Ye Feng did not doubt Fitz's strength at all. If he was grazed, even if Ye Feng's defense points were full, he would not be able to withstand more than half of the attack. But now, he had successfully dodged it. Ye Feng chuckled and released water binding and tidal surge at the same time. A huge stream of water with Fitz as the center instantly wrapped around him. An incomparably huge restraining force, and Ye Feng was only 1 step away from Fitz, so his skills were almost instantaneous. Even if Fitz had immense strength, it would not be able to dodge this control ability that suddenly attacked it. Moreover, once the water flow restriction was formed, even if it was born with divine power, it would still be unable to break free. Furthermore, Fitz had already expended too much strength in the previous battle, and at this moment, it no longer had the ability to resist. The instant the restriction was formed, a super flood suddenly appeared. With an incomparably majestic aura, it carried a monstrous impact force as it continuously charged in Fitz's direction. Tidal surge was released. With a single thought from Ye Feng, countless attacks exploded toward Fitz. Fitz was very powerful. The scales on its body also possessed an extremely astonishing defensive ability. Even if one were to directly stab with a knife, it would not be able to pierce through it in the slightest. However, under the powerful impact of tidal surge, like most living creatures, Fitz's body and scales were crumbling. Under Ye Feng's control, Fitz was severely injured. A large mouthful of blood gushed out of Fitz's mouth. An extremely powerful explosion exploded with Fitz at the center. Boom! 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 A scorched black figure flew out and fell hundreds of meters away. Just you wait. You'll definitely die today. To Ye Feng's surprise, Fitz stood up almost instantly and waved its long staff, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Fitz is still able to withstand such an attack. Its strength is indeed not weak. Ye Feng thought to himself, and his eyes revealed a puzzled expression. Although the power generated by the skill was huge, Fitz seemed to be fine. However, as Ye Feng's perception probed, he revealed a faint smile. Fitz's body was extremely weak at this moment. If Ye Feng attacked with his full strength, he would definitely be able to kill Fitz. However, Ye Feng had an ominous premonition, but he could not tell what it was. "This is the signal," Joseph shouted from afar. His expression was very grave as he said, "He is calling for reinforcements. The swamp villains are not so easy to deal with. Woohoo King, run quickly." Hearing this, Ye Feng replied with a faint smile, "It doesn't matter. I was just about to try out my AoE skill." After saying this, Ye Feng strode forward. The spiritual energy in his body began to condense. Tidal Surge was ready to be released again. As an AoE skill, Ye Feng had never used Tidal Surge before. He had only used it in a one-on-one situation, and the effect was still very significant. But if he used it in a group of enemies, Ye Feng could not help but know what it would look like. But Ye Feng knew that even if this skill was like a time bomb, the power generated by a single person triggering it was also the same. But when a group of people triggered it, it was very likely to be a different scene. And bombs, naturally, the more people there were, the greater the power generated. As expected, after only 2 minutes, a group of figures appeared behind Fitz. At this time, when Fitz saw its subordinates rushing over, the corner of its mouth once again recovered a very arrogant expression. It mocked Ye Feng, "Hee hee, boy, come and kill me if you have the ability. You trash, I couldn't tell that you still had 2 moves left." But it was only 2 moves. "Ha ha ha. You are still just trash. Kill him for me." As soon as Fitz finished speaking, more than 10 figures behind it charged out at the same time, bringing with them an extremely sharp killing intent as they charged toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng laughed lightly and muttered, "Open Tidal Surge." Boom! A large stream of water broke through the air and shot toward these figures without any warning. It was just a stream of water, but when these figures came into contact with the liquid, it was as if their entire bodies were pulled into a brand new mental state. But in this state, they seemed to be paralyzed all over, unable to even move. I didn't expect that the paralyzing attribute added to the Tidal Surge would be quite useful. Ye Feng looked at his masterpiece and could not help but smile. This was an AoE attack. As long as a murloc appeared in this area, they would all be Ye Feng's prey. Ye Feng snorted coldly and activated his spiritual energy. That stream of water was rapidly compressed and collapsed. Those dozen figures instantly turned into minced meat and scattered all over the ground. Before they died, they did not feel any pain. After all, they did not even know how they died. Chapter 95, One-Hit Kill. The Swamp Clan is leaderless. Everyone in the audience was shocked when they saw this scene. Their expressions went from doubt, to shock, and finally to awe. Everyone's pupils dilated. The climax of the battle was when Ye Feng used his AoE skill to kill the dozen or so rescuers. Everyone in the audience stood up solemnly and cheered. This was too awesome. Ye Feng's actions shocked everyone. No one expected that an ordinary human could release such a shocking skill. And he could directly kill the murlocs. One had to know that murlocs were vastly different from humans. No matter which aspect, the murlocs' overall attributes were superior to humans. However, Ye Feng was able to easily kill the dozen or so murlocs that suddenly appeared. Moreover, these murlocs were definitely not low-level, but they were still killed by Ye Feng in one strike. The most explosive thing was that Ye Feng was actually able to cross levels and heavily injure a C and grade murloc expert. What kind of concept was this? It was like using a cold weapon to fight against an opponent who was holding a submachine gun. However, not only could this opponent not deal any damage to you, you could even heavily injure him. In the level system of symbiotes, fighting across levels was the biggest taboo, because one could never imagine how much strength was higher than one's level. Search VIP novel/C0M on Google. Moreover, the difference in levels was very big. Not to mention the difference of a big level, this was originally an unimaginable gap, but Ye Feng did it. He actually succeeded in heavily injuring Fitz. Although he might have used many techniques, and there was some element of luck in it, it had to be said that the victor was still leaning towards Ye Feng's side. F***ck, God Feng is too godly. He actually managed to heavily injure a C and grade expert, and he even has an attack with AoE damage. Even playing games is so exciting. This is simply a stroke of genius. God Feng is too strong. He has been holding back and not making a move. So it turns out that he's just hiding his strength. I originally thought that God Feng was just good with his brain and that he would never encounter great danger. I did not expect that his combat strength was also so strong. This is too awesome. God Feng is definitely going to make it to the champion list for this freshman assessment. The Dean's scholarship will definitely belong to him. He is too strong. God bless China for another strong person to appear. Read more on VJP novel C0M. The eyes of the few elders in the judges' seats became deeper. Ye Feng's performance had already far exceeded their expectations. Among them, the one who was the most excited was Professor Lei. He boasted that he would bring this student all the way to B grade and above transcendence, but now it seemed that B grade was still considered modest. It should be A grade and above. This was what he, as a professor, should pursue to help students. Professor Lei stared at the screen and said in ecstasy, "He is simply a perfect genius. He can fight across levels and still have the upper hand. He is simply too perfect." This student is very out of my imagination," Andy nodded and said softly. The few people beside him recovered from their shock and looked at each other. Since the dean said so, there was more than 90% chance that it was Ye Feng. Please reading on VJP novel C0M. These old men from the Board of Education had witnessed so many freshman assessments. This was the first time that Andy was so excited. Everyone knew what this meant. The candidate for the Dean's scholarship was now very obvious. Ye Feng had a great chance. Water Training Hall, Murloc Palace. The dust and debris that had been raised by the huge impact dissipated. This wave of operations had truly shocked everyone present. Such an ability could actually be released by a human. The Murlocs watching from afar were all filled with shock. The person who could release such power was actually their own Murloc king. This was simply unimaginable. After all, Ye Feng had never made a move before, even when they first met Ye Feng in the sacred land, Tianjing River. They had never seen Ye Feng make a move before either. This was to the extent that many people thought that Ye Feng was only a person with a brain that could think of many perfect strategies, and that he was only suitable to be behind the scenes. But seeing this scene, everyone looked at Ye Feng in a new light. How was this the level of a military counselor? This was simply the level of a war god. Joseph's expression was very complicated, and it looked at Ye Feng in shock for a long time. The wave of skills that Ye Feng released really shocked it too much. Such a huge ability was actually released so easily by Ye Feng. It was simply amazing. "You are destined to stay in this place today," Ye Feng said indifferently as a cold aura spread out from his body. This was after the evolution of the water element slime subsidiary body. With the unique addition of spiritual energy, it would have a feeling of ice, increasing the purity of Ye Feng's spiritual energy to different degrees. "With just you. He, the one who will die will only be you." Fitz roared angrily as its body once again disappeared from the spot. An incomparably inflated killing intent pounced toward Ye Feng. Although Fitz's speed was still not low, its injuries were still too severe, causing its figure to be far from what it was before. The direction its body moved and where it was going to attack from. Ye Feng had already seen everything clearly. Ye Feng grinned and extended his right hand. Countless threads shot out from all directions. Web transformation. The skill was released. Those threads that were as tough as steel bars wrapped around Fitz in almost an instant. Die. Ye Feng did not leave any chance for Fitz at all. He coldly spat out a word and retracted the spider web. An incomparably powerful force immediately shot out. A spider web directly pierced through Fitz's body. Stab. No matter how powerful a creature was, its body would always be weak, let alone after being heavily injured. As one web passed through, a second followed closely behind, and then a third. The incomparably strong and sharp spider silk continuously passed through. Ah! An extremely mournful and painful voice sounded. In the next moment, Fitz spat out a large mouthful of blood. The various toxins, numbness, and effects of the poison in the spider web caused Fitz's consciousness to suddenly stop, causing it to completely lose all ability to resist. After an unknown number of hits, Fitz's body was completely split into two halves, falling to the ground. On the ground, it fused with the blood and water, and its huge body also stirred up a lot of dust. Ye Feng saw this, but he still did not stop attacking. The spider web seemed to have a spiritual sense, enveloping Fitz's entire body. Its movements did not stop, and it continued to surround Fitz without stopping. After all, the other party was AC and expert, and it was also a murloc. If it had some sort of resurrection spell, wouldn't it be very difficult to resist? Ye Feng surrounded Fitz because he did not want the audience to see this bloody scene. At the same time, Ye Feng wanted to absorb and devour Fitz. He did not want anyone else to see this process. He still had to hide the skills that he should hide. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed AC and Grade Murloc. You have received an attribute bonus. Only when the other party had turned into a pile of minced meat and he heard the system's notification that the other party had been confirmed dead did Ye Feng stop. Devour. Ye Feng thought to himself. The spider silk wrapped around the minced meat and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy within. AC and Powerhouse not only contained a lot of spiritual energy, but it was also pure. Almost instantly, the spiritual energy synchronized with Ye Feng's body. His body, which had previously released many skills, seemed to have been injected with a new wave of spiritual energy. Gradually, Ye Feng felt that he had become even stronger. Seeing that their leader had already fallen, the other tribe knew that the tide had turned and they all surrendered. The Waterfall clan had the advantage in the main battlefield. However, they didn't expect that Fitz would lead the swamp villains to launch a sneak attack from behind, resulting in the tragedy of their rear being defeated. However, after killing Fitz, there was no longer any power that could stop the warriors of the Waterfall clan. Many of the Swamp clan that were still resisting were also killed by the warriors of Waterfall clan. They formed an unstoppable offensive and defeated their opponents in one fell swoop. Chapter 96, received the long staff and the 3-piece sea stone set. At this moment, all the warriors of the Waterfall clan cheered. As expected of our Woohoo King. He inherited the strength of the old blind the prophet and easily defeated the sinner, Fitz. The head knight almost died. If the Woohoo King didn't act in time, the Waterfall clan might not exist anymore. It's terrifying. I would like to call the Woohoo King the strongest. From now on, the Murlocs in the world will become stronger and stronger under the leadership of the Woohoo King. It's great to see the Murlocs completely united in my lifetime. It's all thanks to the arrival of the Woohoo King. He really is like a god of war descending to the mortal world. Ye Feng instantly became the center of attention. Hearing these voices, the corners of Ye Feng's mouth curled up slightly. What he was excited about was not these praises, but the divine weapon that had fallen far away. One of the components of the sea stone trident, long staff. Ye Feng's thoughts moved, and he instantly stored it. His perception spread throughout the entire area, and he discovered countless corpses. These were all filled with spiritual energy. Just devouring Fitz's enormous spiritual energy alone was enough for Ye Feng to awaken once again. At this moment, Joseph also walked over and looked at him with great admiration. After all, Ye Feng still had one identity, and that was the Murloc King. Joseph felt that everything that had happened was extremely inconceivable. His defense was originally quite good, but he did not expect to be ambushed. Forget it, he actually had not beaten Fitz and was seriously injured. The original dead end was broken by Ye Feng alone. The most ridiculous thing was that before this, Joseph had never known that its king was actually so powerful. King, You're really amazing. From now on, the entire Murloc tribe is completely unified. Your contributions are enough to record a monument. Joseph bowed very respectfully and stood up once again, its body trembling. Everyone on the field looked over in unison. Now, such a huge Murloc tribe will officially be handed over to you. The entire Murloc tribe is very huge and has all kinds of resources. It will definitely be busy. King can rest for a few days and slowly familiarize yourself with it, Joseph said. It ordered its subordinate to bring some things over. Soon, a red box was brought up. Ye Feng looked at the box in confusion, not understanding what was going on. But seeing that everyone's eyes became extremely excited and hot, Ye Feng roughly knew what was going on. Could it be that there is something good inside? Ye Feng thought to himself, somewhat excited. If it was something good, then this wave would be too profitable. This was the Murloc tribe, and he was conferred as the highest leader of the Murloc tribe, so the things he enjoyed would naturally be the best. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Joseph slowly opened the box and saw a ray of golden light shoot out. The entire sky seemed to have been slashed open. Just this energy shock alone was enough to make everyone present gasp in admiration. This was a power that far surpassed the sea and grade. The level definition of this power was something that no one knew. After all, the power derived from it was too grand and magnificent. In the golden light, Ye Feng saw the scene inside. It was a vest-like chain armor and a crown. The armor was a very ancient shape. It emitted a pale blue light and looked very ordinary. However, when Ye Feng used his perception to look over, it was as if he had entered an incomparably vast ocean. The ocean laid a path for defense. An incomparably monstrous wave was enough to destroy everything, but it was also enough to resist everything. This vast power made it impossible for Ye Feng to look over for a long time. When he saw that something was wrong, he immediately withdrew his perception. This power was not something he could withstand. This is a good thing. Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. Also, that crown was also a rare item. It was made of a material that Ye Feng could not describe. Vaguely, it seemed like a nourishing power was constantly overflowing. With just a slight touch, it could quickly recover. At this point, Ye Feng finally understood the use of these two items. The chainmail was a defensive equipment, and the crown was also a defensive equipment. It mainly increased the recovery attributes of various items. The magic of these two items made Ye Feng feel that they were not simple. Joseph could not help but be surprised when it saw Ye Feng resonating with them. Seeing that Ye Feng was looking over, Joseph paused for a moment and immediately explained, "This is the Murloc King's sea stone armor and the sea stone crown. There should be another thing. What is it?" Ye Feng asked in confusion. "The divine weapon in your hand, sea stone trident." Joseph replied, its gaze burning. Heavens, wasn't this the legendary three-piece set that made the Murloc race invincible? Ye Feng immediately felt his brain buzz. He did not expect to actually obtain such divine artifacts. The sea stone armor, sea stone crown, and sea stone trident were the Murloc King's strongest equipment. According to the ancient records, a Murloc King might not have all of these three divine artifacts. For example, some of the divine artifacts were scattered outside, some were occupied by the enemy, and some were the same as Ye Feng's situation in the beginning. No one could use them in the sacred land. Therefore, to be able to match these three divine artifacts, it was not whether you were the Murloc King or not, but whether these three divine weapons denied you. If they could resonate, then they could naturally be used. The two pieces of the sea stone trident in Ye Feng's hands, harpoon and long staff, could resonate with Ye Feng, so naturally, they would not have any repulsive force. As the new king, it should have been given to you a long time ago, but things happened suddenly, and the Swamp Clan ambushed us, so we had to postpone the new king's enthronement ceremony. After Joseph finished speaking, it took out all the items inside. At the same time, all the contestants in the water training hall focused their eyes on this side. This light pillar was too dazzling, so much so that they could not ignore it at all. Ye Feng looked infatuated, but he suddenly remembered something. He immediately put the items back into the box and closed the lid. If this place was exposed, Ye Feng was not worried about these murlocs, but the lives of his classmates. Any murloc here could cripple the second-place scorer with one slap. Ye Feng was very clear about the strength of the murlocs. This was also to protect his classmates from being hurt. Joseph looked at Ye Feng in confusion and asked, "Woohoo King, what does this mean?" Ye Feng thought for a moment and randomly gave a reason. "The golden light is too dazzling. I'll put it aside for now and wear it later." Joseph nodded thoughtfully. Ye Feng thought for a moment and continued to say to Joseph, "I can be your Murloc King, but I find it troublesome. I'll leave all the daily affairs to you. How about it?" This move was really common. In the ant tribe, Ye Feng used this plan perfectly. He might as well directly copy it into the Murloc's tribe. However, the ant tribe was too large. Ye Feng had no choice but to personally appoint 4 commanders to manage different powers. However, the Murlocs only had so many people in total. 1 representative was enough. When Joseph heard this, it was quite moved. This was more than just a representative. This was simply acting as the Murloc King. This was not only recognition for it, it was also the supreme glory that it had obtained. Joseph was extremely moved. "Thank you for your gift, King." Ye Feng naturally wanted to be the Murloc King. It was not bad to have his own faction. Moreover, the Murloc race was huge in size and was also strong. They were simply ideal fighters. However, after he settled this matter, he would not continue to stay here. After all, he was still participating in Cloud Mist Academy's freshman assessment. He would leave soon. However, during this period of time, the Murloc tribe could not be without a leader, right? Ye Feng wanted to help Joseph up. Ye Feng trusted Joseph very much. It was loyal to him. "What is the position below the Murloc King?" Ye Feng asked again. While giving Joseph power, he also had to give it a higher position. "It is my humble position," Joseph replied. Ah, this was a bit awkward. Ye Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The head knight was from the Royal Knight Regiment. It was the highest organization of the Murloc tribe. It was the same nature as the swamp villains of the Swamp Clan. "It's all right, you guys can go back to work." Then, under everyone's gaze, Ye Feng left. They started to clean up the battlefield. This battle had caused quite a lot of losses. Many buildings had been destroyed, but behind the battle was hope and peace. Chapter 97, Crazy Evolution, New Skill Spirit Exploding Shark. On the other side of the Murloc Palace. This place was very quiet. There was a large pond in front of him with lotus flowers blooming on it. This beautiful scenery was completely different from the bloody battlefield just now. This place made Ye Feng feel relaxed and happy. Seeing that there was no one around, Ye Feng came to an empty space and sat down cross-legged. "I can finally harvest," Ye Feng said with a smile in his heart. The scattered corpses on the 3 battlefields could become his resources. With a thought, mucus seeped out from all over the battlefields. This mucus was like water, very similar to the Murloc's blood. It was a light blue liquid. Therefore, the Murlocs who were cleaning up the battlefield did not take the sudden appearance of this liquid seriously. After all, who would have thought that this was actually the water element slime subsidiary body that Ye Feng had released? Ye Feng had turned the water element slime subsidiary body into liquid and approached the corpses to devour. Almost no one had noticed this move, and this was also the safest move. Ye Feng sat cross-legged and began to refine the huge amount of spiritual energy that he had gained from devouring fits. Ding! Swallowed AC and grade Murloc. Host's overall attributes have been increased. Your slime body has been greatly increased by 5%. Your evolution progress has been increased by 10%. Ding! Perception sequence has gained experience. Perceptive ability has been greatly increased, perceptive range has been expanded. Ding! Devour sequence has gained experience. Your ability accelerated absorption has evolved into life absorption. Your ability ultimate possession has evolved into perfect possession. Ding! Mimicry sequence has gained experience. Your ability rapid camouflage has evolved into camouflage. Your ability rapid simulation has evolved into super simulation. Your ability web transformation has evolved into ultimate spider web. A long string of voices sounded in Yefeng's mind, making him more and more excited. The energy brought by this wave of absorption allowed him to upgrade almost all of his sequence skills. One had to know that if he wanted to level up his skills previously, he had to carefully consider the large amount of spiritual energy required to level up his skills. In particular, the more skills he had below the sequence, the more spiritual energy he would need to level up. And this time, the spiritual energy that Yefeng absorbed almost leveled up all his skills. How much spiritual energy would he need to spend? No one knew, but Yefeng knew best. After all, he was the one involved. This round of leveling up made Yefeng very excited. The system notification sound in his mind was still ringing incessantly. After all, after he refined Fitz's spiritual energy and the corpses on the battlefield, his water element slime had already begun the first round of devouring. A large round of improvement continuously attacked Yefeng's body. At the same time, two waves of energy continuously bombarded Yefeng's body. One of them was a very comfortable feeling, but just as this feeling made Yefeng enter a state of enjoyment, another feeling suddenly appeared. This was a very painful feeling. It was as if there were 10,000 blades in his body that not only tore his body apart, sometimes it was burning, and sometimes it was shivering. While these two feelings were constantly alternating, the attributes in Yefeng's body were also increasing by a large margin. At the same time, his skills had also received a considerable increase. Although there was a feeling of pain, it was not a problem for Yefeng at all. This was entirely because he had absorbed too much spiritual energy, causing his body to expand and being unable to support this huge amount of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the spiritual energy that Yefeng had absorbed was too powerful, resulting in a repulsive feeling. However, this feeling only appeared for an instant and then disappeared. After all, Yefeng's physique was gradually becoming stronger. This increase in strength simply far surpassed all the previous improvements. This was the most direct and most powerful increase that Yefeng could feel. After all, what Yefeng absorbed were all Murloc corpses. Even if they died, that powerful physique could still bring Yefeng a lot of pleasant surprises. Moreover, there was also Fitz, AC and grade expert. The surprises that Yefeng felt were far from this. Ding! Perfect possession has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained AC and Murloc core skill Spirit Exploding Shark. Hearing this voice, Yefeng immediately opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. This is a good thing. It was this skill that could seriously injure Joseph with just a casual hit. Joseph was a C-grade powerhouse, and this skill could directly seriously injure it. Yefeng did not even need to think about how powerful this skill was. Moreover, this skill also had an exclusive domain, the water domain. If the skill that he possessed did not have that water domain, then he would be miserable. Yefeng was a little worried. Although it was not that he could not use it, with the water domain, all of his water elemental skills could be released 100%. With the addition of the water attribute, the power would definitely be stronger. Moreover, Yefeng was eyeing this domain. If there was no domain, this skill would not have much meaning to Yefeng. He did not lack offensive skills, for example, perfect possession, ultimate spiderweb, sharp blade, and the water elemental skills all had powerful offensive attributes. However, the Spirit Exploding Shark could allow him to achieve better results in the domain. This was what Yefeng was looking forward to. Won't I know if I try? Yefeng thought to himself. With the thought, the surrounding environment instantly became very cold. An extremely powerful power suddenly descended, making the area within 2 meters around Ye Feng become extremely deep. Ye Feng seemed to have fallen into a vast ocean. The sound of knocking on the head continuously came from the deep sea. It seemed to be able to directly take someone's life from the invisible. It's done. I actually have a domain. Ye Feng came back to his senses and immediately deactivated the skill. Everything around him returned to its original state. I might as well have inherited a domain. Ye Feng was secretly overjoyed. However, from his performance just now, he could only release a small domain within 2 meters at most. This domain was practically useless to him. However, when in close combat, suddenly releasing this domain would definitely bring about a decisive change. Moreover, this kind of subtle change could bring Ye Feng different potential. After all, Ye Feng had a slime in the beginning. Now, not only did he have a slime as a symbiote, but he also had spider silk, the water element, a magic conductor, and other special attributes. It brought Ye Feng diverse development. His main body continued to evolve, and that was the greatest evolution. When the evolution is over, it's time to evolve the origin. Ye Feng thought to himself. Right now, he was only at perfect D and grade. And the highest level of his skills had already reached C and grade, which meant that the level of his symbiote had already far surpassed the origin. If he continued to level up his symbiote, it would cause a situation where his foundation was unstable. If he treated the symbiote as a building, every time he leveled up or awakened a new skill or sequence, he would build a floor above it. As for the origin, which was the host level cultivation, it could be used as the foundation of the building. If he continued to build the building taller, if the foundation was unstable, or if he couldn't withstand such a tall building, the other side would collapse. It was equivalent to a shoddy project. Ye Feng was exactly like this now. The symbiosis ability had already exceeded the range of the origin foundation by too much. If he continued to level up, it would cause a great disaster. The safest way was to stop leveling up and start cultivating the origin to advance. Ye Feng could be considered as such. With a thought, 2 objects attached to the golden light appeared in front of Ye Feng. These were the 2 components of the sea stone trident. And they contained some spiritual energy. If they were combined into one, not only would they be able to successfully restore the sea stone trident, but the spiritual energy that burst out from them would be enough for Ye Feng to break through the perfect D and grade shackles. In that case, then help me. Chapter 98, The History of the Murlocs, The Secret of the Trident. Very good. After mimicking, I can be considered to have a clear understanding of the affairs of the Murlocs. Although I don't have any methods in my mind to merge the divine artifacts. If I listen to my heart and merge them naturally, I can probably achieve twice the result with half the effort. Ye Feng muttered and waved his hands. A blue light instantly covered the surroundings. The light dissipated as if a force was pulling Ye Feng into it. When Ye Feng opened his eyes again, he discovered that he had appeared in an indescribable space. This was a scene that Ye Feng had never seen before. This place was like a long river of history, and Ye Feng was one of the spectators. This long river continuously flashed and played history. Ye Feng focused his attention and looked over. He found that what was recorded in it were all the history of the Murloc race. From the ancient times, the birth of the Murloc progenitor, to the explosion of the Murloc race, which gave birth to the later heroes fighting for supremacy, until Old Blind the Prophet appeared, and then the battle between the 2 tribes, until now. The history of the Murloc race spanned almost all the periods of human history. Almost wherever there were humans, there was already the history of the Murloc race. Ye Feng did not know about this before, but now he understood it, he became even more obsessed with it. History was like a lantern, flashing continuously. Then, in the long river of history, a divine artifact, the sea stone trident, appeared. Then, the entire long river transformed into a few figures. The moment these figures appeared, the aura they produced immediately suppressed Ye Feng tightly. This power appeared in the form of pure spiritual energy. With an unrivaled power, it completely locked onto Ye Feng. At this time, even if Ye Feng wanted to activate the power in his body, it would be useless. After all, this power was countless times stronger than Ye Feng. This ancient power, even if Teacher Endi was present, he would probably be severely affected by this power. Ye Feng was a little surprised, but this power seemed to be examining Ye Feng, and after a while, it disappeared. And the figures that appeared also disappeared. Ye Feng understood that these figures were all the previous owners of the Sea Stone Trident. And these owners had all died. Otherwise, such a powerful divine artifact like the Sea Stone Trident wouldn't have been given to him. And the pure spiritual body formed by these figures was the soul hidden in the Sea Stone Trident. At this time, Ye Feng should have entered a space formed by these souls. As for the use of this space, Ye Feng could not help but find out. However, within it, Ye Feng saw quite a bit of the history of the Murlocs. The content here was almost the same as the murals in the Murloc Palace, but there were more additions that appeared here. This place actually contains a world. Ye Feng saw the river of history continuously flash, and a scene suddenly appeared, causing Ye Feng to be greatly shocked. Although it was only for a moment, it left a deep impression on Ye Feng because what was recorded in it was related to the Water Element Secret Manual. Could it be that the appearance of the Water Element Secret Manual has something to do with the Murloc race? Or perhaps, the origin of the Water Element Secret Manual is actually a part of the history of the Murloc race. Ye Feng was shocked by his crazy thoughts. If that were the case, then this discovery would be incredible. Almost everyone knew what kind of existence the secret manual was. It was the most powerful existence in the entire symbiotic system. The ceiling of human combat power was precisely the secret manual that completely controlled a certain part of it. Where did it awaken from and become the inheritor of the elements? That was the most powerful existence. Therefore, the existence of the secret manual was also the goal that everyone pursued their entire life. It was practically a perfect combination of power. Whoever mastered it would be awesome. It was just like a businessman who directly picked up the startup capital of a listed company on the ground. Others would spend their whole life to slowly earn it, but you directly went out and picked up money that others could not earn in their lifetime. Therefore, this was also the reason why so many fanatics went after the secret manuals and secret texts. When Ye Feng still wanted to continue exploring, an extremely powerful force instantly blasted Ye Feng out, instantly pulling his spirit back to reality. Ye Feng looked at the harpoon in his hand with a blank expression, not knowing what period had happened. Perhaps he was repelled by it. Or perhaps Ye Feng had violated some kind of rule, causing him to be unable to continue exploring. Ye Feng shook his head. No matter what he held in his hand was a complete sea stone trident. It was enough with it. Ye Feng paid extra attention and began to carefully study the sea stone trident in his hand. On this trident, there is a trace of the Murloc race's bloodline. The Murloc race was the strongest race in the ocean. The blood of this race was the purest gene of the Murloc race, and the power contained within it was extremely terrifying. Ye Feng felt that the bloodline contained within this trident was extremely rich, as if it was condensed from the purest blood of the Murloc race. Ye Feng tried to use his perceptive ability to fuse with this harpoon, but he found that it was completely useless. Ye Feng tried once and found that it was ineffective, so he temporarily gave up on this idea. Now, the more important thing was to level up his origin. He believed that as long as he was willing, he could completely absorb the power within at any time, and it would even improve himself. Ye Feng felt that the changes in his body were gradually turning peaceful, and he knew that the last wave of upgrades had finished. Since that's the case, then let's proceed with the origin upgrade. Ye Feng smiled faintly and sat up straight, placing the sea stone trident in front of him. When Ye Feng's perceptive power touched the trident, it instantly shone with boundless light, and an incomparably huge force charged over. It was like an extremely refreshing wind that carried the smell of the ocean. In a short while, Ye Feng felt that his body had started to undergo a drastic change once again. This force seemed to contain the most mystical thing in the ocean. Ye Feng only needed to absorb a little bit of it before he felt that his entire body was filled with endless power. He even faintly felt that his strength was increasing at an extremely fast speed. It was as if at this moment, his entire person had transformed into a star of the ocean. This power is indeed mysterious. I wonder what realm it can be raised to. Ye Feng thought to himself. Although Ye Feng had only just come into contact with the sea stone trident, he could still sense its mysteriousness and power. This power is really very mysterious. I've only casually absorbed a little bit of it now, and it has already made me feel this extraordinary effect. In that case, if I absorb all the energy into my body now, I'm afraid that I'll experience a huge transformation. Ye Feng thought to himself. But now, Ye Feng did not dare to try it rashly, because he was worried that this process was too dangerous. Fortunately, there's still some distance to go before I level up. Let's ignore it for now. I'll first consolidate my current strength, Ye Feng muttered in his heart and began to circulate the energy in his body. Ye Feng's cultivation method was different from others. This was the best cultivation method that the system had deduced was suitable for him. Hence, his cultivation speed was also many times faster. Chapter 99, Purple Gold Lightning appeared, advancing to Lord of the Lake. Inside Ye Feng's body. Rumble. Suddenly, a wave of thunder sounded from within his body, from the inside out. The origin energy actually continued to churn, as if it was being pulled by some kind of force, surging outwards. This caused Ye Feng's face to be filled with joy. Haha! Looks like I'm going to advance. This time, I should be able to break through to D and grade. Ye Feng was ecstatic. In the symbiotic level system, C grade and D grade were a dividing line. It was also a very crucial stage to step into the ranks of the strong. Therefore, every symbiote hoped that they could break through within the perfect D and grade state. Only after breaking through to this stage could they truly step into the ranks of the strong. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a surge within his body. A ball of light blue air began to revolve. This aura became faster and faster, becoming more and more urgent. It even emitted a humming vibration sound. Could it be that I have already broken through? Ye Feng guessed in his heart. Boom! 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 As the aura continued to leak out, its speed became faster and faster, and the surrounding air also began to churn violently. Suddenly, a thick purple gold bolt of lightning struck directly at Ye Feng. This bolt of lightning was as thick as an arm, like a silver snake. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its power was extremely frightening. Sensing the sudden appearance of this purple gold bolt of lightning, Ye Feng revealed a surprised expression. Could it be that this is the purple gold bolt of lightning? Ye Feng had read about the purple gold lightning in ancient books. There were records of this type of lightning in ancient records. It was rumored that this purple gold lightning had the power to destroy everything. Even a C-grade symbiotic cultivator would be crippled if struck by it. Moreover, the power of this purple gold lightning was extremely great. Even ordinary people relied on pure luck to avoid a calamity. Generally speaking, to be able to cause such a stir, especially when the lightning appeared, it used too much spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this area was instantly completely absorbed, causing a type of law to descend, which was this lightning. It was used to maintain balance. It must be because I improved too much just now, causing the spiritual energy here to drop rapidly, which is why it attracted such power. Ye Feng thought in his heart, but he was not afraid. Because his symbiotic body was the slime. The slime was not a piece of trash, but its defensive ability was very good, especially since the slime did not conduct electricity. Even this purple gold lightning could not do anything to him. Rumble! The purple gold lightning struck Ye Feng's body fiercely. Immediately, Ye Feng felt the inside of his body shake. What is this? What's going on? Ye Feng felt that his spiritual energy seemed to be shrinking. Before long, the spiritual energy disappeared and was replaced by a brand new spiritual energy. What? What's going on? I didn't even activate my skill and everything ended. Ye Feng was full of surprise. He couldn't believe what he saw. Could this be a brand new realm? Ye Feng exclaimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up and reached C grade. The system's voice entered his mind and instantly, Ye Feng was overjoyed. Before he leveled up, he was a perfect D and grade, but he didn't expect himself to directly skip C grade and directly reach C grade. Such a leap was something Ye Feng did not expect. It turned out that not long ago, he had already reached the C grade bottleneck. Thus, he was able to borrow the energy from the sea stone trident to break through to his current cultivation. The current Ye Feng had already reached the C grade cultivation and was just a little bit away from stepping into the C and grade. This kind of progress was so fast that Ye Feng could not believe it. Ye Feng had been looking for opportunities before, so he had been delayed for a period of time. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have broken through long ago. However, although Ye Feng had broken through, he did not plan to immediately enter a higher grade. After all, Ye Feng had just advanced to C grade and was already considered a powerhouse. He needed to slowly stabilize and completely control his cultivation. I still underestimated the energy of this world. Ye Feng shook his head bitterly. Just the power of this sea stone trident was enough to allow him to break through 2 ranks consecutively. If the spiritual energy in the sea stone trident was fully recovered and used in battle, what kind of power could it unleash? Ye Feng did not know this, but it was definitely not as simple as an ordinary divine artifact. Moreover, when he was inspecting the trident, he discovered the existence of a secret text, but he was unable to continue exploring. This trident was truly a great treasure. He did not have the ability to explore it now, but when Ye Feng's strength rose in the future, he would continue to inspect it. The mystery within would soon be solved. Ye Feng believed that these would definitely have a significant impact on his future advancement. While he was thinking, Ye Feng summoned his attribute panel. After such a large-scale advancement, the increase in attributes he obtained would definitely be unprecedented. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, magic slime. Body size, 50%. Subsidiary bodies, 70. Attributes, Strength 370, Agility 400, Vitality 580, Spirit 590. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Viscosity, Sharpness, Water element, River spirit plus. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis. Skills, Goddess scattering flowers, Perfect possession, Severed tail, Stench, Leader's oppression, Ultimate spiderweb, Sharp blade, Starfire meditation, Spirit exploding shark. Water elemental ability, Water breaking arrow, Water binding, Tidal surge. Evolution progress, 80%. Current level, C. Seeing such a huge change, Ye Feng smiled smugly. Not bad, this wave of gains has far exceeded my imagination. Ye Feng stored everything into the storage space. But Ye Feng still noticed a very special point. Beside the water element, the evolution path displayed actually had a N sign. Ye Feng was somewhat puzzled and asked the system, "What does this mean?" The system also immediately replied, answering host, detected that the host's body contains an extremely strong spiritual energy content. You can proceed with the upgrade on this path. Hearing this, Ye Feng was somewhat surprised. One had to know that the water element slime subsidiary body had only evolved into the river spirit not too long ago. Now, it could proceed with a new round of upgrade immediately. This speed made Ye Feng very surprised. Host, do you want to level up? the system asked again. Is there even a need to think about it? If there's a level up immediately. Ye Feng did not even think about it and immediately replied, level up. After all, he did not need spiritual energy now. There were Murloc guards around him. Even if another C and grade powerhouse came, Ye Feng would not be afraid. His level had already reached C grade, and he was no longer the same as before. Moreover, he still had the 3-piece C stone set in his hands. Not to mention a C and grade powerhouse, even if it was a perfect C and grade, it would be useless even if that powerhouse came. With Ye Feng's current strength, killing them with a flip of his hand would be as easy as flipping his palm. However, Ye Feng still had to be steady. He had to be careful in everything. There were countless powerhouses stronger than him. Once he was exposed, or if he was extremely arrogant, there would definitely be powerhouses coming to kill him. Ye Feng felt the state of his body that was constantly changing. The system's notification sounded at the same time. Ding! Congratulations, host! The river spirit has evolved into Lord of the Lake. The water element slime has been further strengthened. The host's water element spiritual power has been upgraded. All water element skills have been strengthened. Evolution progress plus 5%. Good. Ye Feng smiled. Upgrading the water element slime also meant that his water elemental skills had also been upgraded. In that case, the attack power of his skills would be even higher. Ye Feng felt the changes in his body and urged his spirit energy. He was very eager to know what level his abilities had been upgraded to. Chapter 100, The Power of Lord of the Lake, the Miracle Reappears. Water-breaking arrow. Ye Feng thought to himself. An arrow quietly appeared beside Ye Feng. With a light wave of his right hand, with a shoo sound, the arrow made of water shot out directly. The tree opposite the pond was instantly enveloped by a water bomb, and then exploded with a bang. The tree was directly blasted to the point where not even its roots remained. Ye Feng was amazed at the power of the water-breaking arrow. The water droplets that splashed out were still in a flying state and shot out in all directions. With this tree as the center, the surrounding trees were all blasted into 1,000 holes by the water fragments that shot out. But the power was clearly not as strong as the explosion center. But this kind of spattering attack made Ye Feng very satisfied. Withdrawing his thoughts, Ye Feng simultaneously used water binding and released some of the tidal surge ability. Why did he use some and not all? After releasing these two skills, the spiritual energy consumption was too great. After all, tidal surge was still an AoE skill. The spiritual energy consumption was even greater. Therefore, Ye Feng did not plan to use all of his spiritual energy. He only used a small portion of his spiritual energy. After sensing the majestic power, he withdrew his spiritual energy. The water element slime is indeed powerful. Ye Feng praised in his heart. Just a subsidiary body of an element slime was able to give him 3 water element skills. This was simply a great bargain. One had to know that in this world, the power of the elements was the most powerful. It was not just because the elements were everywhere and inexhaustible. The most important thing was that the power of the elements was the power of nature. It was incomparably majestic and vast. Even now, with the continuous development of the recovery of spiritual energy, all the attributes were derived from the elements. Therefore, combining all the signs, they all knew the charm of the elements. That was why there were so many people crazily pursuing the secret texts and secret manuals. The secret texts were the combination of the powers of the elements. Ye Feng naturally understood these principles. He thought to himself, since River Spirit has been raised to the level of Lord of the Lake, then the control over the water element should also be raised. What he released just now was a skill. It was very normal for the skill he had mastered to be improved. However, Ye Feng still wanted to know if he could still improve his control over the water flow. Thinking of this, Ye Feng released a little more of the water binding skill. Instantly, streams of water appeared on his left arm. These streams of water grew longer and longer, almost covering Yefeng's entire body. Splash! As these streams of water appeared, traces of blue light appeared on the surface of Yefeng's body, as if he was wearing a crystal armor. This scene was like a magician's transformation spell in a TV series, or a supernatural ability in a sci-fi movie. At this moment, Yefeng could already feel that there was an extremely majestic power on his arm. He tried to turn around and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The rock 5 meters in front of him directly shattered, and cracks spread all over. Yefeng was stunned. What the H*LL was this? Holy SH*T! What's going on? How did I suddenly increase such a powerful strength? Could this be the effect of the water element? Yefeng widened his eyes. The power of the water element was indeed terrifying. Such a punch was comparable to the full-strength attack of AC and expert. However, Yefeng did not stop. Pade! Yefeng's legs lightly kicked, and his body instantly soared into the air. His right leg fiercely kicked at a towering tree. With a crack, the entire towering tree was uprooted. Following that, Yefeng's body retreated, and with a wave of his hand, several water-breaking arrows condensed once again. Like an eagle, they spiraled down in the air and ruthlessly smashed towards the pond. Boom! 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 The instant the pond was hit, it exploded with a bang. The effect of the water-breaking arrow had already reached its limit and could no longer be improved. However, Yefeng was still not satisfied. He used his skill again, and an even more majestic wave spread out in all directions, covering the entire ground. This kind of attack was enough to destroy a tall building. Excitement appeared on Yefeng's face. Haha, I didn't expect to be so powerful after being upgraded to the Lord of the Lake. The water-breaking arrow could not only burst out the power of the water element, but also burst out a stream of water, causing the opponent to fall into the range of the water element's attack. However, the power of the water element's attack was limited, and could only deal with ordinary enemies. If he encountered a high-level expert, then there would be no effect. However, Yefeng believed that the power he could unleash now was enough to kill a low-level expert. All of this originated from the water element slime. If he had not awakened the water element slime, Yefeng would not have been able to achieve this step. Looks like I need to continue improving. Yefeng muttered. Then, he began to study the water element again. The water element power was the purest and the elemental power that was the easiest to learn. Rise! Yefeng shouted softly. As he shouted softly, the water element power began to circulate rapidly. This power was like a magnet, allowing him to control the nearby water flow. Not long after, the water flow turned into a water pillar, rushing down from the sky. A huge water pillar pierced straight into the clouds, looking very spectacular. Yefeng looked at his masterpiece, feeling quite proud in his heart. This water pillar was precisely the control he used to control the water flow with the power of the Lord of the Lake. The water pillar slowly disappeared, and Yefeng also withdrew his spiritual energy. The control of the water flow has become more skillful, and the increase in control is quite obvious. Yefeng analyzed. After thinking for a moment, he said, but there is another factor that will limit my ability. That is, every time I release a water elemental skill, there must be water that can be mobilized by the side. Yefeng naturally knew this. But their freshman assessment was the water training hall. There was practically water everywhere. Yefeng did not need to worry about this kind of prerequisite. Furthermore, even if he left this training hall, if he encountered a battle outside, his spirit exploding shark could summon the water domain. However, he had not tested its power. Firstly, he did not want to expose his ability too much. Not only in front of the Murlocs or the contestants, but more importantly, he was being broadcasted live. Even if there was no one around him, the audience watching the live broadcast would definitely know. Moreover, his combat strength fluctuated so widely that it was difficult not to attract the attention of the audience. Moreover, Yefeng's bracelet could see the number of people that was watching the live broadcast. As for the power of the spirit exploding shark, he would naturally be able to verify it when the time came. After Yefeng finished testing his combat strength, he was also prepared to leave. What he did not know was that not far away, countless pairs of eyes were staring in this direction. Those were the murlocs who were cleaning the battlefield nearby. Seeing this scene, they thought that a miracle had happened again. They all stopped what they were doing and began to pray. "Look, there's a fight over there again." One of the murlocs was the first to realize that something was wrong over there. There were rumbling sounds and a lot of mist rose up, as if something earth-shaking had happened over there. As soon as it finished speaking, a huge water column suddenly rushed out, further confirming its idea. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes looked over. They were all shocked by this scene. It was just a small fight, but such a water column soaring into the sky was incredible. Nonsense! The battle has been finished by the Woohoo King. Even if there are still survivors, we have cleaned them up, a dignified old man with a crutch berated. According to the evolution of history, every time something important happens to the Murloc tribe, a miracle will appear. This is God's favor to the Murloc tribe, and also the blessing of our ancestors. As it spoke, the elder-level Murloc began to pray and knelt down in the direction of the water pillar. When everyone saw that the elder was all like this, they, who were initially hesitant, now completely believed it. They also kneeled on the ground and made a gesture of worship. "Thank you, Prophet, for your grace. God bless our tribe, and we will prosper. Thank you, Prophet, for your grace. God bless our tribe, and we will prosper."